Yes, a little bit of logistics. We're here in the Grote Zaal, which is where all of the plenary sessions will take place. Just here is the gold sponsor room, so definitely go and visit all of our gold sponsors. In the corner there, next to where you can get some coffee as well, there's the silver booth station, so also definitely go and have a chat with our sponsors. We're very grateful for their support, of course. There's also gender-neutral toilets right here where the staircase is. So that's for this floor. And I think we'll have some extra information when it comes to the open spaces and where they take place.
Let's talk about the program. As you can see, it's completely packed today. There might be changes. So on the back of your badge, there's a QR code. With the QR code, you go to our online version of the program. This will always be up to date. There are also signs at the staircase with the program on there. It's printed. We don't have Typex, so we can't fix that. There will also be ignites and open spaces. The open spaces, we will publish those at a later time, but they will also be online. So you can also see the program when you go to the online version.
Yeah, also the open spaces are really a chance for you to influence what Devopsdays Amsterdam looks like, because that's all crowdsourced. So you can come up with a topic you want to talk about, but we'll explain all of that when it comes time for the open spaces. Then we have captions, closed captions for this event. You might have already seen it on the screens to the side. There is also a way that you can get the captions on your phone if you so prefer. There is a QR code to do that. I have also just shared the link on our Twitter account and our LinkedIn account. So if you're looking for that link, that's where you can go and have a look for that one.
So the real reason I'm here is the food, right? So there's enough for everyone. There will be food trucks. There will be barbecue tonight. Don't miss that. The barbecue will definitely also have vegan or vegetarian options. We cater for multiple dietary options. There will be signs at the food. If you need any specific options, there are signs. Check those. If you don't have those restrictions, please go to the other lines or the other options, so we have food for everyone.
Exactly.
There's also a social tonight. Is that more stuff? Yeah?
I think so. Yeah. We have a barbecue, and then we'll have a little social. We'll all come back here. We'll play some bingo, which is a Devopsdays staple by now. Don't worry if you don't understand the game of bingo. Apparently, there is a lot of people that don't necessarily understand the game of bingo. We'll have extra slides just to explain the bingo to you. So it will all be explained in due time, but definitely do join. It's a bunch of fun.
The code of conduct?
Oh, yeah, well, sorry. Code of conduct applies to all activities that are on the program, so also to the bingo, yes. So even if you're not winning, keep it classy.
All right, and then we have socials, right? You can find us on Twitter. You can find us on LinkedIn. Please use hashtags if you tweet about us or if you mention us on LinkedIn. If you don't want to be in a picture, let us know. Then we will make sure that if your picture is taken, we will filter it out. Just talk to any of the organizers. I think you already saw our photographer. It's Ruben. He's a really nice guy. If he takes a picture of you, just act normally. That's the nicest pictures we can get.
What great advice. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Right. Also, as you might also seen on the side screens, we have Thea with us again for this year, who will do sketchnoting of all of the talks, which is really, really, really a beautiful thing. And for the speakers, if you didn't know, you will get your own personal sketch note at the end of the event too, so you can use that.
All right. let me grab one. This is a limited edition. You can get it by the end of the day when you walk home, because we want to make sure that it keeps in one piece instead of you walking around with it the entire day. So before you head home tonight, fetch one. They will be worth a lot of money in a few years.
Yeah, exactly. You can pick it up today or tomorrow. Yeah. All right, we'll do questions using Slido today and tomorrow. So if you have any questions for any of the speakers, make sure that you use Slido. We'll put up the Slido slides during the talks as well, so you don't have to take a picture right now, but I mean, you can for sure. Yeah, make sure you ask your questions using Slido, and then the MC will make sure to pass those on to the speaker. We won't have questions for the keynotes, though, as a note.
So this cannot happen without a lot of sponsors. So I'd like to take a moment and thank them. You can find them in two areas.
Yeah.
They are in the big room at the side on the right, and the smaller room on the left.
No.
Well, if you're standing like this, but and if it stands the other way around. But without them, this would all not be possible. So please give a round of applause for our sponsors.
All right. Talking of sponsors, you should have been given a sponsor passport when you were registering downstairs. If you were here yesterday and you didn't get your sponsor passport yet, you can still pick it up at registration. The idea is that you go by all of the booths, collect all of the stamps from all of the sponsors. Once you have them all, you can hand in your sponsor passport tomorrow from like 3 p.m. onwards. And no, those are the bingo prizes,
bingo.
but you know, nice try. And we'll randomly select a couple of winners. That's the sponsor passport. Thank you for. Yeah, so make sure you go by all of the sponsor booths, collect all of your stamps, and you get a chance to win one of the wonderful prizes.
But what are those prizes?
Oh my gosh. We have you can see them on this screen, but it's a Stream Deck from Elgato. It's some noise-canceling headphones, and it's a cute retro Atari game console. So, you know, cool prizes. Definitely go by. That's it from us.
Without further ado,
we want to introduce our keynote speaker. Hello, Sarah.
There she is.
Okay. Are you going to do like a run and collect high fives? No, no high fives. All right. All right, while Sarah sets up, Sarah has over 12 years of experience in our wonderful technology business and is the co-founder and the director of technology for She Sharp. Who of you know She Sharp as a nonprofit organization? It's a wonderful organization that helps start, sustain, and advance careers in technology for women and for non-binary folks in technology. So really great organization, and is here to share some of her learnings working on that. So whenever you're ready, Sarah, let's take it away.
Should I talk here?
Yeah, should work. All right, let's give it up. One more round of applause for Sarah.
Hello. So can you hear me? Yes. So good morning, everyone. Buckle up, because today we're going to go on a journey into the idea of meritocracy. So if you are interested into the future of the tech industry, then you are in the right place. And this talk may be interesting to you. So first, let's start with presenting myself. Who am I? I'm Sara. My name is Sara. I have been working in the tech industry for the past 13 years. As a full-time job, I work in the cloud and DevOps industry, but on the side that additionally, I've also been working with tech communities since 2016. And as Flo already mentioned, I am co-founder and director of tech of SheSharp, a nonprofit foundation that makes it easier for women and non-binary individuals to enter, stay, and grow in the tech industry. I've been co-organizer of Devopsdays Amsterdam community, a meetup as well. I volunteered for Hack Your Future, another community based in Amsterdam, but I also, throughout the years, I collaborated through speaking, through co-organizing events, through supporting, endorsing, and so on with other communities, both in Amsterdam and worldwide, because communities are important to me, foremost. So what will we talk about today? Today we're going to dive into the ideal of meritocracy, and we're going to kind of look at what are our industry practices as a tech industry, how are we doing in that sense, what are our assumptions, and are our assumptions confirmed or not? So is the ideal, how does the ideal compare versus the reality of our industry? And what are, in that case, the barriers or the ladders that kind of are not what we expect them to be? And what, most importantly, at the end, I will talk about what can we do collectively to foster a better industry for everyone. So, what is meritocracy? Meritocracy is the ideal or the belief system that people in the tech industry, but in general, are rewarded and advanced based on their skills, their ability, their passion, their hard work. So we have this core belief that in an ideal world, this is how things should work. Sounds like a dream, right? But if we pause 1 second to reflect, is it an ideal? Is it an utopia? Is it a reality? Like, what is it? So I mentioned meritocracy also as a belief system. This is important because our belief systems inform the way we behave. They have a huge impact on our lives and our work. So meritocracy may inform the way how we hire people, how we promote talent, how we develop talent as well, how we assign projects like high visibility projects to somebody or offer leadership opportunities, how we evaluate the performance of individuals, how we allocate resources and funding to invest to people who want to start their own startup, for example. And how do we recognize and award talent and hard work? And lastly, but also important, how we determine compensations and bonuses based on performance. So let's think about outliers. So extremely successful people in the tech industry, people that we see as our role models, the top of the top. The people that we look up to, think about their stories. What do they have in common? Are they diverse? Are they looking the same? For sure they have in common that they worked hard, they are talented, they are charismatic, and it makes me think, maybe I have a doubt. Is their success a result of exceptional talent, exceptional hard work that they showed, or also a result of exceptional opportunities that they got in their lives? Let's think about it. So let's reflect about this last question that I asked. We all play a role in the tech industry. As individual contributors, as managers, we are colleagues, we are peers, we manage people, we work together with people, and our actions, our decision-making, our beliefs also have an impact on how people around us are treated. But also the opposite applies, like the way people think, the way people behave has an impact on us. So in that sense, when we think about the way we behave, we may have good intentions, but we might also have unconscious biases. So unconscious biases are aspects that we're not very aware of, things that we do subconsciously. And these biases may affect the way we behave. In particular, they affect the way how we perceive others and situations around us. For example, we may have biases around certain genders or ethnicities. We might unconsciously interpret the same behavior differently depending on who is performing it. And this, unfortunately, can lead on misjudgments about somebody's abilities, intentions, or characters, or the character. Biases have an impact on attention. So they influence the way we notice the people around us, the details around us, and also affect what we overlook around us. We might pay more attention to behavior that confirm what we want to see. Or it depends also who is performing it as well. And we can also ignore those that maybe contradict what we want to believe. So this selective attention reinforces a bit our belief systems as well. So biases also affect the way we interpret the reality around us. So the way we interpret information. For instance, the feedback that is given by someone that we have a positive bias towards. This feedback might seem constructive, but maybe somebody else that I don't really like, the feedback might sound really not useful or unproductive, and that obviously has an effect on the way we interact with these people. Biases have an impact on memory, so biases affect what we remember. And in fact, we are more likely to remember information that aligns with our core belief system and forget what we don't want to remember. We have what is called selective memory. Another important aspect that is affected by biases is decision making. Again, if you're a hiring manager, if you're a leader, a VP or a C-level, in a professional setting, these biases can influence the way you hire, the way you promote people, the way you evaluate people. And you may favor candidates versus others, depending on their background or characteristics. Or, the higher you are in the chain, if you're like a leader, you can influence the creation and design of policies in your organization. And lastly, biases affect our day-to-day interactions with others. These can lead to not very constructive behaviors or positive behavior, so-called microaggressions, or even worse, or also preferential treatment, which is the opposite side, the positive side. And these affect the way we relate to each other and we communicate with each other. So there's different layers to this that we need to take into account. But I mentioned positive and negatives, but let's have a look at other aspects that can have an impact on our individual success. The education. So for instance, the type of schools that we were students of when we were younger, like our educational background, like the prestige of your school may have an impact towards the visibility in interviewing a pool of candidates. The way you were brought up by your parents, your family background, did your parents taught you to be assertive, to share what you want to achieve in a workplace? So your background and the way you were, brought up by your parents has an impact also on the way you behave later in adulthood. When and where you grew up also has an impact, because this opens up a different set of opportunities. There is a reason why young people, so for instance, I'm Italian, there is what's so called like the escape of the brains, we say in Italy. So people try to migrate somewhere else to find opportunities that maybe in Italy were not found. This is an example, but this is a worldwide phenomenon, like escape of talent. Socioeconomic background, that is something that we are all aware of, like the wealth, our wealth, and our access to opportunities that come with better financial situation. This has a huge impact into the opportunities that we have over our whole life, and also the stress of not having to think about paycheck to paycheck. This also has an impact on, I see somebody nodding. If your priority is to live, to survive every month, you have less time to focus on growing your own skills and your own abilities, and that obviously impacts your opportunities. And also your current employment. So career switchers, people who want to transition to tech, might also have an impact on their success, because they might be as skilled as somebody who is already in the tech industry but relatively new, but because they are kind of switching into tech, the hiring manager may have a bias against somebody that is switching careers into tech. So there's different factors that play a role. So let's have a look at this list as well. So if we're thinking about what skill set bring what outcomes, we are thinking about quite a list, because if we want to achieve, for instance, promotion, bonuses, and pay raise and so on, and also get the job that we want, we need to have certain skills, and obviously not everybody checks all the boxes, but let's go through this list. So we need to be, as, let's say, a person in the tech industry, you need to be able to say yourself in job interviews. And after you're hired, you need to have the skills to build great products as well. If you want to remain relevant in the tech industry, you have to be able to continuously upskill yourself, to be still hireable, and also to bring value to your own company and so forth. During your tenure, you also need to have the ability to recognize and leverage the opportunities in your workplace. This is not a given. Not everybody has the same ability to see, understand, okay, this could be a great career opportunity, let me catch it. This is another skill set. You need to also be able to understand what are the expectations that your manager has about you. And when you interact with others, you need to be able to pitch your ideas to others, whether you are a startup founder, whether you are a person that wants to drive an architectural choice in your organization, on your team. When you want to pitch an idea to others, you need to be able to do that effectively. So you need to be able to be persuasive, influence others at different levels, not only your peers, but if you want to grow in your tech career, you need to be able also to influence stakeholders that are leaders in your organization. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for you to grow, especially at higher levels. You need to be able to know how to make your work visible. That's also not a given, because you need to make sure doing the right things and be great at your job may not be enough to give you the outcomes that you want, because if nobody else knows it, if your work is not visible, then you don't get the reward, you don't get the recognition that you deserve. And that's something that I've seen many times as well, the lack of visibility around somebody's work. And this is a mix between, the last one is a mix between personality, attitude, learned skills, but also upbringing, as I mentioned, the way your parents brought you, your culture as well. So being able to ask for what you want, that's also a skill set. And I can go on, but I want to stop a second and think about the ideal of meritocracy, as I mentioned it before, that we should be able to reward fairly talent based on hard work, skills, and passion. But then if we zoom in into what's needed to actually succeed in the tech industry, the list is quite long, and I don't know anybody who checks all the boxes. For sure, I don't know anybody who checked all the boxes at the beginning of their career. So how do we get to check more boxes? Or the question is, what could be barriers that prevent us from checking some of these boxes? There are factors and aspects of our identities that play a role in our individual success. There is race, for instance, ethnicity, skin color, gender, sexual orientation, ability, age, religion, body size. This is not a finished list. The list is bigger than this. But I want to also make it clear that if we look at the people who are more successful in the tech industry, there is not really a huge diversity when we look at all the lists of different identity backgrounds and dimensions. We may acknowledge this. And I'm going to share a bit of data in a bit. But before I do that, I mentioned that I'm going to share some data. I want to make a disclaimer. During this presentation, I will talk a lot about gender and related studies and research, and I might also talk about some intersection between gender and other aspects. But I want to be clear when I say these. Obviously, men also experience barriers, especially men who belong to underrepresented groups, right? So based on race, ethnicity, skin color, sexual orientation, and so on. During this presentation, I reference studies because I want to really be explicit about the gaps that we have. But this is not an inclusive representation of all the different dimensions. So I just want to make it clear. One thing that everybody for sure knows in this room is that women are underrepresented in the tech roles in Europe, but worldwide, for sure. And think about the people who are around you at your job, on your day-to-day job. Are they mostly women? I don't think so. So this is actually quite visible, apparent. And women, in Europe at least, women held only 22% of all the tech roles in European companies. And when we think about the roles of our colleagues, of our female colleagues, what kind of roles do they cover? We found research, so McKinsey did this research actually, where they found that the percentage of women in technical roles, which are specifically developers or data engineers, are lower than others. And the lowest participation rates, and that makes me sad given the conference, is in DevOps and cloud roles with 8%, and in compute and operational roles 50%, 15%. So that is something that is quite visible. And when we look at if we look at this image, we can see how women are also underrepresented in top manager position in the Netherlands, in Europe, but also worldwide. I mentioned intersectionality, and indeed, women's statistics get even worse when we consider women of color specifically. So nearly in every step of the pipeline in the process, the representation of women of color falls really behind when it comes to the comparison with white women and men of the same race and ethnicity. So women represent roughly 1 in 4 C-suite leader, and women of color just 1 in 16. And only 1% of C-level executives are Latina. So this is a study that was done in the US, by the way, also from McKinsey. And let's have a look at LGBTQ+ people who are also, together with transgender and non-binary people, they face workplace discrimination that then have a huge impact on their workplace participation. And indeed, discrimination that occurs also as an impact of how they feel. So the fear of being discriminated, and their career choices are also affected, obviously. And people belonging to this group also tend to choose where to work based on past discrimination and fear of discrimination. So they are very selective and trying to understand before joining a company whether this company is safe or not. So as a company, you miss talent, potential talent that is potentially bringing value to your company by not having policies that protect this group. And when we look at women with disabilities, another intersection, women with disabilities are less employed compared to men with disability of the same age group. But also when we look at full-time employment, only 20% of women with disability are in full-time employment compared to 29% of men with disability, 48% of women without disabilities, and 64% of men without disabilities. So being a person with disability obviously has an impact on your career prospect as well. So how do we explain this? What did you hear? Like, these are things that probably shouldn't surprise you as statistics. But when we talk with others, we sometimes hear people explaining the situation in different ways. So we have our own mental model in which we kind of try to interpret the world around us. What would be an answer? Why does this happen? So sometimes we hear people, we hear people thinking, well, women don't have the capability to do those jobs. Another answer is, well, maybe women are just not interested in tech roles. A different answer could be, maybe women possess both the capability and the interest, but are stopped by the so-called glass ceiling, which is a group of barriers, systematic barriers that blocks them from achieving their full potential. And if you think about it from the company perspective, even just from like a business perspective, this means that there is a huge untapped talent that is facing barriers and is not able to fulfill their full potential and bring potentially also value to the industry and your company. So let's have a look at hiring as a practice. The ideal candidate from the mental model of meritocracy would be somebody who is passionate, hardworking, and possessing all the right skills, checking all the boxes, right? And in an ideal world, let's think about it from the company perspective. If we want this talent to be recognized and hired, then we need the company to know very well what are the must-have job requirements. We need the company to know how to write effective job descriptions that reach the right talent. The company needs to know, when I say company, I mean a group of individuals, part of the hiring process, like an hiring manager or so on, a recruiter. So the company needs to know which the requirements are more important compared to others. So what are the must-have skills that we need? The company needs to have an effective process for resume filtering, so making sure that we get the right talent in the pipeline. and the company needs to have a structured interview process. And I want to ask you, did you ever find a company that ticked all these boxes? Well, if you find it, tell me. So you can already see that our ideal, maybe it has some fallacies, right? We're not there yet. Maybe I'm spoiling a little bit, but I got the feeling that we're not there, for sure. I mentioned the fact that unconscious biases affect the way we perceive other people, and the reality around us. So, for instance, the study has found that women are perceived as less competent and less hireable and less deserving of a higher salary compared to men. Studies also have found that the standards in which we hire. So I mentioned at the beginning, a couple of slides ago, around, okay, what are our requirements? What are the must-haves versus the nice-to-have? Studies have found that these standards, these benchmarks, are quite fluid, not only in the industry, but in the same company, and also for the same hiring manager. So what do I mean with that? So studies have found that managers sometimes, not always, this means sometimes, may adjust the definition of merit to fit the unique qualification of the applicant from preferred groups. And I want to clarify, managers may do this with good intention. This doesn't necessarily need to it's not necessarily something that people do consciously with the goal of harming people. Many hiring managers have the best intentions, but they do this because maybe they have their bias that, oh, I like this guy. He's a nice guy. I think he would be a great fit. And that is something that I heard as well. It's quite normal because when we like a person, we want this person to fit and to be part of our team, right? Then also the standards, so we were talking about hard work and skills, and when it comes to skill set, studies have found that actually high-achieving men benefit from their grades in hiring, in early career talent, while high-achieving women often don't. So the standards are applied not in the same way. And also, sometimes managers may change the job criteria, leading to different job outcomes for men and for women. So this is, I want to reiterate, this comes from good intention. This is something that happens without us not even realizing it. But it's important for us to realize that this happens. Otherwise, how can we achieve a more fair and just industry if we don't know these kind of things? So let's have a look at performance reviews. In an ideal world, when it comes to performance reviews, the company has the right visibility over the employee's output. The company has a clear performance evaluation criteria, which is known both to the managers and the employees. In an ideal world, the performance evaluation criteria are consistently applied. And again, in an ideal world, the company has a structured process for evaluation. Do you know any company that is raising the bar in that sense, or checked all the boxes all the time? I mean, this is not, like, the list is longer than this, but I would be curious. So, again, our ideal of meritocracy is getting kind of blurred, and kind of the ideas sound a bit not as easy as it sounded at the beginning of this talk. Let's dive a bit deeper about benchmarking in performance evaluations. So the way we like to be benchmarked typically, so studies have found that the way we like to be benchmarked is that we want to be compared with our past evaluations, not with others. And this is an approach that we consider fair compared to others. So we consider evaluation as fair if they match my actual performance, and we want to see how did we grow over time. We don't want to see how we compare with others. So this is something that it's important to take into account, because this is a study that wanted to probe the perception from the employee perspective, but not all companies apply this standard, obviously. So how do we engage in performance reviews? It's important to take into account that, for instance, men are generally more likely to talk about their achievement and their ability than women. So I mentioned the visibility of your work. There is this double bind concept, which is essentially if women show traits that are more masculine, stereotypically masculine, like very assertive, dominant, and traits that are more associated with male leadership in the workplace, women face backlash. But when they don't do this and they want to be promoted and they want to grow in their company, they're actually more likely to be ignored. So there is not a win situation here. Another interesting aspect that affects performance evaluation is that sometimes women choose to stay behind the scene to engage in a so-called intentional invisibility. And they do this to avoid conflict and backlash, that in a way so that they can continue to maintain balance between work and family, but also maintaining authenticity at work, knowing that this will potentially affect their career opportunity. Because of course we talked about visibility, and this is obviously an impediment, a barrier. And of course, parenthood also has an impact on the way we evaluate people, because there is the so-called motherhood penalty. So working mothers are seen as warm but less competent. This obviously hurts their job prospects, both in hiring process but also in performance evaluations. While on the same time, working fathers, they gain the warmth that comes with parenthood without losing the competence perception that others have of them. So this is not helping women. Another important aspect is the double shifts. So mothers are much more likely to do housework and childcare than fathers. During the pandemic, this got worse because this burden increased, and mothers have had 3 times more likely than fathers to handle more housework and caregiving. So COVID and the pandemic also had a huge impact negatively on the workforce, on the female workforce. So this is also a map that shows what is the average daily time spent by women on domestic work, which is quite a lot. If you think about it, the outliers, very successful careers, people who are your role models in the tech industry, they most likely work a lot over time. And clearly that, because of how companies and our workplace are designed, sometimes this is not evitable. And if you need to do the double shift, if you're a woman that needs to do the double shift, this has an impact because you are not in a better situation than your male counterpart because you have additional housework to do at home. And also something that is not a great finding is having children also impacts your pay as well. So if you're a woman or a man who has children or men who don't, your earnings kind of stay the same after the first child, But for women, this has a significant drop. And if you are earning less after your first child, and you have to take, for instance, the decision with your partner, well, should we put our children in childcare, or should I be a stay-at-home parent? If your earnings drop after having the first child, sometimes financially, the couple may decide that the woman will stop working because it makes more sense financially. And this is an unfortunate reality, of course. So, the next thing that I want to talk about is, okay, I talk about all this thing, and maybe the solution is, okay, we need to change our workplace policy to really emphasize the concept of meritocracy. This should be in our company culture. This sounds like a potential idea that a company has. Yes, let's make it, we don't want to see stuff like this. We should have equal opportunities for everybody. Everybody should have, everybody should be able to fulfill their potential. So let's make it clear in our company culture that we really want to be meritocratic. Well, what happens there? The paradox of meritocracy. When an organization promotes meritocracy, managers may ironically show more biases, favoring men over equally performing women by giving men larger rewards. And that because the company culture does not challenge the biases that everybody has, because we all have biases, right? I have biases, you folks have biases. But the company culture does not explicitly challenge or acknowledge those biases. It just says we are meritocratic. So in the mind of managers, we're like, this is a very just company. So I am legitimate in my decision, and I am confident that I will take a fair and just decision in this hiring process, or like rewarding talent. So putting meritocracy in our company culture and our processes is not the right answer yet. When it comes to promotions, in an ideal world, the company has a clear criteria for promotions, consistently applies those promotion criteria, ensures visibility of employees' achievement and potential, as a structured and transparent promotion process. Again, have you ever worked in a company that ticked all the boxes? I don't hear a yes, so sounds like it's difficult. So there are barriers on multiple levels. Unfortunately, women in technological roles are promoted much less often than men early in their careers, and that leaves, obviously, to live in the field. Another unfortunate aspect is that as an industry, we overemphasize on the value of mentorship, which is the process of somebody giving us advice, career advice, where we don't really pay enough attention to the value of sponsorship, which is somebody who is advocating for us and sharing with us the right job opportunities and speaking on our behalf and say great things on our behalf when we're not there. So advocating for us. And so underestimating sponsorship, the role of sponsorship, has also has an impact on women. And sometimes even women decide to avoid it because they don't want to feel self-serving and facing gossip. And there is also the concept of gendered oldism or youngism. So women in leadership face ageism at every stage of their career, with younger women being dismissed as an experience and older women viewed as less valuable, leading to never right age bias. So we want to drive a change. But what can happen? What do we usually hear? Why are we resistant to changes? we hear, oh, but sometimes it's not a priority for us. We feel that we don't have the right time, that we don't have the time or energy, or we don't know where to start, we don't really know. But in general, sometimes we may worry about losing access to benefits. Like if we really dive deep into the reason why we don't want to drive changes around us and positive changes, we are a bit worried maybe that we may lose access to benefits or opportunities ourselves. We may have concern that changes will alter the rules that we really like. We are very used to the way we're doing. We don't want to change it. Or we are also afraid of somebody accusing us because maybe we belong to a privileged group and we're like, oh, we don't want to be blamed for the barriers, the systematic barriers that exist. But there are ways in which you can drive, you as part of the industry, you can drive positive changes around you. And again, I focus on gender, but that applies to race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and so on, by acknowledging who benefits the most from the current cultural processes in your company. And also acknowledge that the turnover costs are very high if they are not these processes are not implemented optimally. You need to take a data-driven approach to changes, to track progress, but also to understand visibility on what needs to be done. So you need, as a company, as a leader, as a tech industry employee, you need to employ metrics to benchmark and track progress and status around attrition rate, the performance, the processes, the promotions, the leadership pipeline, the employment pipeline, the pay, the workforce representation. You have the power to drive those changes. Everybody else. And when it comes to fairness, when it comes to rating and rewards, you need to develop processes and guidelines because good intentions are not enough. You need to ensure that this application of these standards are applied consistently across all business units and teams. You need to train managers and leaders to understand what are these biases. I mentioned a few of them, but the list is very long. But it is possible, it's a journey, it is possible to educate ourselves. It's important that you implement fair procedure throughout your employee's career, not just at the performance evaluation, but at every stage of an employee history throughout the company. And you need to ensure that reviews are of similar lengths for all employees to provide equal detail. Saying, oh yeah, I think this guy did a great job, or this woman did a great job, or yeah, I will hire this person because he's a nice person. Like, make sure that you're detailed and you, as a manager, or interview feedback provider, you explain, because by explaining and making sure that you give motivation, you are also challenged to think about your own biases. Make performance reviews and advice forward-looking, because a lot of time people receive feedback that is not actionable, it's quite vague. So make sure that every time you provide that feedback in performances or peer feedback, you make it forward-looking and related to the future. And don't provide feedback once in a while, but give feedback to others in a very periodic, like ongoing way. And outline specific criteria and behaviors before evaluations. And make sure that the same criteria are applied for all employees at the same level. Link feedback, positive and developmental, to business and goal outcomes. Sometimes we give feedback to others, but we don't really explain why is this important for our business. And this has an impact on the career prospect of the person receiving the feedback. And make sure that you equalize references to technical accomplishment and capabilities across employees, both male and female. So I gave some tips here. The list of tips, recommendations, policies, and processes that you can implement in your company is longer than this, and also the list of barriers and ladders that happen within your organization is also wider than the scope of this talk. But you are free to learn more about this by going to this page and learn more about all the studies, all the research, all the articles that I mentioned and more are here. And remember, you have the power to drive change around you. And I hope that you will do after this talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your to get us started. As I said, there's not going to be any questions for the keynote, but I'm sure you can find Sarah in the hallway and ask all of your questions during the rest of the event. I did see some questions come in, and they were regarding the mugs and whether or not you can take more than one. No. You can take only one. Actually, we have an apparatus at the registration desk to make sure that you only pick up the one. So please take good care of it and bring it home with you. I see some people come in. Great. We have some seats left in the front. Please fill the seats in the front. Also making sure if you feel like ever it's too much, there are too many people here, we also have viewing areas, for instance, in the gold sponsor room as well. So if you need a little bit of a rest from so many people, that is totally possible as well. We have a little moment to thank all our wonderful sponsors for supporting this event. So I would love to see my sponsors up here. Oh, here.
One sec.
No. I do want you on stage. We would love to have a handheld. Yeah. Thank you. Oh no.
Is there a cable?
Super.
A internet cable?
Yeah,
because
there you
Wi-Fi.
Oh, it's where-
yeah, it's here.
It's where-
Getting my steps in.
Time. Moet hem ook hebben. All right. All of our sponsors get 1 minute to pitch why they're here, what they're doing here, and maybe why you want to, come by the booth. We're timing you, and we'll start an applause once the minute is over. Okay,
Awesome,
go.
Great. Okay, go. Marketing made me put up this slide, but let me tell you what we actually do. With Splunk Observability Cloud, you can deploy with confidence, be it a Wednesday afternoon and you can go to your son's soccer practice, or on the Friday afternoon and get hammered at a bar without any anxiety. Because you can see the impact of your change instantly, and you will be notified within seconds if something is amiss. It's all based on OpenTelemetry technology, which makes it very easy to adopt and deploy. And if you want to talk about a bit about, things like doing deploys in production, doing my minute. Ooh, this is really exciting. So if you want to talk about things related to anything with your DevOps practice, I'm fucking messed up this last bit. But you get the point. Yeah, we are really fast, and we can help you with anything in your stack.
Excellent, really great. Grader is up next.
Yeah, the time is short, so I wanted to share the two most important values we have within Greater, because I think that's the easiest way to tell who we are, what we're doing here. The first one is being greater together, which in essence means that the input and the information our people give us is what drives us and what we act on. And helping each other and helping each other improve is what we go for and what we try to value and cherish and nourish. And the second one is by techies for techies, which is very important for us because the tech stack we use and the tech stack we love is a driving factor within our people, and helping each other grow within the tech stacks and helping to use the strengths of each other. So not only being able to use your own tech stack, but using theirs as well to the full extent is what we try to accomplish within each other. We're here because we love DevOps and we love the tools that come with it. And we also love coffee, so we hope you enjoy the coffee that we provide. Also, please come to the booth. Yeah, please come to the coffee booth. We like to talk to you. We like to give you some goodies like we have right here on the podium. And thank you for your time, for listening to us. And I hope you enjoy your day and see you next year. Thank you.
All right.
Timer ready?
Go.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Arne van der Velde. I'm working for Elastic, for search. I've been here the last 3 years, and last year I was speaking, for search or observability or security. But since that year, we changed. A lot of changed, Gen AI changed. So if you want to talk to us about doing more with RAG, with generative AI or large language models, or just your plain old use cases, search, observability, security, we have results that matter. So for those of you who are wondering, I'm carrying with me something called an ELK. For those of you who know our history, it's Elastic Logstash Kibana. So ELKI is here to be able for you to be winning. I've got 3 of them for the next 2 days. So if you want to participate, feel free to win an ELKI. I'm not going to toss this one because they're very rare. So, but if you do want to win, come by and have a good conversation with us. Thank you very much.
All right, so I will introduce our next speakers. And in order to do so, I will ask you all a question. Who here is doing platform engineering? Or identifies as such?
Right.
So how great would it be to have one tool or one system where your developers can do anything that they'd like, right? That's the dream I think most of us have. Onno and Roy will introduce us to the platform that they use at bol.com. And I hope I didn't steal their thunder. But let's have a round of applause for Roy and Onno.
Thank you. And while I was setting up, I missed the answer to the question who is in platform engineering. But at a glimpse, I saw at least a couple of you, right? 10, 20, 30%, something like that?
I think so, yeah.
And maybe the other question is, who's familiar with platform engineering? Great. Excellent. OK, I think we have a packed agenda today at Devopsdays. And together with Roy, we're kicking off with our story about unveiling our web portal at Bol and giving you some insights into our journey. My name is Onno Seelen. I'm a group product manager. I'm working at Bol for 5 years. I have a background in engineering. It's a while back, but more recent years, I've been working in companies serving business to business, but also business to consumer. And yeah, I don't know how to call this. Is it B2T or tech to business? In essence, serving internal customers. And in our case, that's about over 100 teams that we are serving from our platform organization. I got obsessed with developer experience, and if there's anything that itches me, that is a bad UX, so people know me for that. What about you, Roy?
All right. So I'm Roy Triesjen, and I'm the product tech lead for engineering productivity at Bol. I've also been there for quite a few years, almost 7 now. And I'm going to kick off this presentation by first getting everybody up to speed on what a web portal is. I'm just going to do that in 2 minutes so that everybody is familiar with what we're talking about. So, according to the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, a web portal is a portal for observing and provisioning products and capabilities. Okay, what does that mean? Well, for you as an engineer, it means that you will have a portal with a catalog with all your applications, some sort of automation to help you with your chores, like creating new applications, and maybe some scorecards that will tell you how well you or your team is doing. There are a lot of different web portals these days, with Backstage probably being the oldest and most well-known one. But there's something for everybody. So if you're a platform engineer, and we saw, I think, 30, 40 people in the platform space, then the web portal is the user interface, and only the user interface through which your colleagues, those software engineers, interact with your platform, the platform that helps them run their applications. So that puts it a bit into context, I think. So at Bol, we've had a web portal for a couple of years. In 2019, we launched an internal tool called the Software Parade. It was sort of like a big catalog with all the applications we had, and it was really popular. Then in 2021, we really started a team to implement Backstage at our company. We are early adopters of Backstage, we are active contributors, and we're also active maintainers of part of the Backstage source code, so we're really invested, I would say. Now, launching a web portal at your company is not as easy as we would have hoped. So today we're going to talk about the risks of launching a web portal. Especially Onno is going to talk about the value and viability, and I'll come back to you later. So Onno, let's get into the content.
Thank you. Yeah, value and viability. So this is really about solving user problems in alignment with business needs. So what am I talking about? But first, before I dive deep into that, like Roy mentioned, we started off like 3 years ago, and it all started from one big idea from one of our engineers who said or wrote, what we need is a platform wrapper. And this is already in the context of like what we called back then the pit of success, and more known as golden paths or paved paths. So what we need is something around the platform so that you're not interacting with all different tools, but instead through a wrapper. That also made us think of, okay, but what is that wrapper and how can we turn that into like a vision? And which problem are we actually solving? And that is to unify the scattered set of solutions into one cohesive portal. And the reason to do that is to alleviate cognitive load, boost productivity, and streamline work processes. But the ultimate thing is just simply help engineers get their job done. But also, when talking about it, how do we describe this? How do we make this a bit more tangible? And we consider the portal within Bol a success when engineers get things done. So it should really help engineers to convert needs of developers into things they can complete. But also it should help you discover solutions. So especially in larger organizations, there's so many things going on, so many things, so many initiatives start. And such a portal can help you discover what is around. But also to take action. Like previously seen, observability, but also other tools call for your action. And a portal can consolidate these things together so that you know what is expected from you on a daily basis, so it can guide you through the day. And last but not least, other engineering-facing teams who build internal tooling should see our portal as the place to do that. More on that later. But to approach that success, so to iterate to a desired outcome, to iterate to that success, we started with one engineer, have grown that team to multiple engineers, back-end, front-end, full stack, but also hired front-end designers, a product manager, and supported by a product analyst. So really established a cross-functional team over the past 3 years. And with that multidisciplinary group, we could really implement product discovery tactics and best practices, like interviewing users, to name just one of them. And if you're familiar with product discovery or continuous product discovery habits by the book of Teresa Torres, where she introduces the concept of product trio. So combining these disciplines of engineering, UX, and product will drive decision-making in terms of priorities and identifying value. And this is all in a context where it's very tempting to fall into the, the temptations of feature factory behavior. Because there's so much you can do in a portal. There are so many ideas. And because it's visual, it's no longer some hidden infrastructure, it's really a front end. People have opinions and come by. And it's also tech for tech, engineers building internal tooling for other engineers. But take into account the assumptions that you have. As an engineer in such a team, you are one. And you need to test your assumptions if you want to build something for the masses. And of course, in platform engineering, I think many of you know, is the loudest voice fallacy. People coming by and say, I need this tomorrow. And that is not always the best way to approach choosing what to do. Then what about, how do we identify this value? That's a value exploration. So what we did is we really got a deep understanding of the engineering journey, the developer journey. And that there are different techniques or tactics to apply, like value stream mapping or service blueprint design and so forth. But ultimately, you want to get a deep insight into what an engineer, what a developer does. And this goes far beyond just build and run. There's also, talking about developer experience, research done by Abi Noda and others that introduces like 3 core dimensions, which is feedback loops, cognitive load, and flow state. And this goes far beyond a portal, absolutely. But taking a note of these dimensions will also help you identify value and solutions that you can build in your portal. At one point, we also got, of course, people, screaming is maybe a big word, but you sometimes think, okay, we need to drive value a bit faster. And since we're using Backstage, Spotify also comes with the marketplace. So what we did is also see what's on the shelf, what is available. And we went from a long list to a short list to identify what worked. And we found some that did work, but also figured that the lot did not solve our problems. So be mindful there. It's not just plug and play in that respect. I could talk a lot about how we perceive success and how we describe success like I just did, but ultimately you also want to measure. And there's so many metrics around, and of course we are also measuring on a lower scale. But at a higher scale, we are really looking at a happiness metric of employee NPS, a retention metric of daily active users divided by monthly active users, so seeing how often people come back, and engagement traffic in terms of daily visitors. But striving for as many visitors a day and having them be on your portal the whole day doesn't make sense, right? Like I said before, we want people to get things done and move on, because ultimately engineers want to build great functionality. And this does still not paint our ambition. So we also have been looking to a North Star growth metric that tells us, okay, what do we want to accomplish? Again, get jobs done. And of course, at Bol, we know a lot about sales conversion, that kind of thing. So we were thinking in that realm, and we introduced something that we name now jobs done conversion. So that's really looking at that journey, really looking at tasks completed by engineers and measuring that, and also setting an ambition in that direction. Enough about value, a bit about viability from an organizational perspective. So when you're building a portal, you're not doing this alone. There are a lot of other people or other departments or other groups in your organization, including security, observability, infrastructure, that maybe have built their own tools and that want to, and have also created their own self-service portals. And like I said, we want to consolidate those. The expertise is right so with them. So you should utilize that instead of trying to do that all in one team. Collaboration is the key word here. And what we did is, for example, we engaged with our SRE craft. They had the mission to really make step changes on rolling out the SRE craft, becoming more mature. And by building some pieces into the portal, we really helped them to make that next step, specifically about error budgets. So key learnings from this perspective is you need product management to really ensure that you build the right product and guide the team towards that. Apply product discovery tactics to untangle the actual user problems. And the structure of your team, of your core team around the portal is resembled mostly by a normal product team, given the crafts. And it thrives in an open, collaborative culture. Said enough about value and viability, feasibility, and usability.
All right. So if you now have figured out how to make a valuable and viable web portal, but can your company actually implement it? Because it's not as easy as we would like it. Unfortunately, every web portal starts like this, like completely empty, devoid of any information, devoid of any value. So the first thing you need to do is to add a lot of information to your web portal. Now, and that is, I think, the biggest problem with web portals. They need a lot of information. Some of this information is easy to get. For example, if you're in the cloud, it's probably one API call away to get all your applications. But who are these people working on these applications, and how are they organized? That might be something that is only available in a PowerPoint slide and not in a machine-readable format. This means that the team implementing the web portal needs to create it, needs to maintain it. Some other data is even harder to get. For example, I don't think many companies have an API that will say, oh yeah, this application is following all our best practices. Would be nice to have, though, in the scorecard for your web portal. So your team is going to gather information from everywhere inside the company, and they're going to have to make new information to glue everything together. In fact, they're going to create an entirely new data set, at least from the perspective of your users. Because if your tool is going to say, oh yeah, you're in team A, and I'm pretty sure I'm in team B, I'm going to complain to you, and I'm not going to figure out how you came to the wrong conclusion. Even worse, power users are going to see your information and they're going to like it. They're going to, because this is the first time that all this information is brought together in your company. For example, at Bol, we're busy moving from our old data center to the cloud. So we have a project manager on that. He can see in our web portal which applications are still in the data center. And he likes to see that. But of course, he wants to combine that data with other data that he has, like data about how valuable these applications are. And that means that you need to expose this data for the power users. And now you have to maintain all this data for yourself, but also have to sort of provide it via a stable contract. It means a lot more teamwork. At Bol, we still haven't figured this completely out. We're still working with a lot of teams to unlock their data. We do this together with the multidisciplinary team that Onno talked about, so with a business analyst and 2 designers. Because then we can show what value exposing this data would bring and how nice it will look in our web portal. If people expose their data to us, we ask them to expose it via an open API, because then we are no longer the brokers of that information. The burden doesn't fall on us if people want to play with it more. Still, we own a lot more data than we expected, and we actively try to manage this away, to have other teams take ownership. For example, and I saw a really big tech radar out in the sponsor room. We also have a tech radar. It's in our web portal, and we used to maintain it. But my team is not the expert on what technologies Bol should use. So we asked the tech leads within the company to take ownership of that information. And we moved the data physically outside of our repository. And now we have a rich tech radar maintained via good process by the experts of the data. And we are unburdened and we can do something else. Still, your web portal is not just data. Onno talked extensively about the value, and it's not just looking up what applications and what teams you have. In fact, the web portal is a tool to make, to change how your developers work. At Bol, developers have a lot of freedom, but these days it feels a bit like driving around with an out-of-date GPS. You will probably get to your destination, but you might get a little bit lost. We want to change this to how a high-speed bullet train works. You board the train, you don't care about the route, and you exit at the station you want to go. So, as we said, we looked at the developer journey, and we identified 50 touchpoints, 50 different applications that people need to use. Now, that's a lot, right? So how do developers know when one of these 50 tools needs their attention? How do new developers find these 50 tools? So we talked about enabling plugins to maybe reduce these touchpoints. And we tried that with, in Backstage, the Ops Genie plugin. So Ops Genie is a tool for alerting and monitoring. And we enabled the plugin, and now we had a nice list of all the alerts in our web portal. But we didn't really reduce the number of touchpoints. Actually, we added a 51st touchpoint, because now you could see the alerts in two places with different UIs. So we got rid of the plugin, and instead we decided to put this information in context. So we still integrate with Ops Genie, but now if you go to our portal and you look at an application, it will show you, oh yeah, I am the EOD, and there are these active alerts that pertain this portal. This means that in your workflow of debugging and figuring out other applications that you're interfaced with and figuring out what's going wrong in the wider landscape, now you get this information now in context. And if you want to know more, you can click it and you go to the Ops Genie tool, because of course the Ops Genie tool is way better in sorting through alerts than any plugin will ever be. We do this together with our designers to really think about the flow of development. So this is how our web portal looks right now, and it's really hard to convey the value of it to an outside audience with a static screenshot. But what I see is multiple ways to explore our IT landscape, and a lot of notifications that either ask immediately for my attention or are tasks that I can pick up later. This is great, because if I don't know what to do, I can always look and say, oh yeah, this is something that's assigned to me. Or, oh, this score is getting a bit low. Maybe we can improve there. And if there's something really critical, I know as well. So my key learnings from implementing a web portal at Bol is that you need a lot of data, a lot more than you expect. And it doesn't matter if you're using Backstage, which is almost more like a framework for building your own web portal, or a SaaS solution like Port, for example. You still need that development team to tame that data, create new data, to glue everything together, just to get it nicely in your web portal. The portal will impact the daily lives of your developers. Otherwise, it has no immediate impact. A web portal is much more than static documentation. With documentation, you're really happy that you have it, but you only will look at it once or twice. While a web portal, well, we see that developers look at it every day. Then again, I think you should provide integrations with the tools your developers need to do their work, but don't just try to replicate their UI or just enable a plugin. No, try to think of the journey of how developers work and try to figure out where you can get meaningful information from these tools or meaningful actions and put them in your web portal. So that's sort of my take. Onno, can you summarize everything for us?
Yeah, I will give it a try. So I think if you're planning to adopt a portal, or if you're already on a journey doing so, I hope we've provided some angles to look at doing that and identifying some opportunities as well as challenges that you can find on the way. So from a value perspective, what we said is really try to apply continuous product discovery tactics to avoid cognitive biases, assumptions, and like the loudest voice fallacy. From a viability point of view, I've zoomed into the organizational challenges, having an open culture, establish a cross-functional team. And then Roy alluded to the feasibility, so more the technical feasibility of things, requires strong presence of data sources. And users don't care where the data comes from. They perceive it as they perceive it. And then last but not least, from a usability perspective, integrate and enhance touch points. Don't rebuild the excellent tools that are out there. And just more plugins don't make a better user experience. So be mindful of that as well. Those are our learnings, and I hope that you can take that along in your journey as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we open up for questions.
Yeah, we're the first ones getting questions, so we're also curious how it will work. Yeah.
How many engineers were you at the company when you first decided to set up a portal?
Me.
When does that make sense?
Ooh.
Yeah, that
you want
was
to take it?
before our time, I think, because yeah. So the question is, when did we start thinking about setting up a portal? At what scale of the company was that? And then we go both before our time. But like I said, there are different portals emerged in the company. So I'm thinking now. I think it's about 5-6 years ago when we were maybe like 1,000 in total. Or something.
Yeah, but like only a few hundred engineers by then, I think.
Hundred,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Floor moet nu. Hello. Yes, we also have questions up on because we're using Slido, which some of you are doing. It's really great. We have one question up there. Are developers willing to catalog their services, and do you have governance on it?
That's actually a great question because a lot of tools ask your developers to do work to enable them service. Especially Backstage asks to put in every repository a small file so that you can find services. At Bol, we thought that that's not really a great way to do it. And we already know what applications we have, right? I mean, the cloud is not free. We know all these applications are there. So instead, we built our own plugin, and it will just look at our cloud and our workloads in our data center and ultimately put them in there. Because otherwise, I think we have almost 1,500 microservices. If all those microservices need to add a file to their repository, you will be busy 3 years until you have a complete catalog. And people are really annoyed with not having a complete overview because they can't find other people. So I would really advise people to automate this. And it's not that hard finding all your applications, hopefully.
Excellent, thank you. Another question that came in is, can you share the value stream mapping that you did?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So I took a screenshot, obviously, for the slides, but I think if you Google around, literally, there are quite some examples, and some go in more detail than others, but there's surely something around. I will see what I can do, but...
Okay. All right, let's do this one. What came first, developer self-servicing or developer portal?
So with us, definitely developer self-servicing. At least until we went into Backstage or even the predecessor, the software catalog. But even before that, we already had from our security teams, they already had a small portal which listed all the applications and told you were doing something right or wrong. So it's not really a very clear answer. But before we really got serious about it, we already had provisioning. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the provisioning self-service capabilities are the strongest, right? But there's so much more than just self-servicing from a provisioning point of view.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's see. Let's do one more, and then we go for a break. I know that we're already running a little bit late, and I will still give you your 15 minutes. Don't worry about that. Let's see. How did you do your initial research about what all the actions that your developers needed and what they did not need?
Yes, so from a qualitative point of view, we already had a pretty good idea what the sentiment was in the organization. So by mapping out all the steps, we already highlighted some areas and did some deep dives into that by doing user interviews, by sending out qualitative surveys. So we were really, by the sound of the sentiment, let's say, going into some of the areas.
Perfect, thank you so much. If there's any more questions, I'm sure you're around, you're walking around, and they can still ask you any questions. Let's go for a small break, and we'll be back here 10:55. Yes? Excellent.
All right, thank you.
Feels like today is going wrong. Nothing goes as I want. It's boring, I'm colding, got no one to call. It feels like I am all alone. But then I come home, running. I bought them for lavender salt. Sometimes I feel so low, head underwater, and put away my phone. And when in fear, I know everything will be alright if I'm letting go. All will be alright if I'm letting go. Everything will be alright if I just let go.
As in Dutch, we're going to say schabel.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can do both. We can do both. That's not a problem. So you're here at DevOps Days. Tell us what you're doing. What is your plan for the next coming days? And then as a follow-up question, I'm super curious what you think of the program. What gets you excited?
Right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Very fun to do this kind of stuff. DevOps Days around the world are always on my list of places to go, so we're always trying to fit those into our schedule throughout the year. I was super happy that Amsterdam fit this year because it's up the road from me. I live in the south. I'm going to be spending most of today giving a workshop around metrics, Prometheus from the CNCF project. After that, I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. I kind of got to plan out what my day is going to look like at the different talks. And what's getting me excited about this, I think it's really cool that DevOps Days in Amsterdam now has workshops for a whole day. You don't see that an awful lot in events these days, unfortunately, or they're really short, like an hour, hour and a half workshop or tutorial, they call them. And I kind of miss those days where you sit down for 3 hours and go through a bunch of hands-on stuff and can actually get stuff done.
Yeah.
We've actually changed the way we design these things so people can take them home and continue, right? So not just on site.
Yeah, so that's interesting because I do think we're one of the few DevOps days that do workshops, and I'm super happy that we still do them because the program's kind of split into a couple of parts, right? So we have the sessions, we have the keynotes, we have the 2 full days. That is a little less technical, I want to say. But I'm still technical. I still do a lot of engineering work. Our audience certainly also is, and that's the feedback we've consistently gotten is we want to be able to have that technical level of education of showing how things work, because you just learn so much quicker in a workshop. And we talked about this just a couple of minutes before we got started, where a lot of the content nowadays, everything's online. It's super easy to consume from wherever you are, whenever. But the key point is to how to get started. Right? How do you figure out enough so that you can do it on your own afterwards? That's the hard part. And again, that's where I think the workshops really come in. So tell us a little about your workshop. What are you doing? What's kind of the goal, the topic?
Right. So from out of the company that I work, we do an awful lot in observability, of course. That's kind of the focus. And so being CSCF ambassadors within my developer advocacy team, we like to spend a lot of time with metrics, traces, logs, dashboarding. So we have a collection of workshops, and this is one of them, and they're all getting started levels, right? I think the foundational pieces are the most important. So we tend to put a lot of time and effort into these. What I'm giving today has, I think, 9 or 10 different labs that walk you all the way through from what it is, the introduction story, to installing it. I still like to do a little bit old-fashioned where you can install it from source or use containers. So it's up to you. But most of the stuff focuses on container usage because we're cloud native, right? Most of this stuff. And then you're going to go through everything you need to know about metrics, right? What they are, how they work, how you implement them, how you can take code and instrument it, all the way into actual developer experience with Java stuff. So I go quite far in this. I don't know if they're all going to get through it in the 3 hours, but the nice part, it's all online, it's free, it's take it home and continue. It's self-paced.
So what do you see? So observability. Let me start there. Observability has always been interesting to me, but honest question. We've been doing this DevOps thing now for I don't know how many years? 15.
At least, yeah.
Do people still need the intro? Is it still a hot topic? Do you still see organizations really dive into observability as a capability that they need to develop?
I think it's not so much the capability they need to develop. I think it's about transitioning to the cloud native observability. I think a lot of people or a lot of organizations have a lot of legacy stuff in place. We started with first generation and second generation monitoring / observability, whatever transition happened in there when we went to containers. I don't know if you remember things like Nagios and all that kind of fun stuff back in the day.
I still have dreams about that.
Yeah, being a Java developer back in the day at a financial institution, I remember we put a lot of thought into what our log messages would be. But then you'd watch an ops somebody look at your stack trace that got dumped, and it looked, they have no clue what's going on, right? So when this starts auto-scaling into the cloud, you have a ton of data coming in. And I think a lot of companies have taken choices through the years and grown in the tools they've used and been backed into corners with regards to cloud native performance, cloud native scale, right? So transitioning whatever you had on your old infrastructure into the cloud is really fun and dandy, but the tools were not able to keep up with what is happening in that scale. Especially when you get instantly successful. The pandemic gave us a lot of examples of companies like food delivery companies, big one. Those became so massive overnight, right? And you watched what they were doing over here in their business, and then their observability bills started going, double, triple, exponentially bigger than what you're earning, basically. And nobody would care if this was, making the same amount of, nobody would care what it costs. But when it becomes so imbalanced, it becomes a huge interest for all your C-level people, like, what is going on here?
Yeah, well, so definitely from the cost perspective, there's an imbalance, and I've definitely seen that as well.
Yeah.
But also from an operational perspective, at some point you're just gathering data for the sake of gathering data. But how are you using it? Like, are you actually gaining any insights from it?
Right, so that's a big chunk of what the problem is. So many of these early vendors, early tools were, everything, you never know when you might need that.
Yeah, exactly.
That might be super important.
It's an insurance.
Right, and the problem with that story is you're paying for storage and nobody's incentivized to not store more. That's the earning model they had. It doesn't matter whether you're storing it locally or you're storing it into cloud vendors. Data in and out of the cloud costs money. They're super happy to take your data, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think when you can get some kind of control back and get a good look at what you're doing and discover what you're not using, we're seeing a lot of people don't use more than half of their data.
Yeah.
So the dashboards, the ad hoc user queries, the alerts that you might set in your environment, they're only using a fraction of what you're sucking in.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be nice if you only paid for what you actually used?
Yeah.
Right? Then nobody's going to complain. The balance is there, right? The ability to gain insights into what you're doing is steeply increased when better chances when you have less data to plow through, when you're only looking at stuff that you want to look at. So if you're carrying a beeper for, say, like an order service in a food delivery company, and it goes off because something's going on with your order service, and you come into a dashboard that shows you only the overview of the stuff you touch, and you can see what's going on or I don't care if it's one log, log line, one metric with 2 labels and half a trace with 2 spans. Whatever gets me to the answer and gets this stuff sorted out, right? We're not really interested anymore in talking about these individual components or these individual technological areas. We're talking about we want to know as fast as possible what's going on, triage it as quickly as possible, and understand deeply later what business language, right?
Yeah.
Being able to talk to business language is a little bit more important than talking tooling.
Yeah, but one of the challenges definitely that I've seen in practice too is scaling down from that, kind of that peak of the mountain where you collect everything because you might need it. How do you get back to some kind of realistic scenario? How do you do that? Because that's not a technical issue, right? The technical capability to just store and collect everything is definitely there.
It's very easy.
Doesn't mean we should.
Yeah.
A lot of companies do it, but how do we get back from that peak? Like how do we teach people to?
What you see a lot is people immediately decide the quickest fix, because they don't exactly know how to tackle it, is to just start dropping stuff on the floor.
Yeah.
So let's say I keep it for 2 weeks and then drop it. So now I'm still collecting everything, but then I delete it after 2 weeks. So you're freeing up the storage on a rotating basis. Maybe not the best solution, right? Because the minute you want to go look backwards, it's kind of hard to find anything, right? And then taking a step back and trying to find tooling that's a little bit more modern is usually where you're going. Depending upon the landscape you're working in, we deal with a lot of people in cloud native space, which is containers and scale and the public clouds, a lot of it, and whether it's an integrated hybrid setup or not, it's still a cloud experience, right? And I think a lot of these kind of solutions and stuff you're building, you're trying to look at ways to minimize the amount of storage you need, to minimize the amount of data you need. And getting insights into that is super crucial, and that's not easy, right? That's tricky stuff, right? And that requires a really good plan or tooling that will support that.
Yeah. And do you see that having a certain team structure helps in that? Because we've had all kinds of versions of this, right? Observability is part of the DevOps team. Observability is its own team. Observability is part of the platform team. Like, do you see a shift happening in those team structures as well?
I feel a little bit like everybody starts with DevOps. That's the first step out of, okay, we had Dev, we had Ops, we just had a standard platform, let's put them together and kind of work all together. You see that those teams own everything. So you see a lot of companies where you write the code, you own it, no matter where it is in production. Something goes wrong, you're the one that gets the ping, and you got to sort it out. I think the next step you start seeing is things like platform engineering coming in. So you're trying to get your head around the infrastructure involved for the DevOps teams to build stuff, internal developer platforms, that kind of stuff. And that's the point where you should be thinking already about adding observability tooling and instrumentation and all that kind of stuff in those processes. You do that, it's a first-class citizen from day one. It's part of their tool set, and it's pretty much going to be, they're very used to using it. Trying to put that in later is painful.
It is.
Then you also have, for example, SRE teams, site reliability stuff. That's basically the ones with the beepers trying to keep the lights on. Very, very, very hard job. I always do in my talks, ask people if they're in the audience, if they have those roles, raise your hand, and tell everybody else to buy them beers afterwards, because they're the ones that earn it.
Give them a shoulder to cry on.
Burnout is hugely real in their world. My colleague, I love to tell the story, I met her after she'd burned out 5 times. The interview was like, I called her up and I was like, so what are you doing? She goes, well, I'm getting ready to get another job. And I said, why would you do that? Why don't you join my developer advocacy team? Help them not do what you did. Do you think number 6, 7, and 8 is going to be any different? And a really cool story at another talk was an SRE in the back. I had two of them, one in the front, one in the back. One in the front, 2 years. Well, he's on the edge, right? I'm like, that's normal. What's the other guy? He goes, 10 years. And I'm like, wow, now stop this talk. I need to find out how you made it 10 years in this, right? And he goes, well, I kind of cheat. I do 1 year SRE, 1 year developer to recover, 1 year. Is that hilarious? And,
it's hilarious in a horrible way.
Yeah, it's a horrible thing. So, I mean, they're the ones left to struggle with the infrastructure we're trying to piece together. And then on top of that, when you start scaling it in a large organization, trying to get your hands around it, you have FinOps, trying to get the cost controls aspect and the processes in place. And you see things like central observability teams. And that's trying to get their head around the big process around observability and get the right tools in place and who owns what and where and the data and keep an eye on that. So together with FinOps, those two seem to be the ones that seem to get their heads around it at large scale. But not everybody has that kind of scale in their company yet. So trying to keep your head around this stuff on the way to that size, hoping to be that successful is a challenge. That's part of what we're doing every day.
Still an unsolved problem then.
Luckily, we got things to fix and things
we
to
got
build.
things to fix, we got things to learn. I think that's also
why we're here.
Beautiful way to, exactly, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
And it's also a beautiful way to wrap this up for today. Eric, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being the first one today. I hope you have a great time at Devopsdays Amsterdam. And then we'll give it over back to the live stream for now. Have a good one, folks, and we'll see you at the next one.
Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a refreshing little break. If you don't find any, well, I mean, there's enough space here still in the front, so if you want to join us in the front, please come join us in the front. But also, we have a spillover room in the IJzaal, which is all the way upstairs, where there's a screen, so you can also watch the stream there if you'd like. We're also doing the stream in the gold sponsor room, and also outside if you want to go and get some fresh air. Otherwise, welcome back. Please come closer. I'm sure Jeremy won't mind.
I don't bite.
No. So Jeremy is a developer, advocate, and community leader, I'd say. You might know him from previous stints at Circle CI and Auth0. You're doing your own thing right now, which is very, very cool. Is also a fellow Devopsdays organizer, as you might see by this shirt. Has also graciously offered to be our social media manager next year, so that's great. It's now on stream, so this is true.
It's now
you're bound by...
The universe has said.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll talk about developer experience
All right.
and how important it is. So please take it away.
Thank you, Floor. Excited to be here. This is Devopsdays Amsterdam. If you didn't know, that's where you're at. Has been on my list of wanting to be here, so I'm glad I'm here. If I'd have known there was the option to present outside, I would have. But I guess that wasn't in the option. So we're going to talk about developer experience, how central it is to the success of DevOps within your organization. I will say a quick note about a lot of the images you'll see. They have been AI generated, so that will explain how some of them look really weird and disjointed, and because AI still can't quite figure out how to do things. When you tell it not to put text on a slide, it goes and puts text on the slide. So anyways, that's kind of a disclaimer there, and we'll kind of jump right into it. Oh, hey, look there, we went really good. Okay, yeah, so when we think about developer experience, from the, kind of thinking about it from the simplicity of a setup process with a tool to how complex it might be to solve a production issue, DevX really directly impacts the developer productivity, the satisfaction, and ultimately, the quality of the products that get built and even get used. We're just going to not do that anymore. It is an integral part of the entire DevOps cycle, and is really a direct result of the choices that we make about the different tools that we might use, the technologies, the platforms, even everything from support to even the server, whether on-prem, hybrid, all of that. So it means that this ease of use and the reliability, how accessible, how understandable documentation could be, and how efficient build processes are, all of those things, really have an impact on the overall developer experience someone might have with, either internally or externally. But it's also not a new thing. That is, I wish I could have had that a bit bigger on the screen. The first mention of developer experience itself as a concept, what I could find, was actually in a paper presented at the IEEE's June 2012 conference on software and system process in Zurich. There's references in the paper going back to 1985 that deal with programmer performance and the effects of the workplace. Even back in 1985 and before, we were thinking about how does the experience that engineering and even just teams have, and how the workplace itself makes a difference. Some of the few things that do stand out in that paper, which I really wanted to kind of touch on, first is this thought that there's these new ways of working. It would also require better and more comprehensive understanding of developers' feelings, perceptions, motivations, and identification with their tasks in their respective project environments. Again, that was from that paper that was presented at the conference. The link, I will show these slides, and so the link will be something you can click and be able to see and go directly to it itself. The second also thing that really kind of stood out there is that DevX really could be a means for capturing how developers think and how they feel about their activities at work, and that improving that experience itself could impact things like sustained team and project performance. So this kind of thing that we're starting to see now is a lot of talk around developer productivity over the last couple years, especially after we went through some of the lockdowns with COVID, and people now had to say, oh, well, we've got to make sure our developers are as productive as they possibly can be at home before we force them to come back in the office. It's not a new concept. It's been something that's we've had a lot of thought on, but right now we see it really largely driven by companies that are trying to sell something, but it is this view from top down of how is it going to make the company more efficient, and not as much about developers themselves, not as much getting the impact or the feeling that they have about certain tools and processes and the things that they use. And so we've all kind of been there. We've all had that feeling, the need to adopt different ways of doing things. And we've had, maybe your C-suite has said, oh, I have a friend that I go and golf with, and they have a tool that they say makes everybody more productive and instantly generates 10x developers. We should go and use it. And there, probably some of you have heard that and been like, I've used that tool. It's shite. Why would I want to use that? It's not going to help us. We're going to end up having to do this again. So it's kind of this dichotomy we have around DevX and how it does and doesn't fit into the way we look at things. So I was talking with Sasha the other day, and Sasha has a talk tomorrow. Definitely stick around for it. And we were thinking about, like, we want to really clarify this. Like, when we say DevX, by default, the idea here is we're saying there's a focus on developers' experience. I want to kind of expand that a little bit and kind of really view this as DevX itself is it's a whole part of the entire life cycle, not just something that's for developers only. And so I figured now was a good time to kind of workshop a couple different ways we could think about this, maybe some terms that might catch on, which may or may not influence if I do social media next year, evidently. Maybe something like DevOps experience, or DevX Ops, or DevOps X. I'm sure we could probably come up with a few others that probably should not be mentioned. But maybe we'll kick some trends off, get something trending for Devopsdays Amsterdam. Okay, so like I said, my name is Jeremy Mies, and Floor, thank you for a great intro. I don't have to really go much into that. There's a website, there's my Twitter, and we can go past that slide. All right, so I want to kind of think about a working definition of DevX for us here in this talk, because it's really this journey of developers as they learn and deploy technology. When we see it being successful, it really is focusing on eliminating the obstacles that hinder a developer or a practitioner from achieving success in their endeavors. It's about all of the interactions that one might have with the systems, the tools, processes, and we've seen this evolution of what DevX has been over the years. I'm going to go a little bit into some nostalgia here, and so I'm going to bring up, we're going to talk about how developer experience has evolved a set of tools and practices like the IDE. So when I mention some of these tools over the next couple minutes, if you remembered that tool, either groan or raise your hand, get a little bit of audience participation. Hopefully don't groan too loudly at some of these. But it would be great to know who remembers some of these. So obviously there is Vi. Who remembers Vi? Who's used it? Great. Good. Evidently, according to this from O'Reilly, we should have called it 6 from the Roman numerals. And there's also something here about Apache web server. So whatever that could be that's probably going to trend at this point. Okay, so then after we had Vi, that was in 1976, and it was included in the first BSD Linux release itself. Then we had Emacs in 1985. Any Emacs? Any Vim? Okay, I'm sorry. My personal favorite is Nano. And that's, it's not entirely because I can actually exit it without throwing my computer out the window, meaning then I have to go buy a new computer, which means now there's waste. So really, I'm going to use Nano and save the computer save the universe and the planet one computer at a time because I'm not using Vim. Anyways, who here remembers HP Softbench? Is there going to be anyone that remembers? I maybe see a hand, maybe, yeah. That was released in 1989. It was one of the first IDEs that had a plug-in system. It shipped even with its own library of documents. I actually did have this. This is not my picture, but I did have this at one point. Very interesting. They talked about it. HP used to do these HP journals that they would put out. I believe they were monthly or quarterly. And in the June 1990 edition of that, they talked about their vision of what software architecture could be, the development, how it should be. And they included some of these novel things back then, like automated testing, distributed computing, integrated, interchangeable tools, and more. That now that's just kind of the norm. But HP of all people, when we think about back then, they were extremely innovative. Now it's just a different landscape. Again, the link will be in the slides. Again, it's a great read. Go check that out. Early reviews of IDEs, though, were not great. The 1995 Computer Week in Germany commented that the use of an IDE was Not well received by developers since it would fence in their creativity. That was 1995. We had some, in the mid 80s, we had native IDEs, Turbo Pascal. Okay, good, that's good. Apple's Macintosh Programmers Workshop. Yeah, no. That was in 1986. Borland Delphi. Who remembers Delphi? Yeah, okay. Who else? That was in 1995 when it was released. Who here actually knows that it's still around and used? Okay, actually more than it remembered it. Whatever that means. It is still around. I've not used it since back then, but it is still there. So if you still want to do some cross-platform development, I'm sure that's available. Then the World Wide Web. I'm sure we've all heard of that, the explosion of that in the mid-90s. We started seeing IDEs that started being more graphical. Who remembers the first HTML WYSIWYG editor that was done by SGI? Anyone know the name of it? WebMagic? Anyone remember that? No. Okay. SGI, they had this idea, Silicon Graphics, that they needed to seize the corner of the internet before anyone else heard rumors that there were some things happening. So they said, we need to build a graphical way to build websites, and did it in 90 days and released it. There is I'll have a link as well to that whole history lesson on how they did it. It's pretty awesome. Soon after that, that was January '95. You had Front Page. That should at least elicit a few groans. That came out October of '95 after Microsoft acquired it from Vermeer. It was not something they originally did. Macromedia Dreamweaver. Okay. Yep. That came out in '97. Macromedia, actually, they acquired it from a company called iBand that had an application called Backstage that they actually, Macromedia purchased, renamed it Dreamweaver. It really changed the game in so many respects. It was very community-driven in how you could get different scripts and things that would really enhance the experience of you doing development. Front Page 2000 also came out, again, a couple. That was in '99. It made web management easier because they shipped, for those that were using IIS, you had Front Page Server Extensions was included. NetBeans, yeah, and then that was in 2000 for Java. IntelliJ, Eclipse, those kind of came out in 2001. Visual Studio, should be a whole lot more. Oh, just a few more, about as many as Delphi. I don't know. Okay. That offered a lot more of this enhanced functionality and more sophisticated features, like intelligent code completion. You had refactoring tools, improved version control integration. You no longer had to, FTP to, send things via FTP to your web server. We also saw a noticeable increase in support for multiple languages and different frameworks, making those IDEs were more versatile. Late 2000s, we saw a lot more lightweight. So things like Sublime Text, who still uses Sublime Text? Yeah. There was also Atom, which was great, and then got trashed, and VS Code came in. Yeah, I mean, actually less than Delphi. So again, whatever that means. Those started to really cater to a broader range of developers by being less resource intensive, more customizable. Even seeing more integrations with popular ops tools, where now you can do so much within VS Code, for instance, without having to have some other tools. Then we've now seen this rise of cloud, the cloud-based IDEs. The first one, who remembers PHP Anywhere? Okay, a couple of us. That eventually became Code Anywhere. Anyone use Code Anywhere? That was really the first cloud-based IDE, ability to kind of edit code. That was 2009. Cloud 9 actually was in 2010, and then AWS bought it in 2016 and kept the name, but it's AWS Cloud 9. Glitch, who's used Glitch? Okay. Gitpod, okay, a couple. GitHub Codespaces was 2020. And then Google just released Project IDX this year. So there's a few more of those. So we've, that having the cloud-based really changed the whole game by offering really fully configurable development environments in the cloud, accessible from anywhere, that you could, reducing that need for complex local setup. You didn't have to, have your laptop. You could use it from anywhere. So we went from, this kind of a sentiment about IDEs, that, nobody's really going to use them. It's going to keep us from being creative, to now having, like, all of these things are now commonplace. It's expected. If you're going to use, look for an IDE, it's got to have, at least a certain combination of these. In the conversation with Sasha, she talked about, like, Visual Studio, how that an experience she had literally made sold her immediately. She was going to use that, where she was working on a project and the whole thing was school, and they needed to, if they were going to fail, if they had any memory holes that were still in the tool when it was deployed. And they couldn't figure out, they had one, they couldn't get it fixed over a period of time. She decided, I'm just going to throw it into Visual Studio and see if it gives me a different way to search and find things. Loads it up, and immediately it says, you have a pointer error, and you want to fix it. And she fixed it right there and was able to pass. And that experience alone, without even having to do anything, finding an error immediately sold her. So that experience really shaped the tools that she was going to use. I think she said for the next 10 years, used Visual Studio. All right, so I go through all of that, like really kind of tedious trip down memory lane, to really illustrate how, developer experience, things we didn't realize, have become commonplace, that we expect, that we want to have, that it really influences the experience of the tools that we're using, and that were commonplace, we didn't think would be commonplace in the 60s, are now. And modern development, IDE is really just that one example of a lot of the significant strides that we've had. We've seen in technology. A lot of the strategies that we've seen of how we try and help somebody's experience using tools have really evolved to meet a lot of the challenges that we see within kind of development lifecycle now. We've seen basic manually configured environments to sophisticated cloud-based. All those things have been a part of that shift. Another quick example, we're thinking about like our server environments, like dev, staging, production, those things. Early days, setting up that environment involved manually configuring each tool, each library, dealing with a lot of the dependencies, which could be time-consuming, error-prone. Humans, we are not good at manual tasks. Eventually, hitting the keyboard so many times, we're going to type the wrong thing and bring down production and have to start all over. From personal experience. So we've seen, practitioners, we've often struggled with all of those things that make it difficult for us. And so in the mid to late 90s, who remembers CF Engine? Okay, good, enthusiastic. Version 1 and 2 emerged. They started to automate this process. And CF Engine is still around. People still use it. The advent of tools like Puppet, Chef, Chef's here, definitely go check them out. SaltStack, Ansible, they all allowed for this automated setup and configuration of your environments and reducing a lot of that manual effort that we're so bad at. Docker. Now, we had Vagrant was really kind of before Docker, but Docker really brought it to the mainstream. This, in 2013, marked that significant shift in how you could, practitioners could really package up all of the things needed with their dependencies and such into these containers that could, be deployed consistently across environments. Automated all that up instead of having to do it manually. Then we saw tools like Terraform, AWS CloudFormation. All these things enabled defining infrastructure as code. CI/CD pipelines, DevOps practices, all those things have kind of been streamlined through these tools that now it's faster, more reliable builds and deployments. So just as we saw with IDEs, we've seen that broader impact of DevX on DevOps and things like how we deploy software, infrastructure as code, those things. And so when we think about DevOps principles themselves and how they align with DevX, I'm going to take a couple of these principles. First being, collaboration for DevOps is really about, creating that environment where, silos are broken down, cross-functional teams are kind of integrated and empowered to work as a single unit. So it's people first and then the tools second. And when we've had that focus and when we align that principle, then we're able to see with DevX, we're enhancing collaboration through tools and processes that allow us to do that, reducing that friction, reducing the barriers that helps keep teams from being successful, focusing on more solving business problems together instead of creating business problems separately. Backbone of DevOps, effective communication. We've got to be able to ensure that all members of the organization and of the different teams are able to be on the same page, so that there's not that question of who's doing what. So when we improve that communication, we're starting to think about ways to utilize the platforms and tools that we want to use, that we can streamline that so it doesn't become, again, that blocker. So that's everything from your CI/CD pipelines, your shared dashboards, automation, all those things kind of come into play. And then shared responsibility in DevOps. That is very much that collective accountability for software and how the end product is. Blurring that line between the roles that you would traditionally just kind of throw when you're ready. You're going to throw it over the wall and say that's theirs. It's now the shared responsibility in the quality that is being produced. And when you have DevX, this kind of good experience aligned there, you're going to democratize access to tools. Previous talk kind of talked about those dashboards and the ways that you can really kind of build out the platform engineering. It's encouraging this culture where everyone feels ownership of the product, motivated, contributes to the success. So orgs, we've started to see the organizations understanding they have to be more cohesive, agile, be more effective by being better equipped to meet all those different demands. And when you are starting to put for some of you may not be fully engaged in a lot of these DevOps principles, you're probably trying to bring them into your organization, ensuring that when those core principles are coming in, that you've kind of greased the skids so that there isn't that blocker to take that practice and principle and start to implement it with tools. Having that focus on developer experience. Platform engineering is that perfect example of kind of how we've seen this shift. Making sure there's cohesive, integrated environments. You're extracting away a lot of those complexities, ensuring developers have access to all the different things they need, and streamlining those dev processes, reducing a lot of that setup time and reducing a lot of the toil that comes from that. Self-service is kind of the way that we've kind of built that out. Again, it's that empowering developers, leveraging automation, the templates, and predefined policies that help give good guardrails so that can feel a lot of the be empowered to really go out there and deliver something without the chance of it falling. So it's that culture of autonomy and innovation. So when we bring all these things together, when we are prioritizing DevX, we're ensuring that devs and practitioners have access to the tools and processes that they need, not only to streamline their workflow, but also really facilitating a smoother transition of code from development to production. And that ops teams have the stuff they need to do that. All right, some of these better practices thinking about here. Make sure you have the right tools, equip teams with those right tools, put them in place, cross-functional teams that include roles with diverse expertise, establish robust feedback mechanisms. That's an important piece of DevOps and DevX together. And then automate away a lot of those repetitive and manual tasks wherever possible. And then make sure that your team members have the opportunities to learn and grow and opportunity to fail. Put in place those guardrails so that if they have that failure, you can learn, you continue to learn and make better choices. So the level of investment that a company makes in developer experience really is a reflection of the values they have towards their employees, largely. So a strong focus on developer experience shows a commitment to the well-being and efficiency of your employees. Prioritizing that really helps that culture really to take place that we want to have within DevOps itself. And when that happens, you're more likely to produce high-quality work. And when you're producing more high-quality work and pushing a lot of those boundaries of what could be possible, you are going to be happier at what you're doing and enjoying that work. So leave you with this. The way I really want to think about DevX or DevXOps or DevOpsX, whatever we want to call it from here on out, is really ruthlessly eliminating any barrier and blocker that keeps your practitioners from being successful. And with that, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, quick reminder, if you have any questions, please use Slido. I already saw a wonderful one coming in. We have a talk right after this about productivity, developer productivity being waste. So I'm curious, maybe there'll be more questions after both of those. You've listened to both of those talks?
Debate them on lunch.
Interesting. Or in open spaces. All right, so like the first question that I want to cover is, what will DevX look like in 10 years? Will it be XDev? I mean, you were workshopping some acronyms, so.
Yeah. I think, interesting piece around AI. I mean, I think that's the obvious kind of thinking here, AI, ML, how that is going to influence that. I think that's going to be interesting. Some of the deterministic ways that we develop, and I think the important piece is keeping the experience in place. If you're not checking the code that AI is putting out there, and you're just kind of throwing it, hoping that it's all going to work out, you're not going to create a great experience. You're going to have issues, and we've already seen that repeated. So I think that's one of the things that I think we'll see change, for good or bad.
We'll find out. All right, next question. Is it clear how DevOpsX tools like IDEs and CI/CD pipelines drive developer productivity? Question mark. Do we have any data on how a lack of these tools would lead to dev churn?
Actually, we do. There's a number of different frameworks out there. There's a space framework that I think Microsoft has helped kind of push. Google has the DORA report that's been long-standing. We have a lot of data, and to there, definitely stop by the Google table in there to talk about that. There's been a number of reports, State of DevOps itself has talked about these things, that you're more productive, less errors, better testing, long range of things, that if you're using CI/CD, you're using better tooling that helps put those, a lot of those checks and balances in place, helps you be more productive. So definitely I would check those out. And come talk to me if you're not familiar with those.
Cool, let's see if we do one more. All right, a lot of developers still prefer editors like Emacs or Vim. Did DevX in that regard really improve? Question mark.
Great question. I don't have a good answer for that. I think you're using, I do have an answer. You're using what works for you. And I think that's important. It does not mean, I think the little tongue-in-cheek with some of the history is that it's just because things are more graphical or have more plugins does not mean that it's better for everybody. So using what is best for you and in your process and your culture and all that within your organization, do it. It doesn't have to be the same as everybody else. So.
Excellent. Let's give it up for Jeremy one more time. Cool. We want to do a shout out to a couple more sponsors. So if the sponsors can join me on stage for their 1 minute of fame. And then if you want more time with our sponsors, you know where to find them, right? Let's get your slides up first. And let me get my stopwatch ready. That one, yeah.
It's the right one.
Yeah, the order is a little different. It keeps you on your toes, Daniel.
Check, check.
Let's go.
Hello, Amsterdam. So we are Exoscale, a Swiss-made, European-based public cloud provider, and we actually keep your data safe from the US Cloud Act. Woo! So our platform is a bit like a Swiss Swatch. It's simple, but high quality and reliable. No. So We're also proud to be able to call us an independent cloud provider because we're completely based on open source. And while we do take care about all the complexity of infrastructure operation, you can actually take care about where it matters in DevOps and your application stack. For the prices, we have affordable prices as well as predictable prices, so you don't have any kind of bad surprise at the end of the month. And we deliver our services from 7 data centers in Europe. Visit our booth. We do have some plushies as long as the supply lasts, so be fast. Thank you. 1 second over?
Yeah. It's quick. It's quick. It's long and it's quick. Sure.
Hello. Hi everyone. This is Mete from AppCircle. AppCircle is a mobile CI/CD platform. So when it comes to the CI/CD, probably you know everything. But this is specifically for mobile projects, for iOS and Android. And I already met with many people here. And I asked, do you know anything about the mobile project? They say generally no. That's a good thing, by the way, because it's a proof that the market needs something like this. Because when it comes to the mobile, I know that you DevOps people are not, aware of a lot of things about the iOS projects and Android projects. So that's why we are here. What you can do with the AppCircle, you can build your application. We give you a clean, isolated macOS instance where you can build your binaries. You can create your testing packages. You can distribute them to the QA groups. And also, you can publish your application to the end users, to the Google Play and the App Store. And also, you can make some internal distributions to the enterprise grade. You can manage your also... Already done? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nobody told me that. Don't get hard.
Is this working? Sounds like it is. Good morning, everyone. My name's Leonardo. I work for Devoteam, and I'm here today to share some insights into who we are, what we do, and why I think we're a cool place to work. So Devoteam is a cloud-native consultancy, and we focus on delivering the latest and greatest technologies and solutions to our clients. We've partnered up with all the major providers in the Netherlands, and as a result, we're able to offer impartial advice on a wide range of different technologies and development methods to help optimize and enhance any cloud environment. Now, I've been working here for just about 18 months now, and I can truly say there's never really been a boring day at Devoteam. We're ambitious in our goals as a company, we have an open working culture, and most importantly, there's plenty of different activities to be involved in here. Whether that's our internal projects like Open Dora, currently on showcase at our stand, whether that's our groups like Young Devoteam, the Runners Club, or my personal favorite, the Barbecue Club, or simply, have we already done? Well, come check out our booth, everybody.
Is it now? Yeah, it is. It was on mute. Hi, my name is Daniel, and I am a metric-obsessed engineer, right? I measure all the things, how I sleep, how I eat, how I use energy at home. And hopefully, in the next talk, Koti will help me get out of this rabbit hole of metrics. and hopefully, I will be a little bit less obsessed. Take it away. Big round of applause.
Let's see. All right. Well, hello. I usually like to avoid having meta commentary, if there's a recording, because that's a little weird. You got to do that little t equals some seconds for the recording. But this has been some great talks, and it's always nice to be here at Devopsdays. I really appreciate it. So far, if the rest of the talks are good, even if mine's terrible, you'll have a good time from the two that you've had. So what I want to go over, and I assure you, we didn't plan coordinate ahead of time, the previous talk and I, but it's great, because that gives you kind of a tools look at what things are, definitional. It was really nice to look at. And what I want to focus on is, this started off as like talking about metrics and things like that. I don't know if you read the same thing I do, but there was a great nerd fight last fall when McKinsey came out with this developer productivity metrics thing, which spawned all sorts of discussion. It wasn't as good as, I think it was maybe the 2012 bimodal IT discussion. Maybe that was 2009, which is fantastic, very choice. You should look that up if you haven't read it. It's a good, I don't think anyone who was saying bimodal was bad paid the $5,000 for the Gartner PDF, but that shouldn't make you think it was not good. Good stuff. So this is a little bit of an evolution of what was going on way back then. But I think it's also thinking about, like, what are we going to do in this era of DevOps? How can we prepare for it? I like the idea of DevOps X. That kind of has a nice feel to it. Now, the first thing when you're thinking about developer productivity and metrics that I think is, that you want to know is you just want to know which metrics to use, right? You're like, I don't know, do I really need to sit through 20 more minutes of this nonsense? Can you just tell me which metrics that I should be using? Now, of course, all the thought leaders and the masters are going to tell you you're a terrible person and you shouldn't be asking for metrics, which is what the rest of the talk will be like, so you can say, I'm not a terrible person. But let me give you the answers, right? Now, as I covered, it depends, right? Now, whenever I encounter it depends, I'm like, how much is this consulting bill going to be, right? Like, I want to know, like, why don't you just give me the answers? Like, let's go over it. But it is true, as I'll get into. It's very genuine that, like, it's hard to apply lots of these metrics perfectly the first time. And especially since I imagine a lot of you are lower down the hierarchy, you got to be really careful about just going in with some metrics that may have, is it retributive sort of actions based on not really analyzing the it depends much. Now, ideally, nonprofits and governments aside, but you can kind of substitute in there. What you would like with metrics is as direct connection to money as possible, right? You want to say, am I being productive? Here's how much money I helped you make, right? Now, it's a little dangerous to say, here's how much money I saved, because that usually means here's how many people I got rid of. But somehow you want to connect what you're doing to the actual outcomes, as we say in the business, the value, like these sorts of things. But I think the problem with software is, especially in what I would call, in a good way, normal companies, enterprises, I'll say, to bring that word up, the connection between the business and the IT shop, those people in the poorly lit, out-of-date sort of facilities, they're probably using, like, old machines that are 6 years old because their refresh cycle is out of date. You can kind of see that they're not really valued and thought about as contributing to the business so much. So that connection is very tenuous and difficult to make. And so instead, we come up with a series of other metrics. And this is kind of an overview. There's another one that I'll get to later, but this is probably the last 2-3 years or so. If I could read that tiny type, I could tell you. But what we've really evolved from is this nice sort of it depends sort of situation where it depends, and here are the frameworks that will help you no pun intended, it'll help you figure out what your depends are. Like, it will ask you kind of a series of questions, kind of have you look at what you think productivity and how it applies, and eventually you'll kind of go down to one. And I'm going to very much so simplify it. And really, the kind of state-of-the-art in developer productivity is like, are your developers happy? And if you can say yes to that, chances are they've got good productivity, right? That's sort of, again, I'm no academic, I just read PDFs. But like, that's sort of what a lot of this amounts to, which is great, right? Like, and it intuitively makes sense. The other way I think about it, back when I was a developer, is like, just stop interrupting me. Right? Like, that's a lot of developer productivity as well. But I would encourage you to look at these, right? And think of them as almost sensing mechanisms for coming up with what the metrics will be and the answer to what it depends is. And the second thing to give you the answers, just what to do, that I'm going to build up to, is I think what I've observed over however many years, it's good not to remember how many years, is that when organizations are talking about developer productivity, they're not so interested in what, I don't know if you kids still use these terms, they're not really interested in the inner loop, what developers are doing when their fingers are on the keyboard, or what apparently, like, AI is going to replace at some point. If you're interested in another career that involves not coding, I could give you my tips on doing that. I had a similar thing in the 2000s. Anyways, not really the inner loop, but more of what happens around the application cycle, getting your code into production, going through all the governance, all of those sorts of things. And one of my theories is that, like, if you focus on that a lot more, you probably won't really so much care about developer productivity, but you'll improve why you care about developer productivity, which is more about release cycles and getting features out and all sorts of things like that. So before that, this is me, as you can tell. I usually wear that shirt, but my dog got very nervous and ripped a big hole in it, which is unfortunate. So my run on that shirt has run out. But I've been really lucky for, I don't know, the past 10 years, and then many years before that, to work at Pivotal and now then VMware, and now as we call it, VMware Tanzu by Broadcom. Which is great. But I've had the chance to write lots of books and do lots of podcast stuff. I was an analyst. All sorts of nonsense like that. You should, you know, as a friend of many of us here likes to say, engage with my brand. And I won't show you my various hair configurations because it's been the same forever, which I stress out about. You ever notice when you were younger, you were like, what's up with all the old people in the same hair all the time? And now I think I've become that. So if you're worried about developer productivity and metrics, the first very important thing to do is to ask, who's asking, right? As I've kind of alluded to. And this is not the most important thing. I don't like to rank things, but it's definitely top 3. And it's really going to let you narrow down to what you would do out of all the possible things. Now, in my view, right, in normal organizations and enterprises, and probably for the purposes of doing this, you know, the person who's asking is usually this guy, right? Or gal, or non-identifying fantastic hair person. And, you know, what you kind of need to understand from them is they're the ones who are responsible for the success of the business, right, or the organization. Now, again, if you're in a nonprofit thing, it might be the success of satisfying our citizens' needs and renewing their passports with minimal impact, and you know, so forth and so on, and not showing up in front of Parliament or Congress to answer why things went wrong. But whatever those motivations are, the bosses, if you will, they're the ones who are first going to be looking at productivity and very interested in it. Now, there's great reasons why they would be interested, and I'm going to shift into the commercial area. Hopefully, competition isn't something that you have your governments doing too much. That tends to not go very well. But generally, you might have competition in the industry you're in, right? So like we had Bowl up here earlier, which is like, you know, well, here's a joke. How do you know if an American's an expat? Because they tell you. And so when I moved here to the Amsterdam about 6 years ago, Amazon wasn't here at all because Bowl was here and they were great, right? Like, and they still are pretty great. They're very competitive, right? So from their perspective, the more they can get features out, the more their software drives things, the more they can succeed. Now, admittedly, Amazon's pretty good now. You order from Germany, which is great. Great thing about Europe is things just ship around really quick. It's kind of like ordering from Kentucky when I was back in Texas, I guess. So they're interested in shipping features, right? They're interested in getting parity with their competitors, being better than their competitors. And this, whatever, this really manifests as just like ship, right? Get features out. They're not really interested in like updating your Java VMs and things like that. So that's the way they're going to be measuring things and interested in. And then, of course, as I mentioned, they're interested in growth. They want to make more money, right? Like, as many of us probably do. And if you don't need the extra money, I'll be available after here with a large bag if you're satisfied with the amount you have. So they'll be interested in this, and they'll also be interested in how do we increase productivity in kind of a financial thing that if we want to enter a new market or do more business, can I just like get 10 more developers and I'm going to get better productivity, right? Or do I need to focus on making what I have productive? Do I need to do more with the same, right? And so this is the kind of thinking that went into the side of that nerd fight we didn't like, where managers of companies wanted to know how to program the system and get observability into how their software function was working. Now, of course, the reason that I would advise you to really think about your metrics is the other thing our white-toothed friend is thinking about is I don't really understand the connection between all of this stuff. I've got one thing I can do, and that is pay less, right? So when I'm managing the IT function that I have, this is why in regular companies you see a lot of IT under the CFO, because the CFO's job is to be like, how about I don't pay that much? I mean, I'm grossly simplifying it, but as perspective for IT, it's sort of like, how do I get what I need with the lowest cost? And think about, if it's like August and you're in Texas, which is very hot, you don't want to paint the outside of your house on your own, like my wife and I did a long time ago. You want to hire someone to do it. Do you hire the most expensive person because they're high quality and they've got like artisanal brushes and they've figured out like the perfect way to paint things and they've talked at conferences? No, you're going to hire like the cheapest or the second cheapest person, right? And it's the same kind of perspective that people will have. So, they're going to go through these things. And again, this is what causes a lot of problems is from their perspective, the way to control costs is people, right? So this is why they want to get down to individual developer productivity measurement. They want to know who are the underperformers that I can get rid of, who are the overperformers that I can retain, and if I'm really cool, maybe give more money, right? Like, so how do I kind of manage that flow of people? And as we know, measuring developer productivity is very difficult. That's the main idea I want you to take away. If anyone asks you about measuring developer productivity, don't tell them. It's only like an inward-facing thing that you want to focus on, unless you're in, what is it, the growth-oriented, I forget the door or 3 columns of success and doom, depending on which way you go. If you're in a cool place, talk about it all the time. And then, of course, I think it was called SPSS. I think if we were talking about Delphi and Turbo Pascal from that era, there was this idea of you can track these things to improve your own craft and get better, right? Like it's good to like keep up with those metrics, but that's more of an inward-facing thing that you have, which is great. You should do that, or not, right? But that's not really, as you can tell, what my concern is, right? I think the individual craftsperson, they can metric and do things on their own, and it'll be pretty much cool. So let's go over what developer productivity is, kind of dive into it some more. Well, to emphasize the point, it of course depends, right? Like, which I think is a very accurate answer, but not a helpful one, right? Like, it's not really going to like push you forward into doing things. So just, thankfully, one of the great outcomes of this this nerd fight was Kent Beck wrote a 2-series reply in the is it the software engineering newsletter? I should meet that guy. He lives here, and our wives kind of know each other. But like, thinking about productivity in any area is basically like the amount of effort I put in, the outcome that I get, and can I lessen this as much as possible, right? And how much of that productivity will be? That could be cost, time, friction. And the way you measure this, right, it's not just output, but it's really like, if you'll forgive the marketing terms, it's the impact. It's the value to the customer, the money that you make, the time you reduce that passport renewal, whatever it may be, right? So that's your basic framework for productivity. And then if you apply that to application development, right, it's all about this cycle that the Bull people kind of that went over in one of their slides, that kind of product management cycle is what's a problem or an idea, how do we how do we implement it, how do we design it, how do we code it, how do we test it, then we got to get it out to the users, and this part is the part, when I was a programmer, we didn't do. We only monitored when people were suffering with bug reports, but you actually monitor the people using it and see if behavior has changed, and then you say, is that good or bad behavior? Right? And this is kind of the productivity cycle that we have in software, right? You're putting things out there, you've got to see if you get the outcome that you wanted, and maybe cost, right? Like, but the productivity you're kind of getting through here is like, are we actually making a difference, right? And so that's a good thing to start paying attention to of what you end up tracking with a lot of positive metrics. So in an it depends situation, what you end up doing is you're going to a buffet or a cafeteria, right? Or one of those places where I guess nowadays there's those hot pot places where you've got all these ingredients and you can pick from the metrics and you throw them together and you can cook them yourselves and feel a little weird the next day. But similar experience for metrics probably. So let's go a little bit more into what these metrics are, kind of a history of them, if you will. So all of us here, we probably know the DORA metrics. There's 4 of them, right? And these are a good way of measuring that sort of like impact and outcome, right? These are sort of like, depending on the values you have, some of the ideal states that you'll be in. But they don't necessarily tell you about the productivity of what developers' activities are. They tell you if the machine, if the factory is operating well, right? And they tell you all sorts of other things. We're here to DevOps Days. I'm sure y'all have read the Accelerate book 5 times and got lots of bookmarks and things like that. But they're great from that perspective, right? But more, as I was saying, more of what thinking about developer productivity and metrics has evolved into is looking at the activities as much as that's kind of disliked of what developers are doing, but looking at it with respect to sort of like their day-to-day work, the flow that they have, the way they're thinking about things. And as you can see, these are just a sample from the space framework. But it really starts getting to the point that here's all these kind of attributes that we can monitor, including the sort of well-being and the mental niceness, the kind of like, you know, mid-era DevOps vibe that we had before we went into the observability era. But all your sort of cultural stuff, right? And it's a great framework for kind of, again, like buffeting that stuff out. Now, more recently, I'm going to call it the DevX framework. I don't know if it has a title, but from that same group, that came out. And again, it's this buffet, if you will, that you can go to. And what it's trying to get at, as I was saying earlier, is that we know when we look at it what a hygienic, well-running software factory looks like. And what that looks like is this flow through it, right? And what it also looks like is people are happy, right? Or satisfied, depending on, you know, how nuanced you want to be with what they're doing. And so it almost starts with what makes people happy, what kind of environment do you set up to encourage this flow, and therefore what metrics are we going to monitor that kind of instrument that factory that we have, right? And then that gets into all of the tools and the way that you start fixing things. Now, there's another area, another group of metrics. I just first heard about it, Monktoberfest last year. From Kat Hicks and friends. They're at Pluralsight, of all places. They picked up the great marketing advantage of the DevOps report, where they're like, what if we contextualize the market we're working in by doing some academic work in here? And think of the leads. And they actually have a very similar sort of study across multiple papers of how you kind of figure out that thriving that you want your developers to have, and kind of all of the little attributes around it. So those are some good buffets for you to go look at. I think they're quite useful for sorting things out. So getting to the tools that you might use, right? And by tools, I don't mean like the excellent overview we saw of the configuration things, the IDEs, those kind of the paintbrushes, to use my old analogy. But these are more those things kind of in the outer loop, if you will, as I was getting to. And the first thing, and you know, I keep referencing it because it was great, but if you think about like what the bold people were talking about, product managing your factory, right? That loop. And the thing about product managing is it's good to know your customer and what they're doing. Otherwise, you're just making stuff up, which is nice for like poets and fiction writing, but not really great for sort of engineering sorts of things. So really, I think the state of the art of figuring out what your developers are up to, again, in a large organization with hundreds and hundreds of developers, if you've just got like a handful, you just go have a 90-minute lunch with them and sort it out, which is probably fun. But really, it's just sending surveys out. And this is a survey that we used at Pivotal Labs, now Tanzu Labs VMware by Broadcom or something. And I worked with them a couple years ago to make it free. I think there's a CSV you can download, or whatever. You can copy and paste stuff. But if you look over it, maybe you can read it on the big screen here. But it's asking about tools usage and sentiment, and about how long builds take, all of these attributes that were in our buffet, right? And what you want to do with a survey like this, again, you think about that loop of like, we deploy a solution and then we need to actually monitor it, is you send it out initially, and then depending on what period you want, maybe you send it out in a month, maybe a quarter. And what you're doing there is you've got that kind of instrumentation. You can see if you're improving things, right? Like you want the bad things to go down. Otherwise, you need to try again, right? And so having this kind of input about how is the productivity going based on attributes like this gives you that good sort of feedback loop, that sense of what to do. Now, there's all sorts of other surveys, but there's that one. This is the one that I have on the slide. But there's also some reasoning behind it and things like that, as well as the other ones. So the other thing on that outer loop, and I always feel a little ridiculous bringing this up at, I don't know, I kind of count the start of DevOps, and I think it was 2008 or 2009 with the Agile infrastructure presentation from Andrew Schaefer, or Andrew Clay Schaefer, as he fancies himself nowadays. And, because of course we all have configuration, we all have continuous integration and continuous delivery or deployment, I don't know, whatever, in place. But if you don't have that in place, right, then your productivity is going to be a little weird, right? Now, just as a refresher, this is kind of what we're talking about. I'll probably say pipeline after this, right? But I think more or less what we figured out, and this is why I think paying attention to this outer loop, I don't like those phrases, but they're pretty good, is important, is in each of these boxes, especially the developer box, I think they kind of know what they're doing. They're really optimized. Now, you could say they're locally optimized, or you could say they know what they're doing, right, in their domain. Things work really well, but of course, as we all know, we might as well shout out praises and acknowledgments. It's those lines between that where really all the problems are, right? The wait times, the dependencies, the passing authority over. This time of year, if you're in Europe, you're nothing's happening until September. So we might as well just forget about the velocity of releasing things to get past the architectural board. You've got to schedule meetings, all that kind of nonsense, get your security stuff set up. And so having these kind of pipelines in place and automating them, as we've known, and I'm sure as everyone here does, is extremely important for actually having productivity, right? And you know the history. I think I looked this up, especially for this presentation, and I think Grady Booch, if you remember him, he wears a lot of Hawaiian shirts nowadays, which fantastic. I think maybe in 1994, he had his object orientation book. I think I read that book when I was 17, and I feel like I was hazed by my fellow programmers for reading through that. And then I did object-oriented Perl, which is super weird in retrospect. But so he kind of wrote about this idea that we should do continuous integration because it'd be great. Then, of course, XP comes out in 1989. I don't know if they got 15 or 20 or 10 sort of principles. And that also has continuous integration. Then we had the lovely ThoughtWorks people, as always, going from radar to implementation at breakneck speed. They had cruise control. Then we had Hudson, then Jenkins. And then, of course, the bimodal IT sort of nerd fight represented there by a fantastic book. And then, as if to say, you can't apply this to everywhere. This guy, Gary Groover, who was working at HP at the time, was like, I do the firmware for printers, and I can do CI/CD for that. And it took him about a year or so, but he wrote that up there. And so you can pretty much do this for any sort of thing, as I'm sure many of you are doing. But when you talk with your peers after this conference, and they're sort of upset, and they're like, our productivity's not so good, maybe you can be empathetic for them based on this kind of charts that I've been looking at. Now, this is from the State of Agile report. Sadly, they stopped asking this question, and it's gone a little more, when you get, we do this too, but when you get a survey that's in landscape, you're like, I don't know, is this what's going on here? But they've gotten a little, they kind of removed some of this question from it. But you can see I collected it up to 2021. And, surveys, blah, 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 they can be good, bad, whatever. But what I like about this one is that it's many, many years, right? And what you see is the green tells you continuous delivery or deployment or whatever. Someone smarter than me can tell you the difference between those two. And the blue is just let's say, automating your build and your test, right? And what's remarkable here, you could almost remove the numbers from it and say, the worst thing is that it's flat. And so we're not necessarily improving as an industry, right? We're not somehow getting better, which maybe is why we're still here having DevOps days. When we get this up to, I don't know, 75, 80%, maybe we can just shut it down, and we'll have solved the problem. But they did stop that in 2021. But thankfully, thanks to the largesse of the Linux Foundation, the CD Foundation picked up the slack here. And again, surveys, don't worry about the transition of the numbers, but you can see over the years, there's still a small amount of people that are actually doing CI/CD that are not really improving over time. And just to emphasize this point, I always I like to do a little chart education at least once in my talks. Here's a tip. If you want to emphasize something, do a 100% chart instead of just a bar chart, and then just go crazy with the colors. But here what I've done is, never mind people doing CI, what's the percentage of people not doing it, right? And again, this is probably, what year are we in? You are probably the 29% of people who do it. Congratulations, that's good. But there's a lot of people who are just not automating their build and their test, right? Which is like ridiculous. So all this effort you're gonna spend on like developer productivity, you're gonna have this great box of productivity, and then this, right? Like it's just gonna kind of languish and sit around somewhere. So that's why I start to think about the box that you have around things. The outer loop is important as well. Now, then also, especially for a DevOps crowd, right? Like, we probably know what a platform is. But this is a similar area where if you look at those lines between the boxes, you have a lot of issues, right? Now, thankfully, there's this reference architecture from the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, the CNCF software factory, that kind of defines what a platform is, which is great. Because then all of us vendors doing 1-minute pitches, we don't have to give you a vendor pitch about what a platform is. We can be like that, and it's wholesome and good and true. Right? But all of us platform people, we pretty much do this. We just don't use Easter colors for things. But these platforms, people are building these out all the time, right? And that becomes quite the issue. You spend a lot of time on that. And it's not only the time you spend building it, but it's the variation that you have across your hundreds of developer teams using things, right? And, this sort of like was a thrilling moment that we had in the past 5 years, right? Where we were like, let's strip down all this stuff. All the way down from the platform as a service and the platforms that we had. And let's just build it all the way back up, right? And this has really pulled in a lot of, time building this stuff out. But I think we've emerged from building up from the Kubernetes layer. And now, if we want to focus on improving that kind of flow through the factory, we've got to really address this issue that's persisted for a while, which is like, you weren't really meant to use this Kubernetes stuff, application developers, or maybe even DevOps people. It's kind of unclear over the years what the thought leaders of the Kubernetes community have thought. Although there are some pretty clear statements here and there. But it's this idea of, if we keep building all these platforms, instead of using more standard ones, whether they're open source based or whatever, and even worse, if we have 5, 10, 20 platforms in our organization, you're going to end up having all sorts of issues. Those lines between the boxes will elongate, right? And you see this in a survey we just came out with. We've done like a state of Kubernetes survey for about 5 or 6 years, depending on how you count it. And you can see that the more platforms you have, we only ask 4 or more, but the more platforms you have, the more issues that you have, right? And again, it's, anyone who works in infrastructure, that like the more different types, the more variations and variability you have, the more annoying it is, right? Like you've got a context switch between these different things, you have to understand them, and then also you add in the, I can never remember the difference between a combination and a permutation, because, I'm a liberal arts person, but like, you also bring in all the different development teams using all these different platforms and these different tools, and you're in a mess, right? And so you want to go down to as few platforms as possible. And I think that comes back to the point about developer productivity, right? The tools are important. Of course, you want to go to the buffet, figure out what metrics make sense for your organization so you can talk about the impact that you've achieved. You want to have that inward looking, how am I doing? What's my health assessment for stuff? But then think about the bigger picture, right? Like make the grand first generation DevOps move, which is like, it's the end-to-end process, right? That's really what we're here to solve. But always pull back to that and ask, am I that, was it 68% of people who don't automate their build, or the 29%? I don't think those numbers add up. But we can roll back the tape and look. And really think about like how you can focus on that outer loop part. And just as another endorsement, I think what the Bold people went over today was great. Like what I really like there is they said not only product management, but they were like design, which blows people's minds. They're like, how would I get a designer working with the infrastructure people, right? And the operations people. But that's really what I've seen over the years is if you've got engineers, product manager, and design people, you really get this, you kind of engage in building up that nice outer loop. So then finally, just 2 things. these are the people, I'm sure there's others, but these are the people I read and listen to the most about developer productivity. They've got a great newsletter there. They also have a great series of YouTube videos. If you're in marketing like I am, I'm thinking of awarding them, I think last year I don't know, I'm thinking of awarding them Best Thought Leadership Marketing Campaign of the Year, because they're really cornering this developer productivity conversation. And I mean that in a good way, and also a snarky way. But genuinely, like if you follow what they're doing, you'll get a good sense about the evolution of developer productivity and then metrics. And then, of course, if you're interested in not doing ridiculous platforming, we have many fine pre-shaved yaks at VMware Tanzu by Broadcom, which I would endorse. You can check those out. And with that, thanks for having me. It was nice to see everyone and present here. I appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
So we did get a few questions in. Let's start by, if we have to focus on the outside loop, how do you feel about Scrum activities that distract us all the time?
Well, I'm surprised they didn't say like scale or something. I mean, I think I used to be a Scrum Master in 2004. I was very excited about it. It's actually the first rec I got in with my brand new 2003 Volvo S80 T6. And I was so excited to get that Scrum book and get home and read it that I backed up in the parking lot of the Barnes & Noble by the Arboretum there in Austin, and I dented my car. So I think there's great ideas in Scrum, right? And again, you want to get to that it depends thing and start tracking, is this working? Is this a good use of my time? Like, does it make sense to have all of these meetings? And again, that's the accurate answer, but it's not very useful. But I wouldn't universally go through and say, like, these activities are bad. I would see if they're working for you, and if they're not, either avoid them if you have no control or try to end them if you do.
Okay, and then the next one, in the same context, how do we make sure that the knowledge sharing stays up to par, right? If we look at the outside loop.
How do you have the knowledge sharing? Well, I think, I mean, again, I think the one of the things that the bold people brought up that I think is an underappreciated thing of internal developer portals, or whatever you want to call it, platform engineering, is like, let's finally get that knowledge base thing right. Don't say knowledge base, because then you're going to think about the rational unified process and ITEL and stuff. But like, what if we make it easy to discover stuff? Like, let's look at how easy it is to discover something on the public internet. Like, I don't think people complain about that generally. You can find whatever you want, and figure out how we get that in whatever our private network is, right? Like, what's the difference that we have there? And I don't know, it's another it depends answer, but just like sort of work on and prioritize the findability, the discoverability of what you have. And then the other issue is just like, you know, no one wants to write documentation. That's not very enjoyable, but you got to work on that.
And then the last one is, if you talk about CD, do you then talk about continuous delivery or continuous deployment?
Oh, this is like asking me to define lead time versus cycle time. And I'm like, I don't know, I just want the software. Like, I don't really care. Like, how long does it take for me to like have a better user experience? And let me put it some way, is like, you should discover what those things mean for you. And make sure that they fit into the way that you want to operate and what allows you to excel. You don't want to hear from me. I just make slides. And so like, it's not going to be useful for me to define it for you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Sure. Thank you.
We now have lunch outside, but make sure that we are back in this room by 1 p.m. So that we can continue our afternoon schedule on time. Enjoy lunch. Yeah.
All right, welcome back. for yet another interview here at DevOps Days Amsterdam 2024. This time I'm joined by Michael Cote. And I hear you're a local, is that correct?
That's right. I moved here like 6 years ago, maybe 7 come August, I don't know. Whenever 2015 was. I don't like to do math in public.
No, it's a while.
No, not 2015, 2018. See, I've broken my rule. There you go.
And have you done a DevOps Days here in Amsterdam before? I assume?
Yeah. I think I've been to 3 or 4. I don't really know of them. I saw a picture the other day where I had a purple bathrobe with lettering about DevOps Days. So I forget when that was.
That's a while ago.
Yeah.
I don't even remember when that was.
That's before DevOps was killed by platform engineering.
Oh, geez.
It was the height.
Are we diving in that quickly?
It's just a marker in time.
Okay, talk to me about platform engineering.
Well, back when, I think this was 2 years ago, when the platform engineering crew killed off DevOps, I really wanted to figure out what it was. And I think, there's an older concept of platform as a product that basically means, I'm giving it all short shrift to be silly, but it's sort of like DevOps, but with a product manager. And that seems cool, right? Like to actually have think about your developers as customers and whatever method you want to follow, but to cultivate a backlog and maybe to have I always wonder if you actually need weekly releases for a platform, but really just paying attention to the application developers and focusing on what they would do. And I guess that makes sense. If DevOps solved the, we need to stop having production fail, and then all the other stuff, then eventually you get back to just so what do the developers need? And so that's nice. That's generally what I think of platform engineering as. But just like DevOps came in and renamed things, I think I was a little, as they say, got my dander up about it for about a year or so, because I work in marketing too, and it's also kind of like a annoying sort of marketing move to have been done, to use the passive voice. But I think it actually, when you snowball or whatever, mudball it together, that's helpful to marry these two things together.
It is in a sense, because it helps people sell stuff, I guess.
Well, sure. And if it's being sold, hopefully it's being used, which means it also gets an actual application. So there's that.
There is that. So looking back at DevOps and DevOps Day specifically, we have all of these new terms. We have platform engineering. We have developer experience.
Oh, yeah.
We had SRE for a little while. What do you make of that? Is DevOps still a thing? Are we the old guys now? What's happening?
Well, I certainly feel like the old guys. It's which is good, because I remember when I was a young guy, I was like, those old guys are annoying. So I need to not do that.
But they did Novell. That was different.
They did Novell. That's right. Novell, and then ITEL and Safe and all of that stuff that us young DevOpsers made fun of. And bimodal IT. I was just talking with a Gartner person about that the other day. Remember that nerd fight? That was fantastic.
It was.
I think a lot of these things, the way I think about it is, DevOps is I'll use all the old terms. It's more like a culture, if you will. And I think each of these things that have come in is this true? Typically, they're a lot more, I mean this in the best of all possible way, they're a lot more tool and activity centric, right? And early on, DevOps was very tool and activity centric. It was all about let's get over, I even forget blade logic and opsware. We don't like those, so let's automate everything. And then, et cetera, so forth and so on, right? But eventually we kind of shifted into it's all about culture, which is cool. That was filling a hole as well. And I think you see SRE coming in to basically be let's take the A and SLA and put an O in there and have contract negotiations, so to speak, and really figure out the tooling that we have to deliver on a lot of those DevOps things. And then, of course, DevX, developer experience. That comes in, again, to push the DevOps people closer to the whole point of this is running custom written applications. So that, right? So let's pay attention to that. And I think there was a lot of people. I keep saying us and we. I haven't actually programmed since 2005, but I've been involved in this ongoing community, and I think there was a lot of us who were trying to kind of get closer to I mean, really, just like we should automate the build and consolidate down to like single platforms instead of having application developers build platforms. And it's sort of like we all get like we should be friendly with each other and treat each other like humans. Again, I'm being snarky about it, but like all these things that are good, great even. But now, we also need to get to tools, and I think a lot of that has been at least. I mean, what is it? What's the bias? All you see is what's in front of you. Like, so there's that bias that I have. But I think over, would we say over a decade? Whenever you put the start of DevOps stuff, like it's usually been focused a lot on tech companies. And I've talked with, let's call them enterprises, because that has all sorts of good stuff wrapped around it, like genuine and also silly. Like in enterprises, I think every year throughout that time, we've probably all had the same conversation of like, how do we put DevOps in place, right? So large enterprises are always struggling to like get to DevOps. And so I think all these things that have been going on have been these attempts to over and over again not start from the beginning, but like have different approaches and fill in the gaps and just kind of like evolve that and get it put into place.
Well, and that's what I see happening too, is a lot of organizations, jump on the bandwagon of DevOps, of platform engineering, of whatever other TLA we can think of, and then, I don't know, 3 quarters through, they realize this is much more difficult than we anticipated.
For sure.
Because these organizations, they don't care about the 3-letter acronyms that we all think of on a weekly basis. They care about, basically one thing, which is get more value quicker or better.
Absolutely.
Like, they only care about flow. In whatever way they need to get there, they're going to try and get there.
Yeah.
Which I think is helpful because it makes our job, a little bit easier because we can focus on the things that actually matter to them, but also incredibly difficult because how do you get there? How do you help organizations like that, the big enterprises, actually do the thing instead of continue to talk about DevOps and not really do DevOps?
That's a good point.
Or platform engineering, or DevX, or like how do you get there with organizations?
Yeah, well, I think you hit on the first hurdle, which I think, and this is why it's difficult to go from like excellence in tech companies to excellence in enterprises. And that is like, in a tech company, the connection between ops people and developers and making money is like infinitesimal, right? Like you often like know exactly the activities developers are doing that generates whatever your goal is. If you're a startup, you want to raise up your valuation regardless of like your spin so that you get a good exit and things like that. Or if you're in a tech company that's already public or has to generate things, you want to say like we've got growth, et cetera, or we've reduced costs. And there's almost, obviously it's not this simple, but when you work in a tech company, people know how software works, hopefully. And so like, analogously, like if I was a car manufacturer and I went into the factory and the machines were rusting, I would be like, this is a problem, right? But as you know, if you go visit the, not so much anymore, but you go visit the offices that operations and developers are in, it's rusty, just like literally. And it's, dark and they have weird lighting. And so like getting over that sort of not thinking about the IT department as like something that is vital and contributes to the business is very difficult, right? And like as I'm sure lots of people have encountered, like that's kind of the first thing that you encounter is just like, how do you prove value of anything? And if you're in that situation, the only number that you can report back is the cost. And then so, if all you have in front of you as a manager is cost, all you're going to do is want to reduce it, right? So there's that hurdle to get over. But I think what you have to do is just like show people that connection, right? Because otherwise, think about it. Like if you need, I don't know, if you need to like paint your house, like you sort of care about quality, but you more or less think about people painting your house as a commodity, right? Like you're more interested in, you're going to get multiple bids, probably go with the cheapest one.
Well, the second cheapest.
Sure.
Always.
However, if you have a good recommendation from a friend who had this painter, and they're not the most expensive one, that's
And
probably
they can get it done
right.
somewhere
And it
this
fits
year.
into your schedule exactly. I mean, cost, schedule, quality,
Yeah.
like the three things of IT. So I think somehow you've got to like connect to the business side. And I think what's great about what the DevOps community, the to some extent the SRE community, that's a little more internal focused. But the SRE people, and then a lot of what you see from the DevX people, all your kind of evolving Dora into space and the DevX experience and all of that. Like, I think they're doing a good job raising awareness of, you were mentioning it, like basically like flow, right? Having that engine, that factory, I think they're starting to be able to explain to people outside of the DevOps world, like why you don't want a rusty factory. And hopefully that'll work. Or maybe not for our business, because then we can keep talking about it.
It'll work, and this is a cynic in me talking. It'll work until the next big thing comes along where a lot of marketing dollars are being spent.
Sure.
And then we'll chase that unicorn.
And I think our job, I mean, I've worked in marketing now almost for 10 years, but I think our job on the genuine side, not that marketing is just genuine, but on the community side is to like make sure that when it starts over again, it's like, N+1, like that we're kind of building on what's already there. And I think a lot of what's going on in the like DevX and developer productivity metric stuff, it's probably doing pretty good. And I think it'll kind of like have the floor raised up a little bit more next time, which will be nice.
Yeah, well, I agree. So let's take that back into DevOps days. What are you hoping to learn? What are you hoping to get out of it? Is there anything that excites you in the program this year?
Yeah, well, what I'm always looking for is, stories from those big enterprises, and then so that's the first thing, and then also it's just good to like see kind of the evolution in the current state of existing ideas to see if there's anything new and interesting there. But like, I mean, I'm sure like a lot of people, like really what I look forward to is just like talking to old work friends, friends in the industry and catching up with them. But yeah, I mean, especially like with something like a DevOps Days, like what's one of the many things that's great about it is like the regionalness of it, right? Like there's not a lot of regional conferences in such volume that have, let's call it, active is the wrong word, but sort of like...
It has some kind of critical mass.
Yeah, exactly. And also like a chatty community around it, right? Like it's a lot, I go to a lot of other types of conferences, especially I go to a lot of developer conferences, and they're like, people are always a little like, they walk around like this and they don't really engage quite as much. I don't know, maybe it's because I don't try. But I feel like at DevOps Days DevOps Days whatever that you go to, like people are very into like talking and they're a lot more engaging. And I think it's, again, because it's, it's reached that critical mass of things. So I don't know, that's what I generally look forward to. Plus, it's better than working.
That is true, and I think that's a great way to end this interview. I want to thank you for being here.
Of course.
I wish you all the best not working the next couple days. Enjoy.
That's right.
And we'll see you in the next interview here on the live stream for DevOps Days Amsterdam 2024. All right, welcome back, DevOps Days Amsterdam 2024. This time I'm joined by Jeremy Meis. Welcome to the studio.
Glad to be here.
So first question, let me give you a softball, like an easy one. What brings you to DevOps Days?
DevOps Days Amsterdam has been on that list for quite a few years.
This is not your first one.
This is not my first DevOps Days Amsterdam. So I'm fresh for it. It's, I was here, this is only my second trip to Amsterdam, or outside the airport. I've been through the airport many times. But
doesn't count.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. But yeah, no, I think Devopsdays Amsterdam is just stuck in my head as the one really want to get to. Not only the people, I know a lot of the people that attend and that help organize, and a lot of the companies that tend to be here, a lot of the speakers. But I think just what I love about DevOps Days in general, I think is even amplified with Amsterdam, is just the sense of community, the sense of let's come together with a common purpose of really kind of help drive, help learn, but also help drive kind of the things that we are passionate about, and which is also the joy of open spaces is let's also get together, let's find the things that we want to talk about and maybe learn and grow. So yeah.
Hit the nail on the head. I mean, and Amsterdam, the Amsterdam event obviously is right up there. I mean, come on, my T-shirt.
Sure. Yeah.
So what excites you about the program this year? Any talks that you think are going to be top-notch? Anything that's a must-watch?
Yeah, I think there's a couple on platform engineering I think are always interesting. I think platform engineering, just as we've seen that rise, I think it's been really interesting to see. So I think there's some that have some differing opinions, which would be great. And then some of the culture and practice ones I think are really interesting. The failing to learn or learning to fail that Sasha's there, and got Amber's going to be talking some of the people side of things, and I think that's important. We lose sight too often of it's not tools is extremely important, but before you even get there, you've got to deal with the people, you've got to deal with the culture and process. Those things are much more important than what tool you're going to use, and so. I think it's good to see that, along with some of the technical talks that are, put all those together. I think makes a really great program, and this year is, as good as any. So,
yeah, and I think that's still, one of the key areas for DevOps Days. It's not about tools, although, the age-old joke is I can definitely try and sell DevOps.
That's right.
You cannot buy it. But I think that's the interesting part. It's not about one thing. It's not about one technology. It's not about just the organizational stuff. It's not about just the cultural stuff. It's about the whole gamut, the whole spectrum of stuff that I think is interesting. But also things evolve. We've been doing DevOps for, I don't know, a couple of years now. Maybe?
It's one or two.
One or two, maybe three.
That might be stretching it.
I don't know. But it's still relevant in the sense that it's not about one specific thing. It's about a lot of, I almost want to say, first principles that go into how do you just A, be an awesome human, B, work together in a decent way, and C, also get results, do the thing that you're supposed to be delivering.
Yeah.
Right? But that makes it interesting to me. Is DevOps still relevant? Is it still a thing? I mean, you said platform engineering just a minute ago. That's the new hip thing, but does it replace DevOps? Is it new? Is it better? Is it just, where are we with DevOps?
The age-old answer is it depends. But I use that only slightly tongue-in-cheek because what is your organization doing? What are you trying to achieve? I think is DevOps dead? No. Is platform engineering the new thing? Probably not. It's just reimagining. For me, at least, I see it as just reimagining the things that we've done and looking to kind of bridge that gap that we've kind of naturally created with the desire of trying to bring culture and people together and get these collaborative teams and having building communication. It's all that's important. But I think in some ways we almost over-indexed and drove. Everybody in dev needs to learn the ops side, and ops needs to learn dev side, and missing the fact that there still is a place for somebody that connects those dots. And call it whatever you want. I think that the new the term that's emerged is, of course, platform engineering. Fine. Give it another 5 years, we'll come up with another term.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It was SRE for a while for certain things. It was platform engineering. And next thing you know, it's going to be tree ops. I mean, I don't know. Wow. I actually just lost the domain. I had dev tree ops. I actually did, just for shits and grins.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we're still evolving. I think that's part of the beauty of DevOps. Is that it is not a one size fits all for your organization.
Also, it's not a framework, which tongue in cheek. But I also I think it's true. But also, I like that it's not well defined. It evolves. it also means that it's kind of, generally speaking, something that kind of bubbles up. It's bottom up. That doesn't necessarily resonate with how a lot of companies operate. I don't want to say top down, but I'm going to say top down.
Sure.
Like, is there somewhere in the middle where those meet? How does that work?
There is, and I think for me at least, I've been in tech 30 years. First half of that was heavily focused on the very engineering, I was doing DevOps back in '95 before we called it that. I don't even remember now what we called those things, but like in doing that kind of stuff, and then now to where we are, and then the last 15 years, I've been doing more on the DevRel side and really trying to connect developers to and users, practitioners, whatever we want to call it in that space, to the companies that are trying to provide services and tools. And so I think there's a piece of that connecting that we're always trying to do. And that's why for me, like that focus has very much been, I think, really refined around the DevRel, DevX, whatever we want to call the thing, is really like building that experience. And so when we think about, you and I were talking earlier about like, DevX, Dev Experience being this thing that's been around for a while, but it has taken on a renewed focus, and that renewed focus has been largely driven from the top down, because it's companies going, okay, we recognize that if we get developers more productive, we get more money, and we've seen that rise, and that inequity that continues to build. And so when companies approach that, and you start seeing products start coming that promise, hey, your developer productivity to whatever factor, you start to miss the importance of the people that are actually doing the job. How many times have we been in situations where somebody says, hey, we're going to use this tool because the CEO's buddy that he plays golf with just started this, and it brings out quality 10x engineers. And those of us that are doing the job.
I hope the sigh translated on
yes,
the microphone.
the sigh was there. If not, I'll... Those of us that do the thing have probably there's probably somebody that's used that tool, and I guarantee you they probably didn't have a great experience with it. And so there's so much a focus on like, let's push everybody into this new tool, and the next thing you know, it's going to be some other thing. It's always this revolving
and it keeps
door.
on rolling and rolling and rolling. And here's maybe a sharp question that I don't know the answer to, but isn't developer experience as like a practice almost counter to what DevOps is? Because DevOps is about collaboration. It's about achieving a common goal together. And here we are focusing on this one group, being as productive as possible, sub-optimizing for, like, how does that play? What's that interplay there?
Well, the obligatory response is it depends.
Come on, give me a better answer.
No, I think the better answer is I don't disagree, because we do have, because the term does, like, developer, it immediately kind of sets it. I was talking with Sasha yesterday about, like, is it DevOps experience? Like, do we need to, and part of that was said tongue in cheek, I think, but it's the recognition. We've kind of just said, oh, developers, to carry that on without the sweaty shirts. And we miss the fact there are others. And so I try and talk about, like, developers and practitioners, like try and bring that kind of piece in, which of course doesn't roll off the tongue nearly as easily as DevX does. But I think that focus, whoever that fits for, I think we can make it a broad term of, like, DevX is here. And when we think about, like, from the DevOps side of the culture and the practices and principles, those things, I actually would posit, like, a good dev experience or good practitioner experience is how those things actually come into place. Because when we think about, like, whenever you want to put a new process in, if it's not simple, or if it's not easier than what was before, if it doesn't fit into your existing kind of cycle of work, it's not going to get adopted. And so you have to approach it from that, which is the core essence of what we think about with, like, developer experience, is what is going to be, that's everything. That's from your documentation, from How easy is it to install the tool? How is it easy to use it? How well does it fit into your life cycle? Like all of those things. And if those aren't in play, then your DevOps principles aren't going to take place. They're not going to take root. They're not going to grow because it's too hard to implement with whatever tool. Because you can have those, but ultimately you have to get to a tool perspective. But but it's not going to happen until you have the process stuff in place. So when that process is in place, if your tools don't help that, or the things you choose, which have to be driven by what developers know about it and have used it, you're going to spin your wheels.
Well, exactly. And so the best tools get out of the way. I think this is in HashiCorp's style as well. Something along the lines of workflows over tools or something like that. I'm not sure what the exact quote is. But it's almost, and I discussed this with Michael Coetzee, just one interview before this one. It's not about the tool. It's very much, as you say, about how you implement it, how it gets out of the way. It's almost, again, about flow. Like we've done the lean thing. Team Topologies is now leveraging those, that same framework. It's a continuing cycle that I am starting to see where it's about the tool for a little while. Then it's about, okay, how do we enable developers so that they can just do their work and everything else gets out of the way? Like, how do we remove impediments? How do we make teams work together more? And yes, you need technology. Yes, you need tools. You definitely need processes. But it's never about one thing. Right? It's never about that one tool. It's never about, even though, Kubernetes might be the thing, or maybe even not anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I don't touch buttons anymore.
It's 10. It's almost to its teenage, so it's time to think about something different.
New, right?
And I like to look at it, like my phrase I've used for many years is that developer experience really is it's about recklessly eliminating any of those barriers that get in the way for a developer or practitioner to be successful. And if you approach that in any of the decisions you're making, whether you're offering, you're creating something for, a product for people to use, or you're trying to figure out what are we going to do as a company internally, if you approach it of what can we get out of the way, it's that developer toil, whatever we can remove out of the way for them to be successful, we should do it. And when you do that, there goes, flows better. And friction's gone.
And it makes every decision way easier, because the only thing you have to think about, and I'm oversimplifying, is does it get out of the way? Does it make that group's life easier? And not necessarily on an individual level, because again, that's what I dislike about the term developer productivity. It needs to be global optimization, not some local optimization. But it makes deciding, are we going to do this, so much easier. Because the goal is to get more out of that group of engineers. Makes it a hell of a lot easier.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm going to look at DevOps Days in that light. I'm going to go and look at all of the sessions and see what can I learn from this so that I can help developers make their shit easier.
I'll be right there with you.
We're going to do that together. All right,
do
that means we have to stop interviewing. That means we do have to get out on the show floor. Watch some sessions, do some workshops.
It'll be a good time.
So this is about
the
right time.
And everything.
Exactly.
All right.
Jeremy, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. I had a ton of fun.
Same.
Let's go learn.
Thank you.
Welcome back. DevOps Days Amsterdam 2024. I'm Joep Piskar, and I'm joined by Susanne and Wouter Lagerwey. What a coincidence, the same last name. How does that work?
There was this thing. There was an official, and someone said yes, and someone else said yes, and
how long ago was that?
Trick question. All right, so let me kick this off with you, Susanne. So what I wonder is, what does empathy has to do with DevOps? Come on, this is a tech conference. What gives?
Right, yeah, okay. So a lot of tech people, but we're all people, right? And as people, what we do is we communicate. we're having conversations. We have that at home, we have that at work. And I thought it was a good idea to host a workshop about how you can become a good influencer. So that basically is to help people by showing them some models, some practices, how you can improve the conversations that you're having, especially in situations where you don't directly have the power to influence, but you can actually help people make decisions that are important for you.
Right.
So it was a session mostly about how can you find shared understanding with your partner in a conversation.
Nice, yeah.
And that will actually help you to be better at working towards a pleasant outcome.
And just to clarify, by influencer, you don't mean the TikTok type?
Well, whatever
maybe,
you prefer.
Maybe.
I was actually looking for a shirt and then I found this. So it's like,
I love it.
you know,
Yeah.
But it is, what I really like about it is that, like, independent of the role people have, we all get into those situations where we feel a little bit insecure or stressed, where we feel like, okay, we're not on the same page, but how can I actually align with your ideas, your view of the situation, and how can I become better in leading that conversation towards
Exactly. And so, and I'm assuming here, but this is also about how can you create empathy so that you understand the other person and not try to force your view and not listen?
It's basically to try and step into the shoes of the partner in your conversation. So we're using empathy map. We're using the ladder of inference to better understand the thinking of the person in a conversation. And that can be of help for us to try some of the practices to reflect on previous conversations and see how we can learn from that. So the next time we will be better.
Exactly. And so one of the things that always, and this is maybe an open question, me trying to learn, empathy always seemed like a very passive thing. I feel for you, I understand your perspective. But it's not active in the sense that I'm going to do something with it or I'm going to take that into account. So empathy versus compassion, maybe. Like how does that work? What in your workshop helps people to also become more compassionate, take their views into account in an active way? How does that work?
Right. So actually what we do is we write down a conversation and then we reflect on that and we see how we miss out opportunities on sharing our thoughts and our feelings, because we have a lot of beliefs that are built into our system where we tend to believe that we're on the same page. So it's very unlikely we're going to share our reasoning or ask for the reasoning of others. So we practice some of the things that can help us to really understand the needs, what is it that drives you to make certain decisions. And if I better understand what is important for you, it will be easier for me to align to that. And it will be easier for me to, in a conversation, to ask the right questions and be very open about hearing what your opinion is so I can see where we can actually meet each other.
Exactly.
And then it becomes, something that's worked for both of us.
How does that relate to DevOps?
That's a very good question.
Question, maybe.
So it is always important to understand you have your own perspective and the person you work with can have different perspectives. So it's really important to be able to see what the other's world looks like. So you can actually help the other person understand where you're working towards. So you have to make connection between your own world and the world of the other person. Yeah.
Makes sense. Wouter, you're just not sitting here being pretty. No. You're also doing something.
My role in this situation. But anyway, no, yeah. I come from things from a very different perspective. Suzanne has a background in psychology and is very much focused on the personal aspects. My background is technical, and I kind of like yak-shaved myself into organizational coaching and that sort of thing. And of course, that's helped by our the conversations we have at dinner about the difference we find at work. I've been mostly early in my career focused on dealing with all kinds of technical issues, and I found that they weren't.
They were never technical.
They were pretty much never technical, right? There's and the workshop I'm doing this afternoon. It's called Escaping Legacy, and it's also the title of my book. But the full title is the product owner's guide to escaping legacy.
Right.
Because, you know, when we talk about software systems, and especially when we talk about ones that are not easy to change, it tends to be seen like a technical problem. And but then if you dig a little deeper, you know, we don't even know what the system is supposed to do, let alone that we know that it's doing the right thing currently. So if we want to change that, it's going to be a disaster if we don't dive into that sort of detail and not dive into. So by bridging, the artificial different areas in an organization, we can actually create a good, solid way of approaching legacy systems and iteratively changing them. That's that's what the workshop is about. That's what the book is about. And so that's a different area, right? You are about very much now focused on what do we do with change in an organization, and if you're trying to implement, it doesn't matter what it's called, whether it's DevOps or Agile or digital transformation or whatever you want to call that. But anytime you want to change anything, you need to understand the people you want to, whose behavior you want to change. In a way, what I'm doing is similar but different. But I want people to work
similar
on the same
principles apply differently, maybe, because fixing a legacy system is hardly ever about the bits and pieces and technology. It's about how do you break down the work? How do you make sure that you understand the system, like you said, so that you can actually strangle the damn thing and start working and pulling out pieces of functionality into something new. Exactly. That's not a technical issue.
No. And if you start doing that using the same process, technique, and worldview that you did while you were building the old system, all you're doing is building a new legacy system. And so while you're changing the system, you need to change the system that builds the system. And if you don't do that, it's, one of the stories I tell in the book is, at some point I worked in a company for 4 years and we built the same system 5 times. That's just not very satisfying.
No, and also it's not very surprising, unfortunately. So tell me a little about how does that work? How do you fix a legacy system like that? What are the top 2-3 things that you need to do differently so that you don't continue building the same system 5 times?
Well, there's the process side of it, right? You don't stop building new functionality, take half year or a year or 2 years off, and then think you can take it from there. So it needs to be an iterative approach. You mentioned the strangler. That's a mostly a technical pattern that needs to be supported. And what I do with, and I've done this for a bunch of different companies. What I do is I take the whole team, including product, very, very much in a central role, and I start investigating the functionality of the existing system in such a way that we can test it. And I use techniques from BDD, like story mapping and example mapping, so that we teach the right way of doing that while we're working on the legacy system, so that when we start working on new functionality, we can use that baseline that we have and safely replace the parts of the system.
Exactly. So you just grab a bunch of people, put it in a new team, and then they go and build a new thing?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
I grab a bunch of people, but that's where... No. It would be silly to throw away all the knowledge that you have, right? That's not
and I'm saying it because this is the natural urge of organizations to figure, we're going to build a new team because we're doing a new thing, and the old people obviously don't know what they're talking about, so we need a new team, new people.
No, so what I really emphasize is, even if you have a team that's worked on a system and for 10 years or 20, I've had that, right? And they think they know it in and out, as soon as you start structurally decomposing the system into its parts and creating tests for the different parts that you do, there's a bunch of surprises, right?
There always is, yeah.
There always are.
Yeah.
So that happens, but you do need that knowledge, because if you don't have that, the exercise is going to be just exponentially more difficult. So I really want the product people in there, because they know what they think it's supposed to do. I really need the developers in there, because they can actually look up what it's doing, and I definitely need testers in there, because they're the ones who are most actively engaged with the application day in, day out. So you really need to bring all those people together, but do it in a shape that is actually something that translates into forward momentum, right? So you do it, you create clarity about what the system does, and you capture it and prove what the system does in tests. Anyway, obviously this is like an hour-and-a-half workshop, but I also have like a 350-page book to do. The hour-and-a-half workshop is, what does that process look like?
It's kind of like a table of contents of things that you need to do without going into anything.
Yeah, so we do exercises to learn, okay, so this is how especially product fits into that, and how the process should work. We're not going to, we're not going to analyze any old code or look at anything later.
So you're actually sort of suggesting people should read the book?
Oh, yeah.
and also
good save.
And what I really like about that too is that you wrote a book because you have like all the experience and ideas on what people should know and how they can benefit from that. And then you also use that when you're working with clients, so you can actually provide them like all your knowledge and then say, okay, so here's the book, read the book first, and then we'll do some stuff together. So
I have to admit that one reason for actually writing the book was that I wanted to have something to hit people with and say, this is chapter 4. There you go. Because you do these things a number of times, and something become repetitive.
And what was really great is that while he was really working on the book, which took some time, so what's nice is because we had a lot of conversations about work, and I don't have like his technical view on work. So for him, it was very helpful that me, with my experience and my view of the world, could actually like read the chapters and tell him, okay, so this is not very clear. You need to explain this a little bit more, or this is too much. So it was sort of a nice process where we could go through that
you basically
together.
Co-wrote the book?
No, that's too much. But so I'm hosting the workshop with him today because I learned a lot from the book, and I think it's a very good way to have people with a non-technical background to actually understand why you should be, how you should be looking at the application and how you can get things better under control and under test.
Yeah, exactly.
So
because unfortunately, we're still in a position, apparently, because you wrote a book, you're giving a workshop on empathy. Apparently, we're still not there. We've been doing this DevOps thing and lean thing way before that, and all kinds of versions and variations of it. Apparently, this is still not common.
So I have theories about this, but everyone has. But yeah, we're definitely not there, right? It is difficult to change the way you work.
Yeah, it is.
And the farther away from the work you are, the more difficult it is to do a change in the right direction. And the way that most organizations work is the people who make most of the decisions about the form of the organization and the shape of the work are not that closely connected to it. And that makes it a really, really difficult problem to solve.
Exactly. So is there anything in the near future that you're getting excited about in terms of the evolution of DevOps, or, I don't want to say words like platform engineering, but hey, I said them. Like, what's next for DevOps? What's next for, how do we make it more humane? How do we make it less big? Because that's really what this is about, right? How do we make it smaller? Create flow. I love and hate the term at the same time. Like, what's next for all of this? Maybe a question for Suzanne.
I'll pass it on.
Look, what I would like to be, what I would like to see as the next step, it's something that I think has been tried again and again, and it is about changing the way that we look at work as a set of individual steps and look at the whole and the cooperation and the communication between people as the core of that work. A lot of the more technical process changes that we're doing are all based on that. We need to get rid of the silos. We need to all know exactly what we're trying to do. We need to take smaller steps so that we can actually work. All of these things it's already there. I think that the best thing that most teams can do is to stop allowing themselves to be rushed and simply focus on doing the work right. If you start doing that and puts pressure on the rest of the system and sometimes can get the change that you need. I don't think that there's
there's no
someone. Yeah, right. That was exactly what I was going to say.
No single solution. Technology is hard.
Yes.
We're going to be in this situation for a little while.
But most of the people doing the work actually do know what is necessary for them to do the work right.
Yeah.
So if those people start protecting their part of it, I think you can get. I've seen you can get a very long way towards good, whatever you want to call that. So
maybe a workshop, empathy for managers.
Oh yeah, for sure, and also I think the importance of actually taking the time to listen to the people who do the work and try and understand what they're saying. Yeah, so yeah.
I think we reached a fairly natural stopping point in this interview. I'm going to let you go, enjoy the conference a little more, prepare for your workshop in just a couple of hours. I want to really thank you for being here. I enjoyed the conversation. We'll give it back to the live stream for now, and we'll surely be back with another interview shortly.
We'll make sure you're full. We'll have two mics.
How are you doing the talk? You're doing one piece you and then one piece in? Yeah? Both. Oh, that's good. Klopt, even kijken of je blaadjes staan en wat beginnen we weer? 5 Wat zeg je? 10 minuten en 39 seconden zeg ik. Ja, precies. Ja, 10 seconden begin ik dus. Zullen we even buiten kijken? Kijken of we mensen naar voren kunnen halen?
Sorry, lack of sleep. Zal ik dat doen? Maar ook wel going crazy.
Ja,
Hello. There's a lot of space in the front.
Hoeveel hebben we er nog binnenkomen?
Je kunt het even zeggen, als je dat even wil.
Ja, heerlijk.
In principe geen foto's van mensen.
Ja.
Vooruit is er heel veel plaatsen op social media. En dat
If you could, yeah, on that side. Any, no, somewhere.
All right, folks. It's time to get started again. Friendly people of the DevOps persuasion, how was lunch? Was it good? Was it the Dutchest lunch ever? Frietjes, poffertjes? Come on, that wasn't bad. All right. So we're actually going to start again, but before we do, I have a small little bit of housekeeping. We've had some concerns about photos being taken. So a couple things. We as organizers, as Devopsdays Amsterdam, will not post pictures except for the speakers. So if you're on a picture, rest assured, we won't be posting that online necessarily. If you do still have concerns, come visit us. We're wearing the orange t-shirts. And then for the people that are taking pictures just by themselves, please do not post any pictures except for, again, the speakers online. So we have that covered. Without further ado, it is time for a little dialogue, I understand. So let me get my notes, because we have Marcy and Stefan doing a talk on dialogue-driven development and also Kubernetes, I think.
Exactly, yes.
So we're going to talk hard tech. Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Or no? Are we talking about something different? We're talking about?
We're talking about the essence of the human doing the hard techniques.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, so because it's after lunch, both the speakers need a little bit of encouragement, and also you've had lunch, so I need you to be a little bit active. Give a round of applause. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. So after the lunch, you have so energized us. It's very nice. So we are very happy to be here. The first time we have a big conference, so we will see. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure for us to be here in front of you today, and we are pleased to welcome you to our talk, the dialogue-driven development, the human essence of platform engineering. So I believe that you wonder why you're seeing a huge blue lion. His name is QB, and he's a mascot of Kubernetes platform in Pictet Bank. So before we start, I would like you to raise your hands if you know Pictet Bank. Have you ever heard about it?
Not really. And maybe Geneva? Really, you know Geneva? No? No? Yes. Why I speak about Geneva, Marcy? Sometimes.
Well, cool. So we can continue. Well, we're very happy to present you Pictet Bank. Why we're talking about Geneva? Because it's a Swiss private bank founded in Switzerland, in Geneva. Our headquarters are there. And we're both engineers on this stage. And we're really lucky to work in Pictet because we really value the internal excellence of engineering inside the bank. The knowledge that we have inside, we value it over the external vendors, which allows me and Stefan get very creative with our solutions and to make our own choices. That is why we're really fulfilled. But enough of that. Stefan, maybe we should present ourselves.
Yeah, so it's coming. So I'm Stefan, so I'm the I'm Stefan, I'm a software engineer in the Pictet private bank. I'm the product manager of Kubernetes in the bank.
And my name is Marcy. I'm a DevOps engineer and the product owner of a hosting platform. So we'll speak about not only Kubernetes, not only doing great solutions, but especially we will speak how the human is important inside. Our story is very simple. We will tell you how we improved the life and satisfaction of our users. What the story was is that we had an old platform which was outdated and legacy, and we had to build a new one and B, move our old users to the new platform. And in order to understand the stories, we'll ask the most person who knows the best, what was the story of Kubernetes and Pictet?
Yeah, merci. So we're starting to build the first Kubernetes cluster in production, like in 2016. So it was the first cluster. We have 8 clusters. We put all the product in one big Kubernetes cluster. And it was very cool. It was a very big changer in the bank. Before, you create some Jira ticket for everything you need, a little piece of network, a little piece of compute. And that was very cool. The user have a self-service. They can just have a namespace, and then they are autonomous to deploy their application. So the success was very good, and we are going about 150 applications on the platform.
Well, it sounds like a success story, Stefan. I was in university by that time, so what happened after all these nice things?
So what happened is that we continue to other projects. We make the cloud integration, we make other things, and time after time, we don't work on this platform. So what's happened in 2020, we don't have upgraded the cluster, the security issue on the OS, we cannot upgrade the platform, while we have some issue in containers. So yeah, we need to make the change, and if you have so many applications on a Kubernetes cluster, you cannot change the cluster in production and impact all these applications. So we need to do something.
Well, thank you for those explanations. I think I understand better why we have an old lion on the screen. So the original problem is clear. So maybe you will tell us how did you approach your solution towards finding it?
So yeah, we need to do something. You need to create a new platform. So we not just decide to create a new platform. You create an architecture decision record. Yeah. So we have listed the different options, and we are here. So in 2021, I will read all this ADR, maybe.
For everybody, I will stop Stefan right there, and we'll ask you very kindly, we know that you're all about precision, to just find 1 or 2 key points, okay?
It's very passionate. The very good point was the decision driver we taking place for this idea. The complexity and the integration with the data center. We are changing something, the new network in the data center. So yeah, we decide to create a totally new platform. Sometimes it's not a good idea, but we don't have another choice to do that. Then we start to create the new platform.
Well, looking back in time, was it the right decision that you have taken?
Today, yes, but it's very difficult. So if you continue, maybe just, yeah, we build the new platform. So we restart from scratch. We start with Argo CD, the GitOps, new way to install the cluster. And yeah, we build with a new team also. We recruit a new team. The team was changing. So we build a platform, and it was very fun. But at this time, you come in the team. It was relatively hard. The work was very hard. Huh? We were very busy. Huh?
Indeed, we were very busy, and everybody around me were kind of stressed. And all the developers, engineers that I was seeing were in flight or fight mode all the time. And just for the story, I'm previously a front-end engineer who was adopted by the back-end developers, so infrastructure engineers. How scared I was, I cannot explain to you, but I promise you. I was seeing only black and white on their screens, tapping like that, and I was used to rainbow colors and nice buttons seeing on my screen all the time before. But even in these conditions, we have managed to finish the platform together, and we were kind of ready to show it to the world.
So end of the last year, we finished the platform. We have delivered a new platform with a big new digital product in the bank. It's a microservices application, so it was ready also in production on the new platform. So we are very happy and very excited to onboard the new user, the new client on this platform.
And we thought, how can we celebrate our victory? How can we celebrate the point of arrival, the point of the winning, the point of finishing the great job that we did, we thought, we'll make a great presentation in our bank. So we called all our users, its internal conference, a lot of people, a lot of tech people, managers, and we're like, we created something great. Listen and just understand how great our platform is. And we just tell them, basically, it's the best platform. Why it's the best one? Because it's created by us. Why it's the best platform? Because we have created it, and we want it to be the best.
Yeah, no. But Marcy, it's cool. So it's finished. We have now 20 minutes on the stage. What's the catch?
I hope. I'm afraid we have a story. And the story was, we didn't get the flowers, we didn't get an applause, and we got a major reality check. And we have understood that we failed. And what we did not understand is where, actually. Where was the error? So the platform was amazing and very technologically high-end. But when our users would find us in the elevators or at work, at the coffee pause, they would make jokes towards our platform. I heard you build a platform, but know that I will never follow you to there, because I'm not sure that you have thought about everything that I needed and everything that I wanted to be there in order for my product to be safe on your platform. So, see you then.
So, yeah, what we are doing, so we are, oh, cool. Now we have 200 products to move to the new platform. What's the next point?
Well, we had a big challenge ahead of us to be accomplished. So we tried to approach this problem with another eye, with a fresh eye. First of all, we asked ourselves how it is even possible to fail so much. How it is even possible, even between the best engineers, not be able to create a platform that is a little bit liked by user. Not at all. So we did something that we know with Stefan. We chilled.
So, yeah, what we say. So I say to Marcy, maybe we can first go to the user. We are so busy to build a new platform, we are a little bit forgot to talk with the user. So the first thing was to maybe go to the user and ask them what they think about the platform, make a survey. And my feeling was, if the new platform is worse than the previous one, so the top management who are confident with the team, they give us 2 years to build something new and better, and should be better. So what we are doing now?
Well, Stefan basically told me, can we take a picture of our user satisfaction? I said, of course we can, because it's called user research. So we'll make it, and we'll do it. So it was very interesting to bring the idea of making the user research in infrastructure environment where people didn't really know about it. So we started to investigate. We called our users that were kind enough to spend time with us, to answer all our questions. We started to send them surveys. We started to send them satisfaction questionnaires and worry about how they feel. And we listened, and we analyzed, and what they told us, the first thing, that even with the old platform that we have used for years and years, we are lost.
So the first things we start to do is to create a documentation. When I say that, it makes, but it's simple. No, we have a lot of tools in the bank. We have Wikipage, we have SharePoint, we have a lot of places to put information. So we start to create a new entry point. We create a MKDoc documentation site, and we put in this the documentation, some tutorials. We have blog. We give a lot of information. But yeah, we give all this information. Go. Marcy, do you read the manual sometime?
You know yourself, he's my tech lead. I don't read the manual, and I'm sorry. But we try to help our users, even knowing that they will not read our documentation, because we were not in the trust relationship. And as we know, the common problem in IT world is that you have documentation, but it's useless because it's outdated. So they just didn't even read it, normal. So we tried to listen to them and obey to their willings and needs. So basically what we did, we packed our things for them, we called a taxi, and we onboarded them, just as the picture. So we tried to call them little group by little group, do a little demo, explain how you can deploy on our platform, explain how to use it, answer all their questions. But by doing that, we have realized that we created a monster. We created a huge community of very passionate people, tech people, who generate question after question without stopping. So we were looking at each other with Stefan at our coffee time, and we would say, we don't know when we will answer all those questions. So we tried another approach.
Yeah, so we have about 500 developers in front of us, and we are about 4 or 5 people in the team. So how to manage that? And we have interruption every time, by mail, by call, by chat. That was cool, they are interesting, but we have created a new place, a safe place, the Genius Bar. So the team is coming in this place, and they are focused on the dialogue with the user. We don't have a perturbation, we are in the development, and we have a call. We are in this place, and yeah, it's starting very slow. 1, 2 teams coming. We do some demo in the same place. And now, 1 year after, it's very, very cool. It's coming very up. And the other team in the department is coming also in the same place. The network guy is present. The cloud team is present. So for the user, you have this place, and you can solve everything with the infrastructure department in 1 hour. So that's very cool.
By the time they start to understand how to use the platform. So as soon as they understood that it's cool and they like it, they started to ask all the cool functionalities that we only can imagine. So basically what was happening, they became angry with us once again, because they wanted more and more techniques, because they said, oh, I have an idea how to use it, and I know what to do with this feature, but you don't have it, and you should deliver it to me tomorrow. Kind of difficult, because we still had the old platform, we had to look after. So they became frustrated because they didn't know when we were delivering things. And I think it's a very common problem to all of us, because our users want everything at the same time and at the same moment. But the team build capacity is not infinite. We can deliver only 1 or 2 features in 1 or 2 next weeks, and we have to all together accept it. So being very open and working with our users, we call them to prioritize together. So we don't have a person who says, oh, this feature is important, we'll do only that one. All the users are invited on something which is called user insights. And as you see, we have a very important to-do list with features. But who knows? I cannot know, Stefan cannot know, which is the most wanted one by all of the users. So we deliver the value for them by deciding together. That was our solution for that.
So, and we started this every week. Every week we discuss with your client. So, and yeah, and after that, what's happened after all this ritual, Marcy? What's the good? What happened? What could happen?
Well, as you imagine, when you talk to people and you work together, only good things can happen. But we have to admit, and we have to say it out loud, that only after several months of practicing, of installing all these rituals, we started to build the platform for users and with the users. Only then we started to know the real pain points, and we started to know what they really wanted, and we started to deliver the features that they approved. And during this journey, I think some things changed not only for the platform and for our tech decisions, but also the user's life. What do you think happened?
Yeah, after all these things, they are really on board on the platform, not just the user. We have put in place the same that you have in Kubernetes, the Kubernetes enhancement proposal. We do the same for the platform, so the user can propose, just make a PR on publish an article, describe the use case, and we treat it. We display also when this feature is coming, and it's very clear for the user, so they are very happy to be there. And yeah, and after all that, you are going to the team, asking them what they think for the first platform, and you are going to the new platform when the team was on board. What they say then? So,
it's the moment we show numbers, right? And we're pretty happy to do so. So here you can see the variables that we have measured. You can mention that there is things that are hard skills, such as deployment ease, the performance of Kubernetes, but also soft skills that, as a team, we delivered to our users. We wanted to measure it all. So it is based on around 50 answers by our users. And here is the comparison with the new platform. And as you can see, we improved everything of what we have measured, which is a good sign.
Yeah, I was very happy about the support, the communication, the governance that proved that what we are doing all this last year makes sense. And they change the life of the user.
And we really think that we have to do this exercise really often to just have a health check, not only about the incidents and about performance, but really your relationship with the user. It's not one-time exercise. You have to repeat it.
And yeah, at the end, we receive, I need a cluster, and at the end we have 1,000 of cluster managed now in production today. So it was very, very cool.
Exactly. We have 1,000 Kubernetes cluster that we have created, which was a journey. But we have hundreds of happy users that we're surrounded by. And our life has really become better, because when you hear only negative comments or something painful, the journey to get to all this positive surrounding and the atmosphere and the energy we're surrounded and we live in, we didn't start there. It was sometimes very sad, we got demotivated, but we did all this journey to get back on track and have a good relationship with users.
So just at the end, the Kubernetes is an excellent tool. We love this tool. We have built all this cluster with also an operator to manage all the clusters. So we are very happy about the technology. It's very stable. We don't have issue about that. But the real pain point was the communication with the user. So what we learn now, Marcy, at the end?
Well, our message with Stefan will be, if you want to become happier, as we did during this journey, you should remember these three things. The first one is to have a dialogue with your user. If you're a DevOps engineer, developer, CTO, CEO, and manager, make sure that people around you who build platforms have a connection and have dialogue with people who use those platforms. It is very important for success. The second thing is to be perseverant, never give up, and be aware that all the changes that you will bring to change your day-to-day life will not work from the first try. You have to adapt them, you have to iterate, and you have to accept that you have to be very consistent. And the third thing, that you have to embrace the culture of positive feedback. If you will never understand what your user wants, and you're unable to tell it to your colleague, you will never be sure about what they want. You have to embrace this culture. And now, I think we're ready to say thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you both. So we do have a couple questions. We also have a little time. So if you're willing, let's go over a couple questions. And we'll start at the top there, and you can read with me. So what do we think about role segregation, focus, and cognitive load in relation to agile management and the human essence? That's a difficult one.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I think it's a very hard question. I'm not even sure that I understood it right yet. Well, that's a lot. Well, the role segregation, we started with that. We defined our roles and we defined our responsibilities. And as soon as we did that, we understood two things. Some people didn't want to do what they were doing, and they were interested in something else, so it's very good. Do it in your agile management, in your teams. And second thing is that in our team, we are all leaders in some area. So the fact that sometimes we cover for each other, it's a pleasure. So when you get just a group of motivated people who want to do good, their segregation of responsibility is not that visible, actually, I would say.
That makes sense. So second question, would it be possible to give an example of the type of requirement or need you overlooked? What is something that you did not build into the platform? Something that you forgot to build?
So yeah, we onboard the users. They maybe don't have the possibility to delete a pod. So some feature they don't have it, or some feature they have in the previous platform, but we make some promise. And they accept the promise. They say, OK, but they will just have a date when they can have it, or how long they should live without this feature. So it was very a long journey from 1 year. It was not so comme ça coming.
And then maybe a very interesting question that I also had is, why do you have so many clusters? That's a lot of clusters.
So I talked before, we have one big cluster for all these products, but in the bank, all the products are totally different. So we have big platform, digital platform, we have small application, and we just decide to put the product like they are in internet. So they are not conflict with the product, so we deliver one cluster. You need a cluster, we deliver you the cluster. All is automated, so it's not an issue to have a lot of cluster.
And so the clusters are not multi-tenant? You give one cluster to a certain group or a team?
To a product, yeah. And a product a team manage 1 or 2 products.
And per environment. So.
Exactly. Yeah. All right, so what else do we have? How do you manage resistance to change when implementing new practices or tools in your platform, if there is any resistance?
There were a lot of resistance, yes, indeed, because people were afraid to follow us to somewhere new, because they didn't have especially the time to understand everything before they moved their product. So they wanted to be sure, they wanted to have demonstrations, they wanted to have study use cases where we show them that it's possible. So we did this journey together. We did several workshops with some lead architects, with people who were having the most critical products to make them reassured in our solution, yes.
All right. And so what's the best question you want to answer? Give us your question you want to answer. There's so many. We cannot ask them all.
I'll let you choose, Stefan.
Maybe how we invite the user to contribute to the new platform. So it's really with the user inside, the communication. Every week we have the dialogue with the user. They are coming, they ask their issue, they prioritize also. I cannot decide which feature is important for the bank. We just need to understand maybe some feature that can deliver for a lot of customers. It's better to deliver this feature first. But they challenge. We not decide. Yeah, they challenge.
We don't decide by ourselves what the user wants. They decide it between them. So if they say, yeah, I have a really hard deadline on the day, I cannot leave anybody have their features before me. So it's kind of contribution. And we ask them to make these proposals in a written manner. So we have a backtrack what the platform did in a year, because it's very hard to remember, and we really can keep track of what was proposed, when, and when it was done. So it's kind of open source, but internally, yeah.
All right, so unfortunately, we are out of time. I do seek open questions. If your question was not answered, I'm sure the speakers will be around. Go find them, ask your question, have a dialogue. Give them one last round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Well done. Great. Oh. All good? I'll just explain it to them. So if I can have you in order, Daniel, could you sit after Robin? Can I go last? I think. Okay.
So I go second, right?
Yep.
There.
Yep.
I go after the meme one.
Yeah.
That's great.
So what's going to happen is I'll introduce what Ignites are. I'll start the slides. They're all after each other. So what will happen is you'll have 50 after the 20 slides, there is a slide with your speaker card on.
Yes.
That's for you to go on. And you have 15 seconds to get on stage, which should be more than
That
enough
should
time.
be enough
more
time,
should
yeah.
be more than enough time. If not, I can always pause.
I can run around, do some handshakes.
Yep. Cool. You good? You can do. You'll do great.
Yeah, I'm as good as it gets at least. Please.
I'll let you have your award.
Yeah.
First and,
It's a good thing we're all nervous.
I can
so
explain.
that's,
I can do the intro. Yeah. Are they doing Oh, yes. I'll have to bring them up.
It's just 5 minutes. It'll be over soon.
I can do
Is this going to be a first
Whether or
invite?
not you crash and burn, it's going to be
Yep. Okay, cool.
It's my fourth one.
All right, so we've got a change in pace now, and an interesting one at that as well. Who was here first time? Devops Days. Cool. Oh, fair amount. So if you have never been at a Devops Days, we do something called Ignites. Other conferences might call them lightning talks, but ours are cooler because we make it even more difficult for the speakers, and we ask them to auto-rotate their slides every 15 seconds. So for those of you who don't know, Ignites are 5-minute quick talks with slides which need to be sent in a few days before the conference. And if you talk to any speaker, that's probably impossible. So they have to send us in the slides beforehand because I need to set them up. And they auto-rotate every 15 seconds. And they get 20 slides, not one more, not one less. Now some kind of cheat by doing the same slide twice. So they get 30 seconds. None of them did. But it's interesting because you have 15 seconds and the slide will turn for you whether you like it or not. I did this a year ago for the first time. And it is not easy because you think, oh, 5-minute talk, happy, you're good. Yeah, 15 seconds, that's not a lot to say. So please, a big round of applause for the brave souls who are going to come up on the stage over the next 20 minutes. They're going to do an amazing job. I know it sounds a bit weary and scary, but I am certain they've practiced and tested it and done it all over again. And they're going to come on the stage and everything's going to go out of the window because they'll wing it anyways. That's what I did. Halfway through my Ignite talk, I started dancing. So, we're all ready to go. Once I go full screen, they'll have 15 seconds to come up on the stage, and off you go.
Good afternoon. It's done? Yes. So, in my day job, I like to talk to my clients to tell them about the wonders of automation, to tell them how to improve their teams, make them fitter, happier, more productive by automating the boring stuff. Today, I'm going to do something slightly different. I'm going to talk about a couple of concepts that are not so good about automation. And they're coming from my background as an aerospace engineer. Before I started in IT, I did a study aerospace engineering, and I was really bad at it. But I learned a bit. So in my day job, I used this model. It's an automation maturity model with a bunch of checklists to see where you are and where you're going as an organization. And most of my clients are on the bottom end. So lately, I've been looking at the top end, about the magical self-running system and what happens when you move the human out of the loop. And there are some issues there. And the elephant in the room, AI. For me, AI is an automation tool. It's not something magical. It's just automation that's easy to deploy, hard to debug. Argue with me over beer. So the first story starts with this engine. It's a magical engine, the Leap 1B, very efficient. And not at all because fuel is a major cost driver in airlines. But the thing is, it's big, so it has to move a bit more in the front for the Boeing 737, where it's being deployed. And Boeing created an automation to compensate it. Only they didn't tell the pilots they had its automation. So now the first concept is automation of price. The automation, MCAS, is pushing the nose down, and when it starts to do that, when it shouldn't, the pilots didn't know that. So they started struggling with the automation, struggling and losing. And it ended up really, really badly. And it's called an automation surprise. And if you do that and you're running a mission-critical application, you might end up on John Oliver's talk show. So how do we compensate for that? Well, in self-driving cars, we compensate by telling the driver to keep their hands on the steering wheel, keep paying attention, even though the automation is driving itself. So the next story is about an automation like this, auto throttle. Auto throttle is really, really simple. You put in a speed and an altitude, and the auto throttle will move these levers, these throttle levers, to the right position. Now, it's doing its job really well, and when it doesn't, if it does its job 99% of the time very well, you stop paying attention, and that's called automation-induced complacency. If you stop paying attention, and it does go wrong, which it did in this case with the auto throttle, one of the levers was stuck, so it moved one lever back and the other not, and the airplane started spiraling out of control and suddenly stopped flying. So that's very, very bad. So what can we do to prevent the complacency? Well, keep the human in the loop. Keep the human in control. And the problem with that one is, if your system, humans have a tendency to believe the computer. When a computer presents you, an automation presents you with an outcome, humans tend to believe it despite other data to the contrary. The childcare benefits scandal is an example of that one. But in aerospace, the most famous one is this, which sparked the entire research field, which had pilots arguing among each other whether or not their altimeter was wrong, right up until the airplane crashed into the marsh. So this is not what you should take away from my talk. This is the wrong slide. So we'll move to the next one, which is what you should take away. And that is, how do you fix this? In the airline industry, we're talking about situational awareness. The operator should know intimately what the system is doing, what the automation is doing, in order to understand what's happening. DevOps is helping in this. If you're deploying automation and for another team, that's very hard. And the other takeaway is this one: don't undervalue the role of the human. AI would not have landed this plane in the Hudson because it's not classified as an airfield. The pilot was able to do it. In summary, paraphrasing Dutch commercial, automation is fine, but please deploy it in moderation.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good to be back. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Who knows where this is from? Anybody? Yeah, I heard it there. Perfect. Yeah, this is the topic of my talk. I promise you it's not a Wizarding World talk. I brought memes and personal stories and stuff, so I kind of counter the increased difficulty of Ignites with just blabbering about personal opinions for 5 minutes, basically. I'm Daniel from Germany. I like Kubernetes, GitOps platforms, DevOps, like most of us, I guess. I like lightning talks. This is my 4th one. Last year here in Amsterdam was my 2nd one, so you can judge if this one is twice as good. I don't know. And I like walking into walls, which means challenging myself, trying out new stuff, right? And walls are intimidating and they are everywhere in life. They are in our personal lives, they are in our professional lives, and they're in DevOps, right? DevOps is about tearing down those fences and walls between the teams, making them speak to each other. So according to Molly Weasley, running can help us, right? Just run straight into the wall and you enter a fantastic new utopia paradise world where you can eat frogs made of chocolates and drive on fancy trains, stuff like that. But there's also this guy here from another very famous movie who just started running because he was like overwhelmed by the situation he ended up in, right? And he ran for weeks, months across all of the US. So maybe I don't want to do that. But why do people start running into walls, through walls? Well, because with higher velocity, you might actually end up either breaking through or just overcoming this wall, unlocking yourself, getting further in life, getting further in your professional career, or just unlocking new potential, right? So the thing is, if we do this unconsciously, it's like a coping mechanism. We see a wall, we start running, something happens, hopefully something good happens, and then we averted the crisis. But coping mechanisms are very intuitive, and you can't really build a strategy out of them, or you need to build a strategy out of them to actually capitalize on them. So if you see a wall, you should ask yourself, why or where am I hesitating? Why did I stop in front of this perceived wall? And what is making me nervous here? Then you can start running. Just stop overthinking is normally the first step, for me at least. Just start. Chip away on the task at hand. Just take a brick out of the wall, so to say, or just start running into it. It might break down eventually. You keep doing this then. You keep running into the wall. Might hurt a bit, might be a bit of a harder time, but it helps you focus on the challenge or process or task at hand. So you can take your time, sit down, and learn Kubernetes in your free time or whatever. Learn about DevOps practices. And at some point, you will actually notice it's not a wall anymore. I can walk around it. I can climb above it. Maybe I've broken a hole into it, because often we're the only thing blocking ourselves or keeping ourselves back. And just starting to run might be all that's needed to overcome this. But I promised you that's not a Wizarding World talk. It's not just me trying to be a miserable coach talk. I want to talk about personal stuff. So now is story time and meme time to make it a bit more spicy. And I want to talk about 3 situations in my quite young career where I ran into walls, right? And the first one was during COVID. I had my whole study program all planned out. I was about to start my master's degree, and the pandemic hit, and my university was very bad at handling it. So I had the choice to start a job with a degree I didn't want to go job hunting with, or stay at university, which I hated at the time. So I ran away. I ran away from university. I ended up in consulting, talking to people, trying to convince them that I actually know tech, and yeah, now I'm here on stage. So that worked out, I guess. Another wall was, for me, when I ended up with 2 choices which were equally good, right? I got kind of paralyzed. I had the chance to transition from consulting within my company over to a more technical marketing-related role. And for me, at least, again, very personal, I learned at some point I just need to pick one and run for it. Now, you can always come back, or often you can come back and remedy your choice if it ended up being the wrong one. But you need to start with something, right? And the third thing, which I get now when talking to other people about lightning talks and encouraging them to speak, is they're incredible engineers or tech folks, and they write about it, or they might even discuss it on the hallway track, but they never speak. And they feel like they're not good enough, imposter system kicks in and everything. And normally you're the only one feeling that way. Everybody else admires you for having the courage, being up there, sharing your wisdom, right? Getting the discussion started. And that, again, comes down to just starting to run. So summing it all up, walls are inevitable in your lives. I guess now if you think about it, you have encountered walls in your life as well, and you overcame them, so that's a good thing. So don't get slowed by them. Take action instead. Start running like this guy, because that's what I will be doing. And maybe see you next year again here on stage at Devops Days 2025.
Hello. Hey, everyone. Ooh. Oh my God, don't do that. Guess I have a few seconds to kill. I'm really nervous. I hope I don't cry. DevOps and baking. So my name is Heather. I'm a developer advocate at Progress Chef. I've been in tech for 6 years, mostly as a software developer. And before that, I was a professional baker and pastry chef. So I learned to code while developing recipes, and today we're going to go through an analogy of DevOps and baking. We'll look at 4 stages with DevOps broken into plan, build, deploy, and monitor, and baking as prep, mix, bake, and feedback. So before we get cooking, there's 2 important aspects to consider. The first one is that both DevOps and baking they are built on a philosophy of culture. Both grew thanks to communities of people working together. And DevOps, it's sharing responsibilities between development and operations. And baking is largely dependent on these colonies of yeast and bacteria working together to create these tasty profiles. And the second important aspect is automation. In order to have a healthy economies of scale, we first mix by hand, and then we automate by machine to grow production. Okay, so the first step is planning and prep. And in tech, the answer to most questions begins with, it depends. So what are we building? What resources do we have? Who's it for? What's it gonna look like? These things we need answered in excruciating detail in order to set ourselves up for success. Do the scripts run? Do they cover all the steps necessary in the build and bake process? Do we have enough resources for the busiest days? Do we waste resources on the slow days? Are we building fast enough so that the butter is not melting? Timing is everything. DevOps grew as a solution to the bottleneck created between passing tasks over the fence from development to operations and back again. And bakers are hyper aware of the passing of time. A few seconds can make a big difference, like the seasonality of apples. It has to align with, the chilled and relaxed pie dough. We need a perfectly baked crust to form a golden image to replicate a dozen times every day. There are a lot of different pieces to consider when setting ourselves up for success in DevOps and baking. We really need to understand each piece of the pie in order to be ready for the next few stages, which is build and mix. And by this time, hopefully we have everything ready to go, environments configured, everything is good to go, but that doesn't always happen. So in DevOps and baking, we really plan for delays, errors, unknowns, mishaps. And with enough experience, we know how to handle all these things, and we do our best to minimize variability and collaborate with our teammates in order to set ourselves up for success. So with building and mixing, ideally, at best, we have highest confidence that the products meet our expectations, and it's exactly what we envisioned. We've considered all the dependencies. The scheduling and the timing and the taste tests are done. So ideally, with baking and deploying and baking, we have the highest confidence that it's all good to go. All the tests are green, no flames or red errors from the burning bread, although that makes for great stories. And for this stage, we need the highest faith in our tools. We have to have trustworthy tools to ensure that the environment variables are correct and we don't have to open the oven door to disrupt the process. All the taste tests are complete. We have a really clear view into the oven with our logs and monitors to know if we need to intervene and adjust something or prevent a bigger disaster from unfolding. Talking for 5 minutes is a long time, y'all. So monitoring feedback is ideally by the time we have a great application deployed and a happy bake, we have all this feedback and logs to let us know how the product went, and we can spend time with this and the users to understand how they engage, the interpretations and their experiences, so that we can take all this information and let it influence future cycles to iterate on our process so that we can establish systems that help us grow, and we're all happy together cultivating success and winning. And that's kind of all I have in conclusion. DevOps is delicious. Sprinkle it onto your software development lifecycle. Here are a few ways to connect. You can find me at the Progress Chef sponsor table. And all those photos were from back when I was a baker. Thank you all.
Hey guys, I think I'll bring the mood down a little bit after those excellent talks. Because We will be talking about the end of the world. Yeah, who works with AI or algorithmic decision making or anything like that? Okay, hold that thought. So the existential risks are the kind of events that lead to the permanent stagnation or the obliteration of civilizations, right? So it's basically things that civilizations do, or that sometimes happens to civilizations that kind of mess them up. But today I also want to talk a little bit about, like, maybe not those super big killers, but also what happens, what we can do to society that is kind of a global existential risk. Just to give you some, so there is a roughly 1 in 140 chance that in the next 100 years we'll get hit by another 6 mass extinction asteroid. So we've had 5 already in the past. Also, there might be a couple of high-impact solar flares coming our way in the next 100 years or so. Also, with around 100 incidents in biotech high containment facilities in the last 5 years in the UK alone, humans are just not very good at mitigating risk in biotech, right? Along the same lines, a bit maybe more outward-looking, nanotechnology, which has been kind of suggested to be the solution to scarcity, illness, death, possibly. There is a risk that we might get runaway replicators, which will then turn everything, and I mean everything, into more replicators, right? It's also been hypothesized that experiments in high energy facilities, like the one in CERN, in colliders, might create micro black holes, that's planet-ending bad, or they might lead to vacuum decay, which is kind of universe-ending bad. There's also nuclear threat and runaway greenhouse to worry about if we get it wrong. And then finally, of course, there is AI. So it's been hypothesized that once we crack general artificial intelligence, we'll see superintelligence arise at exponential speed. And superintelligence, by definition, isn't controllable by us. And it's most likely not outright hostile, but certainly won't share our goals or won't be aligned with us, right? So that may all be quite far-fetched. So the questions like, why worry, why bother? Well, the universe is really, really, really vast and time's very deep. So there should be life everywhere, but we're not seeing any, right? So no one's come calling. And there is one hypothesis that maybe alien civilizations are just very different and they can't be asked to pop by. Or maybe the universe is really competitive and everyone is just hiding from everyone else because they're scared, right? That's these kind of 2 big hypotheses. There's another hypothesis that maybe they never lived, or maybe they're already all dead, right? And this is where a concept called the great filter comes in. Namely, the idea that when life evolves, or civilization evolves, you have to jump through these hoops. Non-animate matter, life, intelligent life, spacefaring, space broadcasting civilizations. And maybe those hurdles are really, really, really hard to overcome. So maybe we're the only ones in the universe that have evolved intelligent life. That might be an option, right? So life might be really rare, or life is maybe super abundant and it's everywhere. But there is a stage in every civilization's development where they start dabbling in those technologies I just mentioned, and civilizations just literally everyone kills themselves off by dabbling in AI or dabbling in nanotechnology or whatever it might be, right? So if that's the case, then we have just, as humanity, just entered the great filter, and you might be living in the most interesting or most dangerous times for humanity because we're doing work in all those technologies, right? Now, the reason this matters is that existential risks are one shot. So civilizations who get them wrong die, but also, this is interesting, do I? Wow, you've just taken 30 seconds out of me. So I'll give you the quick summary. So generally speaking, civilizations who get existential risks wrong die out, right? But there's also intermediate impact. So when we get the technologies we work with today, AI or whatever, when we get them slightly wrong, it has really, really nasty impact on society, economy, the environment, right? So what we need to do is we need to raise awareness of our actions and the technologies. We need to find mitigation strategies. to handle technologies that may not exist yet, which is really hard. We need to look at ethics frameworks, and we have to do a lot of that at global level. Now, finally, there is a bit of a risk that this all might be a simulation. It's a 50-50 chance at the moment, we're thinking, and someone might just turn the fucking thing off, right? Thank you.
Well, there you go. Automation at its best, intervening halfway through the slides. I do apologize for that. But because they only had 5 minutes on stage, I'd like to ask them up again. Robin, Daniel, Heather, Marcel, a big round of applause. Especially because I cocked it up for myself. Thank you. Thanks. Cool. Okay. Yeah. No, you got a mic. Oh, you don't want a mic.
I do want a mic, but I also want slides.
Yes, yes.
I want many things. All right, because we have another moment to do a shout out to our wonderful sponsors who make this all work. I don't know who goes first, but they're already here, so that's good. That was hilarious. The Wi-Fi, yes. We've all been enjoying that, I think. Yeah, stop downloading stuff, you know? This is not the time to download stuff or watch Netflix. There's enough stuff going on here the whole day. Or pushing Docker images. That's a really good point. Not you, of course. No, that's not. Yeah, no. Yeah.
Yeah, coming.
Are we getting there? We're getting there. Very good. Because I saw some more questions come in about the mugs. Please pick them up after. What time is it now? Okay. Please pick them up after 3. We'll punch a little hole in your registration, in your badge, so that we know that you got one. So again, you can't take 2. All right, let's start with Chef. That is you. That is you. In fact. All right.
That wasn't me. No.
So now why am I the guy who gets to go right after all the brilliant ignites, huh?
All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Oh, you're going to time me and everything. Guys, I am really not good at doing things in 1 minute. All right, so, hey, I am Jeff Strauss. I lead developer relations for Chef. I'm supposed to say Progress Chef, so I will say that. But I say Chef just to be clear, like Chef. So if you are familiar with Chef in the past and you come by our booth and you're like, who is this Progress Chef? We're the same chef you've always known. If you aren't familiar with us, we are a configuration automation platform, continuous compliance, edge compliance, and delivery and all that. Come talk to us about it. The main thing I would say to know is swing by our booth, come win some Starry Night Legos, talk to us. We do a lot of things. If you used Chef in the past, we've heard this a lot this morning, that if you used Chef a long time ago and you haven't checked with us lately, you'd be maybe surprised at some of the things we're doing now that you haven't seen yet. So come and chat with us. We are also, yes, the beverage sponsor this evening. So come and have. Thank you. So come have some beer. Oh, my time is up. I'm over. All right, bye.
Who's next? The suspense.
Don't know.
We don't know. Excellent. Google. I saw Nathan somewhere. Oh yeah. Okay. You're doing the honors. Great. Same rules. You get 1 minute.
No.
No.
Hello, everyone. I'm not Nathan. I'm Fahad. I work for Google Cloud here in Amsterdam. I'm together with a wonderful team from the Dora team here in Amsterdam. So our booth says Dora and Google Cloud. We're in the right-hand side. We have T-shirts, we have bottles, we have all kinds of stuff for you. And we are here to talk about Google Cloud, Dora, and of course, I'm going to say it, AI. We're here to talk about AI. Damn it, yes. do I need to say more about Google Cloud? How much time do I have? 30 seconds. AI? AI? Anybody keeping track of it? No. You know Google Cloud. I'm here with wonderful colleagues who can talk about anything Google Cloud, so not only AI. No, but other than that, we're happy to meet with you at the booth or at the barbecue. Some of us have Google Cloud t-shirts on. The one that I wanted to wear doesn't fit for some reason. Thank you very much.
I think you got the main message across. Yes, yeah, I do want you to go. All right.
All right. First of all, welcome. My name is Mario Unkel. I'm a solution engineer at Okta, also known as Allzero. Allzero was acquired by Okta about 2 years ago, and all that we do is identity. And identity means security. Believe it or not, security is not always the most sexy thing to work on, but it closely relates, right? For your information, identity could be on the workforce side. Then we're talking about workforce identity, right? So how do you secure your internal apps? How do you make sure that when you have someone onboarding, someone new in the company, then they need access to, I don't know, the right Kubernetes nodes, the right platform, everything related to identity governance and making sure that we work in a zero trust way, right? The least amount of privileges at the right time. Now, on the consumer side, if you're building a new B2C, B2B platform, then we often see that they try to build authentication and authorization themselves. Looks pretty simple, username, password. It's not.
You thought the 5 minutes were hard. Guess again. All right, we're switching things up again, aren't we? You do need to help.
Okay, it's going to be manual.
Here. Okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah. Of course it's not working. Plugging it in.
Yeah, that is,
usually
you know,
helps.
that's the thing that you should do.
Yeah, usually helps. Okay.
All right.
Okay, so
What are we about to do, Tim?
switching it over again. We are now going to do something which DevOps Days everywhere around the world does, and I love this section as well, because as organizers, we try and do the best for you. We try and get amazing keynote speakers, amazing talks. We get really good food, coffee, try and do an amazing evening event with bingo. We also try and modify the weather. In fact, it was supposed to rain, but it's sunny. Well, Dutch sunny.
You're welcome.
Dutch sunny.
So.
But we cannot get it right 100% of the time. And this is where you all come in.
Exactly, because you might have stuff that you won't want to talk about, or you listen to one of the talks and you're like, not really a question, more of a comment. Well, this is your time to make sure that you can, place that comment, because we're going to do open spaces, which are basically like breakout rooms a bit, aren't they?
They are, yes. But more interesting, because you decide what the topic is going to be. And again, this is your space. This is where you decide what to do. We used to get Nathan from Dora to come up, but we thought actually he should be involved in creating maybe an open space, which is why we put him on the sidelines this time around. Love Nathan. But before we go into asking you to create open spaces, we do have some guardrails and guidelines for you to go over. One of them being? Of course.
Excellent. We're just going to do it, but okay, right.
Manual.
So we have a couple of principles, not a lot of rules, but whoever comes to your open space is absolutely the right people. That might be 2 people, that might be a full room, but they are the right people because those are the people that want to talk about that specific topic.
Yep. The next one is, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. You cannot really plan open spaces that much. And similarly, because you don't know who's going to come, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened.
Exactly. Whenever it starts is the right time. However, we do have a bit of a schedule, so they are on time. So, like, probably they start at the right time, but there might be some chit-chat before you get to the real core of what you wanted to discuss.
Yep, especially if you have a Mediterranean like myself. When it's over, it's over. So after the session, half an hour, I believe, open space, don't go outside and go, oh, I wish this would have happened, and I wish that it's over, it's done. Next open space.
I mean, you can, of course, continue the conversation in the hallway, but also if the conversation ends early, it just ends early.
And finally, the law of mobility. This is where you have to decide what open spaces are good for you, and you might also think, once you're in an open space, actually it might not be for me, and grab your 2 feet and go to another open space. Nobody's going to get offended. Nobody will be offended if you move from one open space to another.
Absolutely not. And then sort of like ties into that too is try and apply this principle in which you listen twice as much as you speak. That is...
Again,
so,
for us Mediterraneans, that definitely counts.
Definitely counts. All right. So make sure that you hit the right balance. Everybody gets to speak. Everybody that wants to speak gets to speak. Make sure you check in with each other, that everybody has an opportunity to speak up and share their thoughts. Naturally, the code of conduct still applies, so please keep that in mind. And then also, we don't record these sessions because we want to make sure that everybody feels free to share some of their personal experiences, maybe some experience that they have at their current employer. So make sure that the friend DA applies, whatever happens in the room.
So for those unaware of what a friend DA is, if you've worked in a industry which is highly regulated, you might have to sign an NDA between companies, which is a non-disclosure agreement. We don't get you to officially sign an NDA, so we're all friends here, so you get the friend DA.
Excellent. Now, how does this work?
Okay, so how does this work? We have notes by Jupp, which I'm going to read because I didn't prepare myself. Organizing.
I can, you know.
So the first thing you do is think of a topic you want to talk about, that you're passionate about and you want to start a conversation with the rest of the group all over here. You do not need to lead it. Actually, probably it's a good thing if you don't lead it because you want to hear input from other people. You don't even have to be present, maybe, for all of it.
I mean, that did happen sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, law of mobility. And you don't need to prepare anything. So
no slides.
No slides, no nothing. You don't have to send slides in beforehand with 15-minute auto-rotation on. So don't worry about that. So
yeah.
once you know what topic you want to do,
yeah, you come to the front. You see that there are some pens being distributed. You grab a Post-it, you write down your topic. We'll hand you the mic, make sure that you speak out to the rest of the room what is the topic that you want to talk about, and then we'll see how many people are interested in it. And we'll place all of the Post-its on this board here that have all of the names of the different rooms on them and the different slot numbers. That's how that works.
I'll say one thing. Maybe not everybody's comfortable holding the mic and saying it out loud, but if you are passionate about something and you want to write it down, you can whisper it in my ear, and then I can talk about it very passionately for you. So you don't have to be an amazing speaker or anything else.
Yeah. All right. Let's get those lines formed. It's always very difficult because who's going to be the first person?
Okay. Also, Daniel, no, we're not doing the nap open space.
We're not doing a napping open space?
Oh, we're not doing the nap.
Are we doing a chicken open space, though?
we could do why does Tim have such amazing fingernails open space?
Open space, yes, sure.
I'm sure you all have ideas of something. Okay, we got a first one.
So this is one just as a tryout. I don't want to talk about AI, but now you know how it works.
Excellent. Can we get
the AI?
Oh, okay.
I do actually want to talk about AI. I'd like to talk about, on our team, how can we use AI to help us improve our bottlenecks. So we already are at capacity with building features. We know we have technical debt, and now we're being asked to implement AI. How can we do that in a way that helps us have better well-being and get more work done?
Man, I need your post-it.
Yeah, do give us the post-it note. Nope. Okay. I'll do my.
Hey, yeah, maybe a weird topic for an engineering conference, but how do you know if you're over-engineering things? How do you know if you're building too much?
And again, no weird topic is weird enough for an open space.
I don't have a post-it net, but yeah. Me and two of my colleagues are going to talk about remote co-working and what in a presentation was called a genius bar and how we did that during COVID and how we are doing it now while working from home 4 days a week.
Cool.
Hi, my name is Mark. I'd like to talk about being diverse versus being inclusive. Because I get a bit confused about that.
All right.
Yeah, my name is Alex, and I would like to talk to you with you about infrastructure as code automation tools. So what is your story? What are you using, and how are you automating that for you, and how did that work out? So IRC stories, please.
Sorry. Hello, I'm Marcel, and my suggestion is to have a session on how to teach your product manager to say no.
Hello, I'd like to talk about developer experience specifically for managing databases. I'm curious to know if there are good tools for that I don't know about.
Thank you.
I just want to trade some shell aliases, find the shortest, best shortcuts you have. And I have a few cool ones, so if you want to share them.
Hi, my name is Birol. I would like to talk about continuous delivery at scale. If you have only one dev staging production, there are lots of tools, but when you have multiples of them, how do you handle it? That's something I would like to discuss and talk. Thank you.
How much do we have?
So I just recently started working with a client that's using the Scaled Agile framework. So I would like to hear some tips and advice to survive safe.
Good luck. It's not.
Hey, everybody. My name's Dan, and I would like to talk about authorization. I started a new job, and this is apparently what we do. And I don't know anything about it. And it's starting to get embarrassing. So can somebody please, just what do you do with authorization? What's your use case? Help me not lose my job. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. In our company, we have an issue where we have lots and lots of technical debt which we have accumulated over years of bad management, and now we are really trying to improve those things. So I really needed to discuss with a few of us how we can do this thing while not affecting the release cycles as well as developer productivity. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Ignas. I want to talk about platforms. So many platforms, cloud platforms, Kubernetes platforms, other platforms. What are guys running? maybe share some knowledge.
Cool, thank you. Last two.
Hey, Marcel again. Yeah, I would like to talk about my team at the moment is like super process needy, and they kind of have become sticklers for bureaucracy, which is very counterintuitive. It's mostly the engineers driving that. So I would like to kind of have a chat about like, is that right? Is that wrong? What can I do about it? Again, oh, should I just leave it?
Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sasha. Oh, sorry. My name is Sasha. I would like to talk about following the excellent Ignite, ironies of automation, but in particular maybe about ironies of automation with AI.
All right, very, very good. We're full.
Thank you. So we got 15 slots, five open spaces per slot. We'll have a few rooms around the pack house. We've got 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs, and one outside. Again, as we said, we managed to get the sun out. Well, we managed to not make it rain, so outside is nice and comfortable as well.
Yeah, we'll take a little break, make sure we digitize this so you can find it on a QR code, which is, I think, on the next slide, Tim, is it? Yes.
Yep. So we have a QR code. We'll populate everything with, so if you go now, it's going to be empty. But I'll digitize it, and oh my God, people are taking, not photos of me. Yeah, we'll digitize it. We'll also have it on the screens outside, so you don't need to kind of go, what happened, where, why.
So while we do that, maybe grab a refreshment. We'll also have a session going on in this room too. So if open spaces is not your thing, you can also just come back here. Yes? All right, we'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Good?
Okay. Okay. I hate questions that start with. I hate questions that start off with. You're gonna hate me.
It's a question, so you can say no.
Yeah.
Can I change the lightning talk tomorrow? Can I do a different one? Just because.
If you send me the slides now, yes.
How about in an hour?
If you send me the slides in an hour,
Because
maybe.
I think it's going to be too stressful to get people to join me on stage.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, but
I did talk to other people about like if they would rather be interested in another talk. I do have the abstract. I just don't have the slides. But I can do them.
Okay.
I would do them right now.
Yes, please.
Yes. Well, I mean, if it's not okay, it's not okay. That's
I
why
mean,
it's a question.
don't send them to me tomorrow.
No, no, I
if you
will
send
send
it
them to you. Like I will work on them.
I'll only update the once I have the slides.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. I've got to kind of accept that because you did. You did.
Still have the QR code. Let's keep it up on the screen for as long as possible. Or put the actual schedule on the screen if you're done with it.
No, I'm not done with it. Just a minute.
Okay, bye.
Sorry. Send me, the earlier the better. if you could do it by, you got 2 hours. Yeah? Okay.
Actually, that reminds me, are you good for Ignite?
Sorry?
You good for Ignite? You've got enough Ignite?
Yes.
Right, good. Good.
Yes, thank you. Up to now. Yes, yes, yes. Fucking change the plans, please. I mean, do I need help with? I need a lot of help with a lot of things.
Is there anything?
No. You just enjoy.
Give him a few million.
No, you just enjoy. I can't remember.
Do you want this folded up before
QR code. Could somebody take a photo of the thing and give it to me?
Well, thanks for pitching it.
Could you take a photo of the thing and either send it to me on WhatsApp or whatever, and then I can update this thing? Dan, thanks again for everything, for being back up Ignite, and also for asking if there's anything you can help with.
Oh yeah, of course, man. Of course.
You hear it as a...
I'm around, you know.
Thanks.
No worries, man. Good luck, Ace. Stay strong.
I think one too many beers yesterday, maybe.
It's easy to do.
Thank you. Okay, I can't see shit. Could you... So, how can teams use what? Oh, use AI to prove their bottlenecks. Yeah, use AI to improve their bottlenecks. How do you know if you are over-engineering? Oh, being diverse. Being diverse versus being inclusive. Hey, gorgeous.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Everything under control?
Yeah. As good can be. You? What about you? How are you doing?
We just got here. We had to work in the morning, so.
Yeah. Cool. Well, let me just finish this and I'll be with you in a bit.
I just wanted to give you this. That was it. We can have some more whenever you have time.
Right. Oh, I'm being it. Oh. I don't know what that is.
Dat kon nog.
Ja, toen nog wel.
Toen nog wel. Ja.
Oh, am I okay to? Oh, fuck it.
Lijkt me wel heel geinig. Ja. Maar, en zo moet je er ook instappen. Want anders dan
Ja, precies. Eén iemand op het podium ja, dat is. Wat is hier nu? Die liet zich al stukken gaan.
picture of the empty room. Okay, so can I? But this is USB-C. I have already the thing. But let's say, okay, let's try it out. Because yesterday I did the tech check directly with the HDMI.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Can work.
we have some time to set up, so.
Yeah. That's why. Came down early.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. I also want to find the ones that are after you so that they know to my
There is a certain Hugo, but I don't know where he is.
Yeah. Very Dutch name.
Yeah. So it's Dutch. So it's what? Hugo. Because the G. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my little nephew is called Hugo too. It's a very popular name.
My former, not employer, but I was working as a freelancer for the Netherlands Kanker Institute, and the professor was called Hugo.
Yeah.
So it's like.
I like it. I think it's a really nice name.
And the surname also contained the G, so it was very difficult to pronounce.
That's a lot of. You know, like when I was when I got my baby, we were still in Austria, and so I really wanted to have a name that people there could pronounce as well. Because I love the name Rutger, but nobody there could pronounce it. So it's like, okay, yes, it's not going to be Rutger then.
That is the thing. Okay.
Look at that! Look at that! Yeah. If it shows there, it will show
Yeah.
there. So
I want
you're all
just
good.
to understand if I can do the presenter view with having my own.
Yeah. So then you just need to make sure that that you switch the screens in such a way that.
Yeah.
You know.
I want to try to uncouple those.
Yeah.
So instead of mirroring, I want to extend the displays. Keep the changes, and in case I can always reverse, and everything is fine.
Exactly, and so you make sure that you move that one over.
Yep. So I will move this one. No. Okay. So let me just move it. And what happened? Okay. Okay.
Wait.
F12. No.
No, F12 is not the thing.
F9.
Isn't it
11.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you make sure that you put this on your full screen, you know, and then you have everything. Yeah. Just keep it there.
Yeah. Okay. Works. I just tested the thing. Huh?
En wat we dus is, want dit is altijd relevant, maar normaal staat dat op de verder een beetje naar links en dan binnenvol en zo. Maar daarom doen we niet nu, we doen een buikpoging.
It's big enough, right? This is the smallest that I use, so it's the smallest font.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to check if the font is okay even for people in the back. I mean, I cannot do anything now about that, but I can do it later. perfect. Yeah, exactly. It works.
Yes, looks great. Okay.
Oh no. So I have time.
You have 15 minutes. Go sit down.
I'm gonna grab some water.
Wouldn't do this with this amount of people. Dat is wel een mooie visual. Leuk, hè? Ik zoek de tweede handheld. Waar ligt er eentje? Daar ligt er een, maar... Oh, daar hier in de doos. volunteer about so many influence. Oh, that's a lot of content.
Every birthday ever, I get a list of I use them for a lot of stuff, not only for drinking. I use them for plans. You can own other items. Stickers. I have a month full of stickers.
Tomorrow my laptop was
I chose it for that reason. I pay now Magic Arena, so not paper, but it's online. I still like to do cards, but before I used to collect tournaments with the standard decks. Exactly, too expensive, so now I do some drafts, and then online I play Magic Arena. Now I'm playing for guys in Spain. It's very nice. And I also play, of course, Arena. I play the red, the moonlight or something like that, until I reach like gold or something, because the matches are very fast. And then I start to switch over with because I do best of one, I don't do best of three. For best of three, I can use like control and whatever. Yeah, Madrid is one of my favorites because you have chances against Ronaldo, but you also have chances against control. Absolutely. I like any combination where it's black is small. I can't play without black as well. Maybe some mono greens sometimes, or green and red. Green and red. Bloom is one of the because I like to have one, and I like to go deeper into it. It's from the friends. I started playing with the first Grazia, and my brother was really much into it, and also I followed friends around on Insta. Then I saw for Ravnica, friends of Ravnica, and then I picked it again after where they started, like where the night and day mechanic. I really love the mechanics. Even my friends, they all play Command, so they already have a ton of cards for them, and it's easy. They have only one copy, so even if it's expensive, it's 17 for one card. But we all have the essentials for Commander, like Tower. Yeah, we used to do like Magic party. Only play Magic for like a lot of time. So happy that I'm already set up. I don't have to do anything much. Okay. Yeah, I also want to have the timer, which is really useful. So I know how fast Even 1 hour and a half would be okay. So.
I'll wait for my mic to turn on. There we go. It is time for yet another talk. So we had the Ignite, and that was about the end of the world. Now we're going to hell, and hopefully back. Please do you give Matteo a generous applause. Wow, come on. Good, good. Okay, guys. Have fun, enjoy.
Thanks a lot. So, how many of you know the Divine Comedy? Have ever heard of Dante? Hands up? Okay, quite a lot. So, in Italy, the school system is about Dante, especially in the early years of high school. So, at first, I didn't really like literature, actually, for nothing. I was all about IT. And still, I really loved Dante, and I decided to blend Dante and platform engineering today. So, starting off with the agenda, I'm going to introduce myself. Then we're going to have a little trip around the platform engineering's inferno with all of the circles, and you're going to meet a lot of weird people and challenges to solve. And then we're going to hopefully reach heaven, so the platform engineering heaven. About me. So I'm a cloud native consultant and contributor. I contribute to Kubernetes. I'm part of the 1.31 release team. And I organize meetups about Kubernetes in the Netherlands and KCD, Kubernetes Community Days. I'm a former startup CTO. I've been working as a lead SRE and DevOps engineer. We were building a platform, so I would say also I started with platforms. And then before, I was a software engineer. Fun facts about me. I used to live in the Italian city where Dante died. And I used to actually go to school very nearby. So I could visit the tomb very often. And lots of metal bands also took inspiration from Dante's Inferno, like Septic Flesh, and even iStart. Aside from that, I'm also a metal singer. And yeah, about literature, I love Dante. You already know that. Now, some disclaimers for this talk. So, some references are not accurate, so it's not a one-on-one reference from Dante's Inferno to platform engineering. And when I say customers or users, I mean developers. Because, yeah, developers. And yeah, Steve Ballmer is my hero. So. And yeah, so this is actually a BLT LDR, so if you don't have time to attend the talk, you already have a platform, you just don't treat it like one yet. Let's begin. So, this is you. You're a DevOps. And I know, DevOps is not a role, it's a culture, yes. But bear with me. You have compliance, you have security, you have development experience on top of all of your tasks. And there's platform engineering coming to aid you. And this, by the way, is free copyright, it's just a painting. Again, what is this platform? Is it physically a platform? Maybe not. It's not Backstage. So when they say that platform engineering equals Backstage, there is a lot more to that. So yes, it can be part of it, but it's not Backstage. So what is an internal development platform is a blend of many different techs and tools integrated, lowering the cognitive load on your developers, enabling self-service, but at the same time, you don't want to give up control, security, and compliance. This is my definition, by the way, like the last part. It's an internal product built and maintained for the developers, with the developers. So without developers, there's no platform. If they don't buy it, it's not going to work. So this is what a platform will look like. You're going to have some APIs on both sides, on the cloud provider side and on your internal platform, and they have to communicate. Your developers can choose, and will always have the option to choose, to use your platform in any fashion, like UI, the CLI, or the APIs, but they also need to have a manual kind of break glass. So imagine it like automation for your house. You never want to have your lock completely automated. You always want to have a backup in case something doesn't work. And that's, I think, is also true for platforms. In an internal development platform, you're going to have golden paths, defaults, and policies. I think this is the fundamental part. Then you're going to have a lot of services, CI/CD, EAC, GitOps to deploy on your Kubernetes, and repositories, so your code, your core. We're going to venture in the platform engineering inferno. So each circle, sorry for the Italian, but this is like an original representation. This is actually how the inferno was designed by Dante. So with all the circles, every circle is a sin, and so it will be for us. And if you recognize yourself in one of the sins, be really careful, because I'm going to also have a solution to each of the sins, at least my view on the solution. So we start with the limbo. Here we can find all of the legacy developers that stopped developing before platform engineering was a thing. I'm talking with probably like COBOL developers and stuff. And yeah, I mean, I cannot blame them. And then we're also gonna talk about the dilemma of build versus buy. But I will also add versus adopt and integrate. And actually, the solution to this one could be a bit of all of them, depending on your need. So developers discussing this dilemma are doomed to stay here until 5 or 8 is red on the dice. This is a Jumanji quote. And as you can see, like, developers are in circle, discussing what they think is best, and someone is like sitting, it's more like chill. Someone is having weapons, so they're more like opinionated about it. But at the end of the day, the purpose of a platform is enabling your team. So the build versus make, in my opinion, is more like having a tailored suit made for you, or having a pre-made one from a brand. But the brand can even be like Armani, so it's going to be a great suit. And it has to fit your budget. So don't go for a tailored suit if you don't have the budget for it. Buy what you can afford. And ask your developer what they need. This is very important. And once you ask the developers what they need, they're going to give you the real feedback, and you can act accordingly, implementing your platform. Now we go to lust. So lust is that sensation that you have when you want to integrate all of your different tools inside your platform. You want Argo, you want Flux, but you also want Jenkins. And now you have a mess of different tools, and everyone can choose. But then nobody is really an expert of any of these tools. And it's difficult to debug all of them and to integrate, and keeping the integration on for all of them, and keeping that integration updated. So in this case, my solution is a tiniest viable platform. So you want to have the smallest set of APIs, documentation, and tools needed to accelerate team developing modern software, services, and systems. This is, by the way, from Team Topologies. If you want to look up the repository, I leave it there. And in short, this is whatever your team needs to go faster. A platform is not a place for your engineers to have ego. They just need to be able to implement the core of your product. And then we go to gluttony. There is a great appetite for all of the different tools and services without a rationale, without really implementing them. This is a very cool gift that I always like to use in this case. You are leaving your customers with an overwhelming array of options, and they're like, yeah, but what should I choose? What should I implement? Is that something that I need to choose myself, but I don't have the expertise for that? And rightfully, developers write code. Platform engineers and DevOps engineers, they want to know about the infrastructure. They have to know about how to optimize that and how to put in place processes in order for your developers to be productive. So at the end of the day, to avoid sprawling of tools, you want to have guardrails, and you want to have a guardian. In this case, we have Cerberus, which is the guardian of our gates, and they're not going to pass. So if your developers want to go out from that trail, you're going to say no. You have to learn how to say no, in a nice way, of course, but still, you have to have a centralized decision-making going on. having some consensus, but the nuance, the edge case, doesn't have to go in the platform right away. So the initial version of the platform has to stay simple. And yeah, this helps to create a platform where your DevX is satisfying for everyone. And of course, you have a bit of a trade-off, and you have to evaluate legacy tools as well. If you want to rebuild them from scratch, adopt something else, or keeping them in the loop for long enough so your developers can eventually switch to the new tools. Then we have greed, the fourth circle. In this case, you have a desire for control, and you have a desire to build your platform, right? So at this point, your engineers are excited, they are building all these tools, they are building all these processes, but maybe they don't really need all of those. Maybe you don't need to implement the authentication processes all over. You can just adopt, I don't know, Okta, by the way, is one of the sponsors. I'm not tied to them, they don't pay me. You can implement like your Google authentication, your GitHub authentication, and you don't really need to rebuild that all the time. You can just adopt that part and plug it into your platform. So we also find in this circle people that think that the platform will solve their cultural and topology problems. So if you don't have control on your teams, if you don't measure your metrics, a platform is not going to help. So you have first to measure your metrics, and then you can go to a platform. Otherwise, you won't have any data to support it. So to solve this challenge, you have to create golden paths. And a golden path, in my definition, is the fastest way to go to production for your developers. I know that there are many definitions of a golden path, but I think this is the most actionable definition. You can measure how fast your developers are putting change in production. This includes, of course, templates for components, repositories, infrastructure pipelines, anything that can bring your code from the laptop of your developers to the production system. And the key to this process is eliminating any unnecessary choice for your developer. So you want to diminish the complexity budget. This one I also stole from Team Topologies. Thanks, Matthew Skelton and Manuel Pai. I really like the definition of complexity budget because it makes you understand that you cannot afford complexity. Complexity is a cost that you have to evaluate, and you have to evaluate all the risks tied to it. Then we move to RAT. So this is a pipeline migration. I know this is not a POV, but you can see that it's very messy, and people are scared about it, and they maybe have opinions about it, but the internal friction, one, is inevitable. You have to fight it. But if you don't fight it, if you don't find a solution for it, it's going to destroy your platform. Or you're not going to even build a platform if you have enough friction inside. So building a system while trying to get adoption, it's very difficult. You also have to think about migrating from your old system to a new system, how to roll it out nicely. You can have different techniques. There's no one-fits-all solution. So maybe in your company, it works with a pilot team. Maybe in other companies, it works like, I don't know, abstracting all the CI/CD for all the team at the same time. Or maybe, I don't know, like you want to go by domain, let's say authentication, or you want to automate finance first. Then you have the way to decide this kind of thing because you have your data, because you measure that, right? And on top of that, you have to fight all of these things even after you build a platform. So you have to maintain it. It's not something that you get to build once and then it runs forever. You don't have to change it. No, it's a product. It has a life cycle. It will have releases. It will have new implementations, new integrations. At some point, if the platform lives long enough, you're going to even have deprecations. So maybe an API doesn't serve you anymore. Maybe you don't use, I don't know, ECS anymore, and you only use Kubernetes. Or you want to use back virtual machines. You don't want to use only Kubernetes, so you have to implement another API. And you have to fight this whole thing that Syntasso in their blog and also in their papers, they call platform decay. So you don't have to let your platform die. Here we come to RAT. So to minimize the friction, you have to follow these steps. Of course, it's not an exhaustive list. This is my opinion on it. You have to start small and with value-driven steps. So what does it mean? Ask your developers, what is the task that you spend most time on a daily basis or on a weekly basis, depending on how fast is your development cycle. And who is your pilot team? Maybe you have some developers that are eager to learn about platforms, or you have DevOps engineers that are already trying to put something together for your teams. Maybe sometimes the pilot team is already like a naturally kind of thing. It's chosen by itself. Or you can appoint them and just say, hey, now you're my pilot team. But in my experience, that works rarely. You have to avoid all-in-one magic and big bang releases. You want to roll out features one by one, nice and slow. You want to really keep the feedback loop. So you're going to ask your developers at each release, hey, I want to survey your satisfaction. Are you OK with this new change? Did it help you? Was it neutral? Was it something that you don't use? How often are you using it? And then you have to keep in mind day two operations. A platform is not only pushing your software to production and then you leave it right there. It's something that keeps your code in a state where you want it to be. And that's why you also should define simple and future-proof API interfaces. With an API interface, you can really then plug in any kind of external integration. You can evolve your platform in a way that feels natural, exactly like a backend of a product, because it is what it is. We go to heresy now, the sixth circle, where you have the platform engineering seen as an heresy by your management team, especially the CFO and any financial controlling kind of team. Because yes, it costs a lot of money. Maybe not directly, maybe you're not paying a third-party software, you're not buying a platform, you're building it, but then you're paying it in amount of hours spent in building the platform. And you have to justify this spending, even if you don't like it. It's something that us developers, we don't really like to justify our hours put into building something amazing, I know. But at the end of the day, our employers have to pay for this platform. So we might as well start measuring the goals of the platform with business objectives. So you want to really say, hey, this platform is helping us delivering software faster, is helping us having less production problems, is helping us having nice rollouts in production. You don't really want to keep your management blindsided. You want to involve your management in the platform. You want them to have dashboards that they can consult and see in real time what is happening. They want data, they want something. So you might as well building it embedded in the platform. And yeah, as we experience communication issues, we want to really, really go along the lines of OKRs, so business objectives, but you can also have some KPIs. It's not an ugly or an evil word. It's just something that you really have to be careful about. Because once you set a metric, you typically adapt to the metric, and you typically adapt to beat that metric. So you really want to have metrics that make sense, and I think a small set of metrics, not really like 100 metrics. You really need 4, like the DORA metrics. Those are kind of good to understand if your platform is delivering what it's supposed to be and what it promised. And yeah, survey your developer satisfaction periodically. I didn't put any time period, so it's not 1 week, it's not 2 weeks, it's whatever works for your team. Ask them, would you mind filling a survey for me once per month? Probably not. Would you mind doing it every 2 days? Probably yes. We go to violence. Now, developers against your platform are equally dangerous. So not only you have to fight your management, you also have to fight your developers, the resistance that they put against the platform. You can have developers saying, yeah, but we always done it that way. Okay, yeah, I understand. And you can also have DevOps people saying, yeah, but won't the platform steal my job? No, it won't. You have more work to do. Yeah, and more exciting work to do. You're building a product now. You're not maintaining or like, I don't know, solving Jira tickets all day. Like, hey, can you create this repository for me? Can you give me a permission? No, it's already built in. So self-service, your developer can just create the repo, add the permission, push in production. Okay, maybe test and production with a quality gate or something. So we all know what this is, right? You know that this is like our good development cycle. You code, you build it, you deploy it, you operate. And in DevOps, you also own it, you test it, and blah, blah, blah. But this is not the reality, at least not in my experience. And this is a bit what it looks like. You have way more processes. You have site reliability teams, you have DevSecOps teams, you have a lot of like stuff about the cloud, you have cloud management, different infrastructure of code. You have too many things to take care of. And without a platform, you're really, really wasting a lot of time doing the same thing over and over. Do you want to instrument your code? Do you want to have your OpenTelemetry collector deployed? Maybe some people, they just don't want the collector like that. They want a sidecar. Maybe some other people like another way. It's never going to end. So you have to take decisions that fit in this model. So even this model is not exhaustive. Maybe you have AI services. Maybe I put them somewhere. No, there's no AI in this one. But yeah, you might want an AI platform as well. And then we come to treachery. So treachery, treason, however you want to call it, at the end of the day, your developers have lost their way. You betrayed them. You didn't make any documentation for your platform. So now they're lost forever, and they're doomed to fail. So there is no way out of this maze. And unless you help them and you help yourself finding the platform market fit, this is like a new thing, just substituting product, your entire platform team is doomed to be laid off. I'm sorry, you failed. So this is a small diagram that I made. It's opinionated, yes, but it gives you an idea about how to navigate your platform engineering problem inside the company. So first of all, are you tracking developer experience metrics? If you're not doing that, start tracking them and go back. If you're tracking them, is your developer team overloaded and delivery is suboptimal? No. Are you really tracking developer metrics? If no, start defining them and go back again. If it is, then is it you're understaffed or is cognitive load too high? You have sprawling of tools and everything. If it's cognitive load, you probably need platform engineering. If you're understaffed, hire people. Like, there's no escape. You cannot make 10 developers with all the nice platforms you want, make the work of 100 developers. So if you can't hire, probably your business model is not working, so you should charge your customers more. That's it. And tell this to your managers, to your salespeople, to your CFO. And if you need platform engineering instead, the question you have to ask is how many teams you have. So you have less than 3 teams, I would consider buying, because it's small enough. Maybe your problem is already solved by platforms that are out there. I'm not naming any. More than 3, I would consider building. You can afford having like a small platform team that can really create a platform tailored to your business domain, tailored to your product, tailored to the tools that you already using in your company. This is a nice chart that I found thanks to Abhinoda. He's the CEO of GetDX.com. This is when different companies of different like domains and sizes, they've built platforms and platform teams. So some companies, as you can see, they built them when they had like 30 engineers. And maybe that's too early, but it worked for them. Again, there's no one-fits-all solution. You have to find your own. Or like Miro, which, by the way, has a HQ in Amsterdam. They built a platform team around 100 and 150 engineers. And then going down, you see, for example, DoorDash, they started building it after 500 engineers, which is, in my opinion, a bit too late, but let's see. So this is a small TLDR of our talk. It's all about company culture. You really cannot enforce stuff top-down, and I think it's the base principle of any DevOps or any process really in a company. Buy if your platform need is already well solved. Try different platforms. Like the fact about buying, you don't have to buy the first platform you see. You can try a couple of them. Most platform engineering tools, they have like some trial period, like try me for 1 month, 2 months, whatever. And you can do that even maybe for different teams. Like one team buys one platform, one team buys the other. They have a call, they have a presentation, and you can evaluate pros and cons. After that, you must remember that agnostic tools wins in the long run. So you don't really want to go with a high vendor lock-in kind of thing. And you really want a platform that can stay agnostic. So most platforms nowadays are based on Kubernetes, which is fine. But then maybe they have strong opinions on authentication. Maybe you can't plug in different softwares with that. Maybe they only work on a certain set of languages. So you really want to be careful about that. And then you can build if you can afford the time, yes, the effort, but most importantly, the long-term commitment. Building a platform is a long-term commitment. It's something that you have to keep over and over. And it's an opportunity cost. So you have to realize that engineers employed to your platform are not building your product. So they're not immediately bringing business value, but they're acting as a multiplier to the rest of your team. Always, always, always measure your platform effectiveness against metrics. They have to be measurable. They have to be numbers. You have to have data about it. And they have to be aligned with business objectives. So even if you don't like them, you have to involve your managers, and they have to like it. So again, starting small, solve a problem for your developers, and solve a problem that shows the business value. So when you're building a platform, at first, you have to try and think, hey, what is the most important part of my product? What is the part of the product that fails the most? Let's say one team has a deployment failure rate of 15%. Work with them. Show management that you can bring it down to 5, 2% with your platform. And then they're going to buy it. They're going to say, hey, OK, you can build your platform. It works. And then, yeah, platforms have to find their own market fit in a market, which is your company, that is way different from the SaaS market or any market that your company is in, that requires a different go-to-market strategy. So it's not that you have to buy ads and you have to have some leads about that, but maybe you want to have platform advocates inside your company. Maybe your pilot team, after the project, can create videos or content or delivering internal workshops to the rest of the company. Maybe this goes more for like big companies, let's say a big bank, ING, ABN AMRO, whatever. Those are structured enough to have a pilot team that can go around the different offices and different areas to deliver the message. And involving your developers to shape the platform, it's really important. So you really want to involve them. You really want them to define, but also contribute. So you want even them to like have ideas, have opinions, even build part of it if they need some APIs. And your development teams, in the end, are the key to your platform market fit. Now, I have some cool resources that if you want, we're going to read. We have a platform engineering manifesto that I wrote. It's highly, let's say, inspired by the Agile manifesto. And a work-in-progress platform engineering roadmap that I'm building. it's basically like not tool-based. It's mostly like what you need to know and understand, let's say in networking, in storage, to create a platform. There is a cool article that also inspired part of this talk from Martin Fowler about platforms. It's called Platform Prerequisites. I highly recommend reading that. This slide deck, by the way, is public at speakersdeck.com, mbianchidev. You can find all of my talks, by the way. And then now I'm going to go with the credits. A big, big thanks to Jason, Laura, and William for reviewing the slides. The organizing team, part of it is here, part of it is behind the scenes, for having me on stage. You for attending this talk, most importantly. And yeah, Slides Carnival for the presentation, because I'm really, really not a designer, so this is pretty cool, and it's not me. Thanks a lot. You can find me on any social media with my handle mbianchidev, and this is Q&A time. Please ask some questions. We have some time, I think, 5 minutes? No? No, 0. So you can find me around the area, and yeah.
You will be around. Thank you for bringing us to Eden. Once more, give him a big round of applause. And then we'll take a couple minutes to switch to the next speaker.
Nice, thanks. I tried my best.
To
Ja, oké. Ik heb dit al de hele dag willen doen.
This working? Yes, this is working. Okay. A lot of trouble with having this Madonna with my hair. Yeah, I know. Okay, so before we are settled, but we are going to stretch our legs a bit, okay? I want you all to stand up. Oh, yeah, I saw the face. Yeah, stand up. Come on, come on. Yes. Even if in the back I can see you, even though I'm small. Yeah. We are going to take a selfie together. Say hi. With you. Come on. I don't know what I'm doing. Literally, I don't know. No, I don't know. Yes! This goes to my mother. She thinks I'm working hard. I need to prove her wrong. And now I want to present our speakers that is comfortably on the couch. They are going to talk about DevOps, product, and soul. I'm not sure how it's connected together, and they didn't reveal the secrets for me, so I'm going to stand here. So I want to hear you when we are welcoming Hugo and Hans. Henk, sorry. Thank you.
This couch is amazing, don't you think, Hugo? Oh.
I wanted to do this all day, sit on this couch.
Yeah.
So I made it.
Achievement unlocked.
Yeah.
So, hi everyone. My name is Henk van der Schuur. This is my friend Hugo Trippaars. We are thrilled to be here. And we are on a mission to bring business closer to DevOps. And you know, what we see a lot is that many DevOps teams are celebrating DevOps and the successes thereof. But at the same time, business is still operating rather isolated. Well, it's the business who is responsible for setting the requirements, prioritizing them, and actually also paying for them in many cases. And simultaneously, it's exactly DevOps who bring the sometimes also needed common sense and non-functional sense to, let's say, the feature creep that's often induced by the business. So we've come up with this figure. It's actually 2 years ago. BizDevOps, like as we call it. And it all starts with the business at the top, right? So there is a desire that gets defined and articulated in nice requirements. And then, well, development gets these requirements, gets hopefully to build a nice and sound software product that is then valued by its end users, hopefully. And then when it goes into production, telemetry is gathered, through which business then again can verify or falsify their expectations regarding the software value, end user behavior, etc. And while this might, well, sound like a sound system, you might also see that it can be really challenging actually to bring business and DevOps together, especially when you're like us in a more of a customer-supplier relationship, because then business and DevOps are kind of separated by definition. Yeah. Let's talk a bit about that, about the challenges that occur there.
Yeah. So let's talk about the system. So what Henk mentioned is something we all know, right? We all have seen this BizDevSecOps trend, and we're all working it, and we're all trying to achieve it. It's already difficult if you try to achieve it in an existing company, in a company that's supposed to work together towards a common goal. Now we see a system where, for example, a company like us sends over a team to a customer to help them achieve their success. And suddenly you get a more complex scenario, because in between this whole DevOps movement, suddenly you get contracts, and you get money involved. And I think we all know that the moment money is involved, things get very complex.
Yeah.
So what we would like to do today is, in the next couple of minutes, take you through 3 of our cases that we've had in the past, where we try to solve this problem of dealing with contracting and still maintaining the soul of the system, which is the essence of getting DevOps done and making sure that everybody works together in a cooperation to achieve a common goal.
Let's go. Hey, Hugo. Welcome, buddy. This is my bank. It's called Moneu. And I have this awesome mid-layer I need to build. I need 19 APIs from you. I think we need about like 6 months, half a year max. 550, what's your price?
God. So I think we've all been here, right? Actually, some of you actually have been there. But this is something that really frequently happens in contracting. Customer knows best, of course, so the customer already understands what the problem is. They know how to solve it. They just want you to bring in a few developers, name your price, and get it done. Well, I think we're all familiar with the next picture. This is the cone of uncertainty. So what happens is we are completely at the start of this cone. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know how complex the API is. And still, in businesses, what they expect us to be able to do as development teams or as an external party is say, oh, OK, it's going to cost you 200,000 euros. Oh, that's too expensive. Do it for half. OK, fine. We do it for half. What happens? It doesn't work, right? So 2 years in the project, 135 APIs later, and we might actually be ready to go live. So what happened, this contract was made on a time material basis. So we said, OK, we cannot do the estimation because we're at the complete beginning of this project. So the only thing we can do is actually tell you this is a cost per hour for our developers, and we just start work. So we worked for a couple of years, got all the APIs running. In the end, the project worked, but the customer wasn't really happy because the customer budgeted we needed 19 APIs, and he negotiated the cost down to a couple of hours. But yeah, completely didn't work. Unhappy customer, successful project, unhappy customer. So we needed to try something different.
Yep. Hey, Hugo, welcome back again. I'm in leasing nowadays, and I can tell you we are amazing at leasing. We are not so much amazing in digitization, automation, and the digital transformation, as you might see from the picture. And you know, we have this bank, this core, digital core. It's Oracle-based. Licenses need to be renewed. It's going to be a financial disaster. So really, I need your help. We need a digital core. By the way, I don't like the time materials from last time because things got delayed and it was all the risk was on my side. So please come up with a new model.
Yeah, I got you. We've got this new thing. We've got a thing called Scrum. Does anybody here know Scrum? Yeah, okay, yeah. It works with story points, right? So that's amazing, because now we can actually measure velocity of the teams. And well, if you measure velocity of teams, you know what the teams are producing in terms of outcome. So we can make it very simple, Hank. What we're going to do is actually, we're going to make you a model where you pay us by story point delivered.
Awesome.
Because we have a commitment. You get a price per story point. We do more. We do what you expect. We get paid more. We do a little bit less. Not your risk. We get paid a little bit less.
I get your point. So delay is now, if there is a project delay, it's the risk is shared between us, basically.
Exactly. I have a little bit of skin in the game. You have skin in the game.
I like this a lot.
This is going to work.
Okay.
This. So what happened here is, okay, it worked in a sense because, yeah, velocity is a measure of progress. So you can put a value in it, but yeah, we all know. I think we actually had it in a presentation earlier today. It's the outside loop, right? So we priced the inside loop, but we forgot about the outside loop for people that followed that presentation. Meaning that we covered all the technical stuff. So we covered the yellow part, which is the development part. We covered the red part, which is operations, which somehow you can mangle into Scrum. But all the blue bits are all the overhead bits. So suddenly the refinement sessions weren't about, okay, how do we achieve this feature? What kind of technical solution do we select? But actually more like, yeah, can we commit to this? Because, yeah, it's our financial future that hangs on the line here. Every meeting is more about, it's a stand-up, it's more like, okay, are we achieving what we want? And are we doing enough to make the invoice worth it? So we have an enormous amount of overhead in meetings. Actually, we have meetings everywhere. So this entire blue bit, and you see towards the end of the project, the blue bars get even exceedingly high.
So you're saying I'm actually paying for the meetings you are having?
Yes, absolutely, because it's time I'm spending on your project, right? So yeah, you get to pay me for all the work I do to allow you to pay me for the work I should be doing.
But I don't like the overhead, Hugo. Okay. We need to do this differently.
Okay.
Let's go to the train domain. Hugo, these trains are awesome. I can tell you the train domain in the Netherlands is super futuristic. You know why? They have DevOps.
Trains have DevOps?
Yes.
You got to explain that one.
You know DevOps, right? So you have like the party responsible for the infrastructure, ProRail in this case, is separate from the party that's actually using it, NS, that's us. And we are really working closely together, right? So this is the future, the physical manifestation of DevOps. Next level, dude.
Okay, but I can raise you one up with next level because you're saying time materials. I did a story point model, right? Didn't like it, but I tweaked it. I completely fixed it. I took in account that we have multiple teams. I took in account that we have all this overhead. Here, I'll show you.
Let's go back to time materials because it was too much overhead. And I'm going to tender this because...
Trust me, this is going to be awesome. Look.
Okay.
See?
Oh my God. And then?
So I actually have a sample invoice.
Oh my God.
Do we have any mathematicians in the room?
I need a PhD for
Okay, then I'm going to talk to you. We might be able to improve this model. But actually, if this was over-engineered. I mean, we've all been there. This was completely over-engineered. It worked. We got it down to, well, the third digit after the comma. We could build an invoice. But here's the crux of the story. We missed a very important part here. We started focusing on reporting. We started focusing on getting the numbers right. And what we were missing was the really important part. Because what we've created here is Excel hell.
Yeah, it's missing soul, to put it like that, Hugo. And I think you've created a monster here. really need a PhD to understand this invoice. Maybe we should go back to basics, Hugo. Go back to like the start. Let me organize a meeting with my NS colleagues and see what we can do. You know, what I would like you to have is some skin in the game. That's the part I like from all the experience. Yeah, and I want to have the right conversation together and to know what's the value being delivered.
Okay, fair enough. But you've got to understand me as well. I want to make sure that I have a long-term contract. I would like a little bit of skin in the game, but I need to have some predictability as well to make it worth my while to actually spend all those hours and have a long-term outlook. How are we going to combine this? I think I have a solution. What if we say we build a team fee? I give you a number of developers, and we say, okay, this is the people that we're going to do the work with. Fixed fee, so we don't calculate all the stupid stuff like hour registration, management overhead, vacation, etc.
So just one fixed price?
One fixed price.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you, as a customer, the ability to say, you guys did a good job. I'm going to add a little bit of the fee. But also, if you think we're not doing a good job, you give us a little bit less.
Okay. So, but how do I then decide when something is right or wrong or good enough? What are the knobs I can turn?
Well, I think that's where we need to work within the system. So by setting up a conversation, it sounds scary, I know, conversations, especially with tech people. But if we set up a conversation and we say, why don't we look at why we started working together as partners in this? Well, not actually partners, as a supplier relationship. We have a goal, we have a mutual understanding of the problem, and there's something we want to achieve. So working within the way that we're organized with quarterly sprints, what if we set a number of objectives? And we're not only going to make those objectives hard targets, like we want to achieve a certain project or we want to achieve a certain goal, but also some soft targets, like how are we doing on training? Because you've hired us as a company, you've hired us for a reason. Let's check every quarter if we're still doing what you actually hired us to do. And that should give you the knobs to turn.
Yeah. Okay, so if I understand you correctly, I get goals like these on top of our regular amazing safe epics and safe goals that we define each and every sprint and quarter.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we have a check-in midterm to see how it's going. And I get to decide at full discretion what is the bonus.
Absolutely.
Okay, I like this.
So,
what's the verdict on this latest BizDevOps iteration, you might ask? Well, actually, it turned out to be quite successful, I think I can say. So let's have a look. Hugo.
Yeah. So, quite successful indeed. We can talk for a lot about the picture, but I think we have ample time to do a bit of a recap. So if you look at what we've done over these few iterations, we went from a time materials to an overly complex model back to actually something that's really simple. But the actual reason we're having this talk is because we actually think we're onto something here. And I think a lot of people call it agile contracting. A lot of people that I've talked to over the last 2 days actually have a lot of questions about this. But for us, it was a little bit back to basics, like how do we have the conversation with the customer? What's the primary driver to engage with your customer in a meaningful way that discusses actually how you deal with DevOps, how you deal with making progress, and how we align the goals we want to achieve together with the customer. Because if you look at a simple time materials, the actual goal of the company is to have a project done, and the goal of the supplier company is to make as many hours as possible, because that's how we make money, right? In this model, we actually are both talking about how can we do a little bit more. And that has two effects. So first of all, for the company, us, as being the supplier, we get to think, okay, where can we add value? We're constantly looking because, of course, we're overachievers, so we want that 10%. We don't just want to make money, we want to make a shitload of money. So let's see what we can do to focus on the 10% and see how we can do a little bit more just to be able to say, hey, we're worth the effort, we're worth the money that we're getting. On the other hand, our customer was forced to actually think about, okay, why did I hire these people? How can we put them in a position where they actually give the best of themselves, and how can we make sure that they work very well with our team so we can have this extra benefit of having experts on the floor, having people that can coach and guide our teams. Basically, what's a little bit of a step extra?
And to add to it, Hugo, I think from business, we really got a better sight and a clearer insight in what's actually happening from an engineer's perspective. So we have the right conversation, and we come together and bring basically business and development together then. And whilst having this conversation, I think it's really about meeting each other, looking each other in the eye, and having the actual conversation, the real conversation. And so that's not always easy, but we like to prevent the situation where like all dashboards are green, and then you have the customer still has a wrong or bad feeling about it. That would not be good.
Yeah, what we here have a couple of pictures, and actually the top picture is one of the meetings that we actually had with a customer, where we now on a quarterly basis sitting down and discussing together how can we actually achieve that. And it also frees up my time, so you can actually see me sitting there in the train, doing the fun stuff that I really like, because I don't want to spend time organizing all my hours, minutes, and doing all kinds of funky calculations in Excel. I actually want to do engineering. That's what I'm good at, so let me do my engineering. Important part is that we also get to celebrate when we actually make the 10%. So that was nice. I think I remember most of that celebration.
Yeah, and if we do well as a team, this basically repeats every quarter, right? So you have a party every quarter. One more thing, Hugo. I think it's also good to say it does require some unlearning for most people. So if you're raised in a corporate environment with dashboards, management reporting, all the like, then it takes a bit of unlearning to think in terms of feelings and how do you feel? What is your feeling about our performance the last quarter? Instead of like, hey, can't we create a KPI for this, or can't we make this smart? Well, no.
Yeah. And I think that's actually the key in why we named this presentation the soul of the system, because the feeling part is difficult, and at first it feels very uncomfortable to go and sit there with your customer and just say, hey, what do you actually think about what we've been doing over the last month? It's confronting, it's uncomfortable, because the first few times you might actually get it wrong, and yeah, especially when you're starting a new partnership, it requires a little bit of knowledge of each other to say, hey, what actually helps, and how do you get this going? So you're putting a little bit of yourself, a little bit of your soul into a project. So that's why we named it Adding Soul to the System.
Yeah. On that bombshell, this was what we had to share, and our story about adding some soul to the system and bringing business and DevOps together. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions. Come and see us later or ask them now.
Do we have any questions?
Yes, here at the front.
Give me a second. Second is on. Where's from the sponsor? I'll pull up the question. I can just say it out loud. How do you avoid the customer moving the? How do you avoid the customer moving the goalposts to not pay? Because I just imagine the check-in meeting where they say, oh, our goal was to do X, and oh, you understood X as this, I actually meant as that, because they have a financial incentive, like minus 10% on a contract. They have a financial incentive to move the goalposts, especially towards the end of the contract where most of the work has been already delivered.
I think it's two elements to it. So there's one very, very practical one, and that's in terms of budgets at the customer side. So the budget is maximized to the maximal bonus that can be given in the whole period. So in that sense, financially there's always room, theoretically. I think secondly, most importantly, it's about trust, right? And that's also what we try to convey here, is like, having the real conversation. And of course, this needs to grow over time. But that's where I would always say we come in, right? Because each and every quarter, we have the opportunity to show that we're actually worth it, basically. And that's what we try to do. And I think that helps very much, correct me if I'm wrong, Hugo, in having the right assessment also in the check-in from a customer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll have a next presentation in 2 years with another few 2 years later slides, and we'll tell you how this actually went.
There's more questions.
I actually managed to pull up questions.
Awesome.
Round of applause for me. Don't. I am so great, Harm. I know. I'm aware. All right. So let's start with the question on top. What does complexity or budget mean from your point of view? How do you measure it?
Oh, that's a very good question. I like that one. It depends. No. It's difficult, and I think it's one of the things I've been struggling ever since I started with Scrum, is how do you measure complexity of a thing? And I think people way smarter than I have tried to find a denominator for it. At this moment, what we tried with the 2 iterations where we really focused on complexity is to be as true to the original goals as much, which is how much effort, how much brain space, how much developer power do we need to actually solve a particular thing. So that's how we scoped our stories, and that's what we used for complexity. So we really try to avoid the obvious pitfall of using time taken, estimated effort, but really focus on, okay, is this a really difficult task? You don't want your customer to pay for really simple things. You want your customer to pay for the really hard stuff.
And to add to it, I think we do use some metrics for this, right? Like cloud maturity or software quality, to name a few. But I think regardless of the metrics we use, I think the important part is that we as a team come together to basically assess maturity. And then, well, you need a way of expressing that. But the important part is that as a team, you have a feeling about what the maturity is and complexity is.
That sounds about right. All right, next question. Does the business really just have one meeting per quarter? Or are there monthly check-ins?
Good question as well. This one's easy to answer. We actually have daily check-ins. So...
Someone is very happy with daily check-ins.
No, the part of the organization of NS, where we're currently working, is that business and IT are actually moved very closely together. And I think part of the power of the way of working is that our technical team is in daily contact with business and with everybody. So we have these overall objectives, and on a daily, weekly, or sprint basis, we constantly discuss, like, are we moving in the right direction? So we focus on what we said, the sprint goals, the safe goals for the daily work, and that all is translatable back to the overall objectives we want to achieve over a quarter. So there's really common check-ins, and I would actually advise everybody to make sure that you keep on doing that. And don't hide yourself in the cellar. Have that conversation continuously. This way of working gives you the opening because you have to discuss the objectives and you have to go and talk to your customer on a quarterly basis. But it also gives you the opening to keep on talking to your customer during that period and saying, hey, I think we're deviating from the plan, or I think I'm going to have trouble achieving this because something else happened or environment happens. How can we tweak and tune the process so at the end of the quarter, we're both happy with what we have achieved? I'm not allowed to say that on stage, I think.
Henk is.
Let's have some DevOps afterwards. But maybe I think the next question ties into this, right? So how do you and the business agree upon what's being achieved or it can be achieved in 3 months? That is also about having the right conversation with the right people, right? And that it can be rather challenging. So I remember one moment where one of the IT stakeholders came to me. I was like, Henk, I told you to put on this goal. Yes, I said, I know. Oh, and by the way, I also told you to remove the other one. I said, yeah, I know. But you didn't remove it. I said, yes, that's right. So what are you doing? So this goal was about NIS2, which is a law that gets into effect this October. And from Superfill's side, we find this very important, at least for the scope that's under our responsibility, that needs to be in place. And I explained this to her. I was like, yeah, if it's about us, then we get this and keep this goal in place, and we are not going to remove it. So what happened is that this person then, was quite annoyed about it and had some talks internally, and then discovered like, oh yeah, maybe this is a goal worth keeping on the list, and so we went. So there is a lot of learning also ongoing while we are at it, but it's you need to be in talks and in conversations and be approachable also, and that's I think one other important aspect, Hugo, that I think you and like majority of the team are at the customer most of the days, right? And so communication is happening. Yeah,
ties into the previous answer. Indeed, it's constant communication, constant challenging each other. From are we making each other happy? Are we doing the right stuff?
I have nothing to add. That is a good answer. Please do give these two fine folks one more round of applause.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a couple minutes to switch speakers here. Gerald is up next. I've gotten a sneak preview of his talk yesterday. I interviewed him.
Haha.
4 gigs. It has music on it because it came from an iPod. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I know. It's tiny hardware. No. Someone bought like 1,000 of them and created watches. So check out, you cannot read it anymore, but it says hddwatches.com.
Okay.
No? Gerald, are you ready?
I am ready to go, indeed.
That's good.
Are you just excited? Yes. Nervous? Yes.
All of the things?
All of the things? She's not on the screen yet. It will be, I guess.
I mean, it's not on the screen because we didn't plug it in.
Yeah, that might work, wouldn't it? There we go. No? Yeah. Lovely. Well, it's not timed yet, is it?
Well, it is 1 minute.
15, I think it was. Way ahead of you. A customer that talks to you, like in the previous.
Web to PNG converter,
All right, folks, we are bang on time, which is surprising for a DevOps Days. So Gerald and me were sitting on the couch discussing whether we were going to stand up or continue to sit down, because the couch is comfortable. Also, the talk is about legacy, so what better setting than just sitting down? Maybe a whiskey, maybe, fireplace. But we decided to stand up. So for now, I'm going to turn the stage back over to our last speaker. He is going to give us a love letter to legacy. Like I said, I got a sneak preview of this yesterday. I'm super excited about it. So please do give Gerald a massive round of applause.
Thank
and
you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Is this thing on? Can you hear me? Yes, very nice. I can hear myself as well. I sound weird. Right, without further ado, as is obligatory these days, you kind of introduce yourself. Now, I've got this little knitted puppet as my avatar on everything because about 5 years ago, my wife came running in saying, Jerry, 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 you're on telly. And this was a Dogs Trust ad, which has knitted figures. I may not have had a beard at that time, so it doesn't quite work now. So I'm old. It's a talk about legacy. Of course, I have to be old. I remember Java 1.0. I used it. I remember before then as well, but yeah. I've been around the block from a development point of view, where I've sort of made software for lots of different places. I've also dabbled in breaking software, where I turned around and did a bit of security, which mostly involved poking things with a stick until they break, which they do surprisingly easily. And very lately, I've decided to be a head of engineering, which means that you juggle lots of plates and don't feel like you achieve anything. So again, legacy feels appropriate. So this talk is about legacy. What I want to do is I actually want to sort of first talk about what it actually is, because that's not entirely clear all the time. I give a little preview on something that I call the maintenance death spiral. Remember that. That's my drama piece done for today. I'll be talking about metaphors, why experience matters. Sorry, I got distracted because the screen went off. I'm just buggering up the recording now, so yeah, good. And how you can sort of work with legacy, what you can do to fix it, and what legacy can give to you. So to start off with, so we'll talk about what legacy code is. I like to use Michael Feather's definition. Michael Feather said that the main thing that distinguishes legacy code from non-legacy code is tests, or rather a lack of tests. With tests, you make things better. Without them, you don't really do anything. I recommend the book. It is quite old because, legacy, obviously, we need to age things nicely. But yeah, so what does that mean? Am I good? Am I good? So, what it does mean is I'd like to sort of take a little step aside to a project that I did with, how should we call it, the UK's premier tax collection agency, HMRC. And what it was a project about taking a set of services out of a data center, lifting them up, and dropping them in the cloud. Now, I was actually 7 years with this project. It didn't take 7 years to complete, but the interesting thing is when you tell somebody, what project are you involved in? Oh yeah, I'm lifting and shifting some legacy services. I don't think a lot of people kind of really go, yeah, that sounds exciting, let's do it. But actually, as I will hopefully show you through a few anecdotes, it was exciting, and it did teach me a massive amount of things. Now, to sort of put things into perspective, this kind of thing is used to submit your tax return in the UK, which happens on the 31st of January, which means because it's taxes, nobody does it in advance. The traffic looks a bit like that, a super sort of J-drop, because everyone does it at the last moment, because tax can be taxing. So, code without tests is legacy code, like Michael Feather said. What does that really mean? Now, in the case of our lift and shift exercise, as it's usual, when you do deal with some legacy code, we were given the zip files of the source code. That's what we got for migrating the services out of the thing. We didn't really get documentation. We didn't get lots of background information. The people who had written it, they had left 10 years beforehand. It's been through a few suppliers since. I might be embellishing certain things for dramatic effect. So yeah, essentially we couldn't trust the code. We couldn't trust anything, so because the tests were, well, some were existent, some were commented out. A lot of them were commented out, come to think of it. And so we had to sort of say, well, we can't really trust that code, so what can we do with it? I mean, as it happened, it was a lifting and shifting exercise, which meant that we were kind of actually trying to replicate the bugs. But then we sort of started running the services, and we didn't want the bugs anymore, so we started adding tests to it. Now, I'd like to qualify that a little bit to say that, you know, code without tests that you can trust is legacy code. It's not enough to have a folder called test in your source repository. If you don't know what the tests are doing, and if you don't know when you run them that they'll actually pass, and if they pass that it actually meant they test something, then you still have to think of your system really as legacy. And again, I'll take it one step further. It isn't enough that you can trust the tests. People that you work with or people that you hand the work off have to trust the tests as well. If you write some spaghetti tests that test something and nobody understands, it's no good really. You know, you end up back in the situation where, you know, you give somebody a zip file full of source code. In the instance of it, that zip file contains 7 million lines of code, so it was not the easiest thing to do. Now, I know this is DevOps days. I know it's late in the day. Some of you might have been observant enough that I used classic cars in the last 3 slides. Now, classic cars are actually quite expensive. They're valuable. What about classic services? Now, as it happens, classic services was the moniker that we gave ourselves when we did the lifting and shifting, because we didn't want to call ourselves legacy services because it's just such a loaded term. So legacy systems, really, they're the ones that make the money at most big organizations, at most banks, at most insurances, at governments certainly. Somewhere at the center of it is a big old legacy system, some mainframe that nobody understands, but it's actually, when you think about it, these are the systems that have continuously provided value year after year after year. They're quite stable, and if you try to take them out, things stop working. There's actually a funny anecdote about that in the UK government. Somewhere in the Cardiff office was a mainframe, and there was some flooding, and the floor that the mainframe was on sort of gave way, and the mainframe was held up by the cables, the network cables that were plugged into it. But so important was the legacy system that the people insisted that the contractors that came in prop up the mainframe and build the floor underneath it without taking those cables out, because, well, this is the system that is crucial. So, interesting thing. Now, one of the things with legacy code as well is that complex code will be legacy code. And if you write it today, in a few months, or in case of the code that I write, in a few weeks, it will be legacy code. So back to a little story about lifting and shifting. The interesting thing that we tried to do was to say, okay, well, the code itself is old, but there's no need for us to turn around and say, we need to approach this using, waterfall modeling or some old things. So we were actually quite agile about it. We ended up building something in front of it, a nice little knob that we could turn to sort of switch between the old and the new system. And that allowed us to be quite agile about lifting and shifting the code. Right, I was introducing this, hopefully nicely dramatic. I want to talk about the maintenance death spiral. This is what usually happens when people deal with legacy code. You can't recruit for it because nobody wants to touch the old stuff. It's old and there's gaffer tape that holds it up, and people just don't really want to go and support. What does that mean? So you can start anywhere in this little circle. If you've got poor system knowledge, then that means that people don't want to touch it. If people don't want to touch it, you can't improve it. Because you can't improve it, people don't really want to work at it, so they leave, which means that you have a lack of system knowledge. And round it goes. And that's sad, isn't it? And that's the way that systems just become abandoned, the maintenance death spiral. Nobody creates that sort of code intentionally. Somebody creates some code and it gets created, and then it gets abandoned. I like that particular XKCD comic. It can be used for anything. Mostly, I think in that context I was using it for security, but legacy anyway. Right, so dealing with legacy. This was, as again, I know you're a very observant lot, this is pre-COVID times when we still had people around a whiteboard and sticky tapes, and we write things on it. But this is how we dealt with that said system. We wanted to make improvements. We had bugs, we had planned work, and we wanted to increase the operability of the system. We split them up into 3 different streams, and we made sure that we sort of measured the sort of how much we did of each. And if we spent too much time just fixing issues, then we kind of knew, well, we're not making things better. If we don't spend any time on planned work, it meant that we're not giving the client what they want. It's no good making things better and fixing bugs. So this was one thing that very quickly allowed us to sort of figure out how to deal with it. Right. I'm going to take a little step back now, because as I've sort of alluded, legacy is quite a loaded term. We talk about greenfield and brownfield development, where greenfield, the sunlit uplands of, you get the new shiny stuff, and it just sounds like where everybody wants to be. And if we say dealing with maintenance is brownfield, the dirty coal mines that nobody wants to go into, it's not really appealing when you want to sort of say legacy isn't bad. Yeah, brownfield. Now, Andy Hunt and Dave Thomas used a metaphor for saying that software maintenance is a sort of garden. You kind of have to keep working to sort of stay still. You have to make improvements. I still think it's a bit of a weak analogy for legacy systems. If I quickly take a detour to construction again, usually construction systems, you kind of have the big national chains that builds the houses in, and then you've got Dave, the plumber, who also does a bit of roofing, who does the maintenance. In that analogy, I guess you have the big 4 consultancies coming in and dropping a nice shiny system in it, and then leaving it with some offshore outsourced people to figure it all out, who then leave and, yeah. Oh. I like this sort of metaphor better for legacy. It's cathedral renovation. You know, you have to really look at the plans. They're lost in the mists of time. The skills are no longer available. But the thing is, they actually did know what they did back then, because, you know, if you look at the Sistine Chapel, that's old. There's no steel or glass involved. It's rubbish, isn't it? That's my legacy analogy. It's not always just because something is old, it's crap. Now, I want to talk about why experience matters. Typically, what you find is that the new guy gets sent on to support. So it's like, right, you've drawn the short straw. We want to build the newfangled DevOpsy framework-supported cloud-based thing. You can go off and play with the legacy thing. Just don't touch anything. Make sure it still works. I think, again, that's not the right sort of approach, because when you think about it, if you deal with legacy code, you have to have quite a lot of skills to find out how something works together, usually without any documentation, like I said. The system, the HMRC system that I was involved with was 7 million lines of code. We couldn't analyze everything because one system had 400 screens, and even trying to create based on, you know, kind of like what I said the other day about escaping legacy, to do all the mapping would have just taken forever. So we had to be very specific, very focused on where can we improve things, where can we make things a little bit better, where can we add a bit of automation. But you can very carefully make changes to improve it. Now, this is a DevOps conference, so obviously no DevOps conference will be without the 2 pizza team size. It's obligatory, I think it's in the contract. One thing that is quite sort of dear to me is that too many times when people talk about software teams, they talk about, oh, have we got enough resources to do this? Humans are not resources. They're people with feelings and skills and things. Calling them resources, I think, is quite insulting. This is not something that is just for legacy, obviously. But moreover, finding the right engineers is hard, and keeping or finding the wrong engineers is expensive. You know, if you get somebody in that doesn't know what they're doing, you can't just go, oh, it didn't work out, off you go. So to just sort of say, oh, we've got a legacy system, let's send it out to tender, the cheapest contract wins the bid, it doesn't really work. I was involved with, when we finally handed off that HMRC system, because HMRC procurement rules mean that you have to know the right way of being on the right framework to contract. The next supplier that came in was on paper cheaper. They just had to put twice as many people on it, which made them more expensive. I'm not bitter at all. I also want to talk about, in terms of teams, that is really important. Again, we talk about sort of agile software development. You want your autonomy, you want your alignment. If you, even when you deal with legacy, you don't want to sort of say, yes, we tell you exactly what you do. If you don't get the people involved to be able to be masters of their own sort of destiny in order to change systems, then it's not going to work. So this is how we used to work. Again, working in an office seems strange now. The dartboard is how we organized our stand-ups. Whoever was furthest away from the center had to run the stand-up. The Batman symbol was the person who had to look at the logs. You sort of a Batman. You just crime fight. And as part of the team, you had to learn one of 3 skills. You either have to do a Rubik's Cube, or juggling, or lockpicking. That were the rules. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun working with legacy. And it wasn't about the code. It was about the team that you're in and the sort of the philosophy that you had, how you practice it. You know, yes, this was then during COVID. My little Harry was born just before the COVID hit. So yeah, he's now what I call the substitution clause. Yeah. He was code reviewing. That's pair programming, isn't it? Yeah. What makes a great team for legacy and not legacy? Same thing. Now, we're getting towards the end of my whistle-stop tour. Usually, when legacy code comes up, somebody will always say, well, why don't we just rewrite it? We get rid of all the old stuff, bring in something new, and it would be so much better. Yeah, we do it properly. We have a nice tech stack. The new team will build it and do it right, and yeah, we'll do it using a big bang replacement. But hold on, the existing team is the one that has got all the domain knowledge. So how do we? Yeah, the people who look after the current system, we don't want them to build the new system. That's going to work, isn't it? Obviously, anytime somebody mentions Big Bang replacement, you have to bring up the story about, is it Mosaic and Netscape, when they decided that Mosaic wasn't working great, so let's just rebuild it. 2 years later, Microsoft had eaten their lunch and nobody knew what Netscape was anymore. The problem with Big Bang replacements is they hardly ever work. It's much better to sort of take small bits of a system and start replacing it, because you can then put them in production. I was involved in a Big Bang replacement of a system. We got 80% through it, and then the project was cancelled because we ran out of money. And if we had made small changes to the existing system, we could have kept that. So, a warning here. Right. Lastly, I'd like to talk about that legacy is actually a really great teacher. You know, invoking Kennedy, ask not what you can do for legacy, ask what legacy can do for you. Well, for me, it taught me a huge amount of things. Now this, again, keen observers that you are, this is just downstairs. You look out over the paved road. It is now my sincere belief that this is where Netflix will have come up with the paved road, because it's such a great picture. You have guardrails and everything, multiple ones, small ones, and if you go over both guardrails, you end in a drink. Anyway, I digress. What's working with that gnarly system, those 7 million lines of code that were 15-year-old Java, tied to a version of Hibernate and Spring Boot that couldn't be updated because they made customization that every time you looked at it, it broke. Okay, I'm exaggerating again. It gave me a different career. I was a developer. I started breaking things and finding little things where I would find that somewhere something was commented out, which meant that it wasn't encrypted, which meant that I sort of kept digging, and suddenly you had remote code access to a system. That was fun. It was a single line of code. You had to know where to look. I learned how to work with complex systems, how to add value without rewriting everything. And I also found out that not all solutions are technical. Sometimes a spreadsheet and a list is the right kind of thing. Absolutely. And I also sort of rediscovered the Agile Manifesto. That when my favorite one is people over process, and when you sort of work in the right way with the right team, anything can be absolutely fun, and that made me discover an interest in, meeting cool people that sit there at the front row and over there and over there. I'm not leaving anyone out. You're all cool. I'm not really sure why I'm saying this because the beer later is free. Anyway, it has taught me a lot. So really, if there's one thing you take away from this, yeah, I kind of did the slides wrong there, I think. If there's one thing to take away from this, celebrate and measure your success. Yeah, it doesn't really work. Anyway, I'll skip over that. So, if there's one thing to take away from this talk, is that legacy code is not to be feared. It can be, I'm not saying that it always is, because I have seen some of the .NET code. It can be actually good fun to work with. Now, personally, my recommendation for any young engineer would be learn COBOL. All the engineers that know anything about COBOL are about 70. They're retiring. They're dying. Somebody still has to look after the mainframes, because if there's anything that we've learned, it is really hard to replace all those legacy systems. And usually what happens is that somebody comes along and says, yeah, we will do a massive replacement and everything will work, and then it crashes and burns and they kind of go, can't we just go back to the old system? Yeah. So I've been, Gerald, come and speak to me later or give me questions now. Yeah. Leave a legacy. Right. One thing. Sorry. I sort of thought I said that I would do this. Yeah, absolutely.
Do they all need to stand up?
No. Oh. Right. On 3, cheese and legacy. Cheese and legacy. Thank you.
All right, before we wrap it up with you, Gerald, we do have one question from the audience. And the question is, how do you decide what part of a legacy system to tackle first?
Sometimes the decision is made for you, because sometimes there are things that are really almost impossible to replace. Sometimes the decision is made for you because the supplier says, yeah, that support contract now really runs out. The 3 extensions that you have had don't work anymore, and something did actually break. So that's when you focus. Joking aside, yeah, you look for where the problems are. And if you can identify the problems, you can then sort of say, well, is there a small thing that I can do? Sometimes it's really difficult to see how you can do a small change, because you kind of go, yeah, how am I going to replace the whole mainframe system? But sometimes you sort of have to sort of think about like steel threads that sort of go through a system. Can you take a particular sort of journey out and start moving that onto something else that you didn't build specifically? Use some of the lessons from like microservice, autonomous teams, and sort of try to create some of the thing. The important thing for me is that you actually give the engineers who look after the legacy system a say in that matter, rather than saying, we now have a new legacy replacement program and somebody else is coming in who don't understand the system as it's working.
That is a perfect "it depends" answer.
Yeah, absolutely. It
Right.
always depends. I mean,
Let's give Gerald one last round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then we'll have a few housekeeping announcements. We'll wrap up the day. Eddie's going to join me on stage. I need to set up my laptop, so give me a second. Eddie, do you know any jokes while I set up my laptop?
I'm very bad at jokes. How many DevOps engineers does it take to change a light bulb? Don't know. I'm asking you.
Depends.
The right answer.
I mean, it depends whether you're running Kubernetes or not. Does it matter if you're running Kubernetes or not?
It's not complex enough. You need a wrapper around it. Yeah, it always just depends.
It always does.
Also depends about the legacy system that you have.
Yes. Light bulbs. Who uses these anymore?
All right.
Right in.
I'm amazed this works.
Okay, so we jump into business. So first we want to thank you, everyone, for showing up today, and some of you even yesterday, and also our great sponsors for making sure this can be a great event. We'll jump to waffles, and I don't see, yeah, okay. And we want to see like the great prices that we have. No, I have the list, but I don't see them, okay.
No,
So
let's
start
her
with
upstage with her clipboard. I want to introduce you all. The clipboard's called Clippy, of course.
Yes, okay. So we start with stack state. Are you here? No?
Yes.
Oh.
Thank you. Sorry? Yeah, you can go to our booth. Maybe the Lego set, Marion? Can you take the Lego set, maybe? It's nice to give it over here, maybe. We couldn't do the raffle on the screen because there were so many companies. So we did the raffle at the booth already. And you can be sure it's fair because this name is not the name I would have chosen. No, it's a very tough name for me to pronounce. So sorry if I pronounced it not in the wrong way. But it's, I believe, Fakir. Fakir Nui. Yeah. So F-E-K-H-E-R. Fakir. Not available. So we thought of this. So we had a second name. Steve Jackson. Steve?
We have a hand up.
Hey, Steve Jackson. Congratulations. You can come to our booth and we have the big Lego set. Another one tomorrow, so don't forget to do the troubleshooting challenges at the booth. Thank you.
Thanks.
Congratulations. I didn't see the Lego. I will come to the booth to see it. Ah, it's over there. Okay, great. Next one we have Devo team.
Hello. We're going to do an old school raffle, so all your names are in the popcorn basket. So there we go.
Get only one. Yeah. And it is Collins Lidede. Right.
Try again.
Okay. And the second one is Elwin Kik. Yeah. Well, I got the only two.
Congratulations. Ah, it's the lamp.
Let's take a picture.
Okay. So next we have Elastic with the bag.
Yeah, it's good. So I've got a bit of a challenge because unfortunately the lady who's supposed to do our raffle is based in Barcelona, so I don't have any control over it. but neither did we, for some reason, be able to capture both last names or email addresses. So I only have either a nickname or a first name. So I've got 5, so I can probably get to 1 at least, hopefully. So the first person I have on the list is Data Blitz number 7.
Oh.
Good, that makes it good. I need you to take good care of Elke, because he does need a good home. And for those of you, tomorrow we will have at least another, and I might even have a third.
Okay, so our next one is picnic. Picnics, always on time in delivery.
Just in time.
Okay. And one, yeah, on the next one is sync. Yes.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark from Sync, and I have 3 names prepared, so I hope one of them is here. The first one is Rob de Jong. Crickets. The second one is Ioannis Savlasidis. Yeah. Yes. All right.
Hey,
thank you.
everybody's sitting there.
He's the winner of the Raspberry Pi starter kit, by the way, and we have another one tomorrow.
Whoa, cool. Do you have picnic? No. Okay, so tomorrow, if you want to win, you need to sit there, because every winner is over there. So don't sit here close. Yeah, so this is it.
All right. So, of course, this event, apart from our sponsors, would not have been possible without the entire organizing and volunteer team, who are still busy doing various chores across the venue. But I would like to give them a round of applause for organizing this event. Now, of course, if you're interested in helping us out, we have a list of chores for tonight. Let us know. But seriously, if you do want to help out, even if you're interested, if you have questions, approach one of us with the orange t-shirt. You can also email amsterdam@devopsdays.org. We would love to have you. We organize meetups throughout the year. We organize events here. We organize other events. Some of us also organize in Eindhoven. So if you're interested, do let us know. And then, of course, we also do an event in Belgium. And for that, we have Chris and Toshan, who is also standing up.
So, who's been to Belgium before? What are we famous for? Highways. So, I can accept chocolate and beer, but what we're actually famous for is one of the most... What? Vosdem? Diamonds. Diamonds.
Yeah.
Oh, that's getting a really weird twist, because you can come to Antwerp for diamonds, because it's one of the diamond capitals of the world. That's
and
true.
it's not far from the venue.
It's crawling distance from the venue, but actually, if you see the picture over here, who knows what that is? It's the Antwerp train station, which is one of the top 10 voted nice train stations in the world. And if you leave the train station and you take the right exit, you end up at the venue where Patrick and I, 15 years ago, got the idea to start the very first DevOps Days, and that's where we're heading back. So, we're heading back to Antwerp.
Yep. We're still looking for sponsors.
We're looking for sponsors, and
the schedule should be announced soon.
This is a sneak peek of the speakers who have not yet been announced, but all of those have been confirmed, except for Adam Jacob. So, if you want to see those people talk about 15 years of DevOps, come to Antwerp. Ticket sales is right there, so get that QR code, get your tickets. And if I want to do the marketing part, you can stay a whole week in Antwerp for one night in Amsterdam. Hotel prices are really, really cheap in Antwerp.
And there's another thing. So for the raffle tomorrow, we will have one ticket that the Amsterdam organizers will give away. So you'll get a voucher where you can order, well, you can get your free ticket. Yes, I will give you a, yes. Yes, give your sponsor passport and then you can win a ticket for Antwerp. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Tosh. All right, so like I already said, we do arrange meetups throughout the year. Again, this is an open call. If you want to help out, if you have a location to sponsor catering a location, if you want to do a talk, especially first-time speakers, we're open to those. We will help you. We will get you on the stage. Meetup.com/DevOpsDays or Devops Amsterdam. Go there. And as well, you can send us an email, amsterdam@devopsdays. I'm going to talk about the deadline for being back here tomorrow morning. And that's 9. Well, 8:45. So we'll have a packed program again with roughly the same structure as today. So we have talks both in the morning as well as afternoon, and open spaces are also happening. Our keynote tomorrow morning is by Sasha Rosenbaum, Failing to Learn versus Learning to Fail. I'm looking forward to that one. So please do make sure, regardless of tonight's, the progress of the rest of the night, make sure to be here back at 9. QR code is up on the screen if you want to look at the program naturally. And then it's you, Eddie.
This is barbecue. It's the most important part, at least for me. We start at 6, but drinks and also snacks are available outside if you want. If you didn't take this lovely mug, it's in the basement.
It is, yes.
In the basement, like down. And it's available until 6 today and tomorrow morning, all day. So
if you want to pick your mug up, do it either now or somewhere tomorrow. Details will follow.
Oh, okay.
And then, of course, we also have the lovely bingo. How many slides do we have again, Florios? Is it auto-rotating every couple of seconds too? Yes. I am looking forward to that one. Right, so bingo does start back here at around 7:30. It goes on for a couple of hours. I'm told 10:30-ish we'll wrap that up. So that's back here. It is a number. Floor and Jos will tell when it ends. So it's kind of like open spaces. It starts when it starts. It ends when it ends. There's also a schedule, which apparently I'm not aware of. That's fine.
But there are prizes. So
there are prizes. Have you looked at this cabinet? Have you looked at all this stuff? I am not taking that home with me, or Floor. We're not doing that. All right, so that happens tonight. Be back here. It is a lot of fun. I personally can attest to that. The code of conduct naturally still does apply. So have fun, but also be respectful of your fellow DevOpsers. And then we had this one already. Pick it up. Who knows? Maybe you'll pick it up in time, maybe not. We'll figure it out together. This is self-organizing. We can do it. It's in the basement. And if not, maybe upstairs. I don't know. And then I'm out of slides, but I also do see, I don't have my badge on me, but I see a logo there. I see a logo there. I wonder who designed that, Jomiro. Jomiro, come here. Come here, buddy. So Jomiro finally made it to one of our events. He's been designing stuff for us for how many years? 4? Long. We've been so happy with Jomiro. We're so happy that he finally made it all the way here to Amsterdam. We just want to give you a massive round of applause for helping us out. Thank you so much. All right, with that, I am going to shut up now. I'm going to let you be free. We have some drinks and some hapjes beneden, or downstairs, sorry. So barbecue starts again at around 6. Go and have fun for an hour, then go eat. And we'll see you back here, 9 a.m. sharp. I'm counting on you. Thank you. verder niet vast.
Meerdere mensen, ik vraag het gewoon even aan de techniek. Wat zij het doen. Maar ik wou het niet gedurende de dag doen.
Nee. Oh, jij bedoelt überhaupt structureel verplaatsen?
Ja, ja.
Alleen voor vanavond?
Voor zeg maar dat het morgen dat je hier wat makkelijker door kan.
Ja, oké, dat bedoel je. Oké, nou snap ik.
Ja.
Ja, check. Ja, helemaal goed. Top. Dat kunnen we.
En laten we de raffleprijzen, niet bingo prijzen,
even weghalen. Ja, weet jij welke?
Volgens mij deze.
Die is... Ja, deze reden. Dus deze geven we morgenmiddag weg, hè?
Ja, dit is voor de raffle.
Dus ik weet dat deze 3 in ieder geval zijn.
Ja, en we doen er volgens mij nog
een ticket.
Ticket bij voor Antwerp, maar dat is fijn. Voor mij is het allemaal bingo. Maar ik dubbelcheck wel even voor.
Dit ziet er voor mij uit als bingo. Maar laten we dat inderdaad laten we dat heel even dubbelchecken. Nou, dit ziet er voor mij goed uit.
Prima. Dat staat natuurlijk hier op.
Ja, precies. Dat zijn er 3.
Ja, oké. Check.
Ja, oké.
Dan
loop ik dit wel even daarheen. Gaan die sponsorruimtes nu dicht?
6 uur. Maar zet het in de speakerruimte en dan verplaatsen we naar. Ja, dat is net.